Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Niue Island is renamed Apocalypse Island. I didn't get up early for morning exercise today, so I slept in. After waking up, Su Pingyan looked at Liu Wenjin and smiled. Liu Wenjin lowered his head and closed his eyes. I didn't expect Liu Wenjin to be so talented. The pleasure between the bed and the bed was second only to Songs and Niue, and in some aspects, it was even better than Songs and Niue. Unconsciously, Su Pingyan stayed in Dresden for more than a week after the press conference. All matters were arranged, and then he left. He did not return to China, but went to Niue. This was his territory, and he had to see it with his own eyes. He got off the plane in New Zealand and took a boat to Niue. Hubert led the management staff to meet Su Pingyan at the dock. The two sides shook hands when they met, and Su Pingyan got on the car and went to the temporary office. Niue is very small, not even as big as a provincial capital in China. It covers an area of more than 200 square kilometers. Although the place is not large, it is more than enough to build several laboratories. The temporary office is the original town. The original house is temporarily preserved, and an office building made of reinforced concrete is being built next to it. This kind of reinforced concrete building can withstand strong typhoons, at least much stronger than the original wooden house. In the conference room, Hubert introduced the current construction in Niue in detail, and other managers introduced the progress of the projects they were responsible for. After listening to the report, Su Pingyan had a rough idea in his mind. The progress was not slow, especially the supply of building materials, which was very sufficient. 4 large cold storages were built, which stored a lot of food. Each warehouse was enough for the workers on the island to consume for a while. According to Hubert's plan, food was replenished once a week, and a large warehouse of food could be consumed in a week. At the dock, there were ships from Chile and Peru transporting stones every day. Sometimes a ship of fresh vegetables and other supplies were delivered, as well as building materials from Australia and Southeast Asia. The dock was busy. The deep water port dock had already started construction, and the construction team of the Xianchao construction group was also working intensively. The only obstacle at present was the power problem. The power was a bit tight. The original power equipment in Niue had been damaged by the hurricane and had not been repaired. After Hubert's report, Su Pingyan was too lazy to arrange for people to repair it. The outdated equipment was no longer worth repairing. At present, it relied on diesel generators to maintain power, which was first supplied to the project and then to life needs. There was basically no power supply at the accommodation. There is also the communication equipment, which is now heavily dependent on New Zealand. This is not what Su Pingyan wants to see. Satellites need to be put on the agenda. There are satellites in the sky and base stations below. The combination of the two is not a problem at all. After listening to everyone's report, Su Pingyan asked the others to leave and talked with Hubert in the conference room. He arranged for someone to bring the tea set. Su Pingyan began to make tea while chatting with Hubert. Hubert, there is no need to worry about the power problem. Our carbon crystal solar panels have just come out. I have someone send a batch to build a medium-sized photovoltaic power station. Niue's power problem can be completely solved. There is no need to worry about the communication problem. I will arrange someone to contact Wiwa company to set up the latest communication base station and connect to the satellite. It is expected to be solved soon. Su Pingyan looked at Hubert and said, "These two problems can be solved. There is only one problem left, the freshwater problem. The freshwater resources on the island are enough for us to use, but it is very wasteful. It is best to repair it systematically." Hubert raised another question. "This is easy. Just bid directly. Protect the freshwater resources on the island and add a few more sterilization and filtration systems. There is no problem in meeting the needs of thousands of people, or simply build a small desalination plant to supplement it. This is not a big deal and is easy to solve," Su Pingyan said and took a sip of tea. "Boss, there is another problem, that is the problem of roads and security systems. Although there are many security personnel on the island, there is no system. We are a research institute. It is not possible without sufficient security forces. At least there must be monitoring equipment around the island," Hubert said seriously. "There is no rush for this. After the communication facilities are improved, monitoring equipment can be installed at any time. Is the security station separate? Su Pinggan asked. Yes, the security station is separate. There is a temporary camp in the east, which is the security station. At present, I have assigned Lei Yushin to be responsible for the security work on the island. He has done a good job and arranged the security of the construction site very reasonably. There are special people patrolling 24 hours a day. Hubert gave a detailed introduction to the security work. This Lei Yushin is from Somalia, right? Su Pinggan asked. Yes, he is a squadron leader from Somalia, and he brought 50 people here, Hubert answered truthfully, and Su Pinggan nodded. You ask Lei Yushin to come over, I will talk to him alone, and notify my assistant by the way, and let her come in after Lei Yushin leaves, Su Pinggan said directly. I'll handle it immediately. Hubert stood up and walked out without wasting a moment. Not long after, Lei Yushin came over. Hubert did not enter the room, but waited outside. Boss, Lei Yushin saluted and said when he saw Su Pinggan. Sit down, have some tea and we will talk slowly, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Lei Yushin sat down, his body straight, and was very respectful to Su Pinggan. This is the big boss, and he must be respectful. Yushin, can I call you that? Su Pinggan said with a smile. No problem, Lei Yushin said with a smile. Su Pinggan also smiled and picked up the teacup. Lei Yushin also picked up the teacup and clinked it with Su Pinggan. They both drank it. Yushin, you have been in Niu for quite a while. What do you think of the development of Niu? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, I feel that it is a bit of a waste for Niu to be just a research institute. We can build a training camp here. Brothers from China and Europe can come here for special training. We have the conditions, Lei Yushin said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded. This is a good suggestion. He continued to ask, after the construction of the research institute is completed, how should the security work be carried out? How many people are expected to be needed, boss? According to the information I have obtained about the research institute, 100 people divided into 2 shifts day and night can fully guarantee the safety of the research institute. After the training camp on the island is established, it will maintain 200 people all year round, which is enough to ensure the safety of the island. Lei Yushin spoke very concisely, saying what he thought, a standard military style. Su Pinggan thought for a while. Yushin, what do you want next? Su Pinggan explained a lot of things to Lei Yushin. The conversation between the two lasted for more than 40 minutes before it ended. After Lei Yushin left, Liu Wenjin and Darina came in. Su Pinggan took a sip of tea and pointed to a chair, and the two sat down. First, notify Burson of FZ to send personnel with materials to build a photovoltaic power station in Niu. We must ensure that Niu has sufficient power supply. Second, contact Qiao Yichin. Niu is going to build the latest communication base station. Let him contact Weiwei to purchase equipment for the company. The network can be connected to the domestic network. Third, issue a formal appointment notice, appointing Hubert as the general manager of the Niu base, with the same rank as the general manager of the branch. Appoint Lei Yushin as the head of the security department of the Niu base, and the deputy general manager of the base, with the same rank as the deputy general manager of the branch. Appoint Fang Yuanhe as the director of the training camp. His rank remains unchanged, but his salary will be increased by 1 level. At the same time, Fang Yuanhe will no longer serve as the deputy general manager of Xianchao Security Company. The vacant position of deputy general manager will be taken over by Yu Zegan. Let Fang Yuanhe wait for me at the headquarters. I will go back and talk to him before taking up the post. Fourth, contact Chen Qilin and Buck, and have them send 3 instructors each to Niu to establish a training camp. Every year, the security team leader and new team members must go to the camp for 3 months of training. Fifth, notify Bannon in Italy and ask him to arrange for the transportation of a batch of guns and ammunition sufficient for 300 people. Lei Yushin will be in charge of the allocation. Sixth, contact Fitch, the chief director of the French ground weapons group. I want to talk to him. Seventh, Niu Island is renamed Apocalypse Island. From now on, all internal names will be Apocalypse Island. Su Pinggan issued several orders in a row, and Darina and Liu Wenjin both took notes. Boss, I'll go draft the document, Liu Wenjin said. Su Pinggan nodded, and Liu Wenjin left. Darina took out Su Pinggan's phone and started to contact Fitch. It didn't take long for the call to be connected. Su Pinggan picked up the phone and talked to Fitch. It didn't take long for the two to finalize a batch of arms deals, covering 4 armed helicopters, special operations equipment, etc., with a value of no less than 30 million euros. After hanging up the phone, Su Pinggan glanced at Darlene and said, "Notify Bruce and ask him to sign a contract with a French weapons group. By the way, contact the freshwater companies in New Zealand and Australia to select one to build a small freshwater plant. Also contact a company to carry out protective construction of the island's freshwater resources. I will fax you the drawings later. You must strictly follow the drawings for construction," Su Pinggan said directly. Darlene nodded and immediately started to contact Bruce to do other things. Su Pinggan began to drink tea quietly. After a few cups of tea, Liu Wenjin came with the documents. Su Pinggan signed directly after reading it. Liu Wenjin took the documents and left. The documents must be sent to the relevant units for execution immediately and filed at the headquarters. After resting for a while, it was time for dinner. Su Pinggan also felt tired. After eating, he took a bath and rested early. The next day, Su Pinggan had a detailed discussion with Hubert and communicated in detail about the construction of Apocalypse Island. Hubert was shocked by Su Pinggan's generosity. According to Su Pinggan's plan, the entire island will be raised by 5 meters using sea sand and stones, and the trees will also be raised, bit by bit. This is a big project, and once completed, it will be able to withstand a certain level of gale force winds. Chapter 302. We can expand at any time. I have also communicated with Hubert on other projects. I have made an overall plan for the island, divided it into several blocks, and made detailed arrangements for the functions of each block. At the same time, I have printed out more than a dozen drawings and handed them over to Hubert. While Su Pinggan was busy, the subordinate units and individuals who received the notice also began to act according to the order. Burson has already begun to arrange the formation of personnel, and directly seized a batch of carbon crystal solar panels and transported them to Apocalypse Island together with the personnel. Qiao Yichen personally went to the headquarters of the company to negotiate the contract. The French ground weapons group has begun to prepare the goods. Once the contract is signed, it will be officially shipped. Bruce has booked a flight to Paris. Bannon of the Italian Apocalypse Weapons Company has begun to arrange personnel to check and load the goods. The weapons of 500 people and a large number of ammunition are all his sales performance. Even if it is an internal settlement, it is also his performance. Bannon is very active. Chen Qilin talked with Fang Yuanhe in the office. They were the first batch to join the Apocalypse group. They have a very good relationship. Fang Yuanhe's philosophy is very close to Chen Qilin. Both of them agreed that as long as Su Pinggan did not endanger the country, they would follow Su Pinggan all the way to the end. Fang Yuanhe had no objection to Su Pinggan's arrangement. It was enough to raise his salary by 1 level. It was not so simple to raise his salary by 1 level in Shianqi Group. 18 small items must be met before the salary can be raised. The regulations were very detailed. Outside, the news media still focused on reporting on carbon crystal solar panels because Burson announced an order catalog. So far, a total of 46 orders have been received, with a total amount of more than 8 billion euros. Orders are still increasing one after another. Currently, only one production line is running, and 30% of the finished products are transported to Hangzhou and the photovoltaic power station of Shianqi Group. Especially the photovoltaic power station, once it is completely replaced, it means money. The efficiency is increased by 7 times, and the monthly income will increase by 7 times. This is a terrifying number. The remaining 5 production lines are still in trial production. After the other production lines are adjusted, the output will be further released. Fully automated production is very terrifying. A batch of goods from the 3 major European distributors have been transported away. It is said that all 3 have received large orders. The delivery personnel have an additional task, which is to urge the goods to be transported to Europe as soon as possible. Traders from other developed countries also began to gather in the FZ of China to negotiate cooperation with Shianqi Solar Energy, hoping to obtain the agency rights in their own countries. Bolson and others were very busy, especially Carol. Carol knew the nature of the American power supply group very well, and set off to the United States to promote the establishment of microgrids. Once this project was completed, the operating costs of the power supply group would be reduced by 30%, which was a very scary data and would definitely cause a large number of people to lose their jobs. However, Carol and the power supply group would not care about these people losing their jobs. A 30% reduction in operating costs was a lot of money, and coupled with a reduction in power generation costs, profits would directly increase, so they would not take those unemployed people to heart. At present, the first microelectric network is under construction. Once it is proven feasible through experiments, the power supply group will purchase a large number of microgrids for large-scale layout. Shyanki Group's microgrid project will be directly rolled out in the United States, and the power supply group will gain a huge profit increase. This is a win-win situation. Su Pingan left Shyanki Island and received a call from Watanabe Yoko as soon as he arrived in New Zealand. He had closed his position and left the market. This time, the profit exceeded $3 billion. Su Pingan smiled directly. Yoko, I am very satisfied. The year-end bonus will reflect your hard work. After hanging up the phone, Su Pingan did not wait for the flight. He directly chartered a business jet to fly directly to Hangzhou, China. He just took a day off. The next day, Song Zinayan came over. At the same time, Jizu Ai called. Jizu Ai's income converted into euros is nearly 5 billion euros. In addition to the settlement of Europe by Zingling, Su Pingan ate very well this time. All the funds were settled and entered Su Pingan's account in Shyanki Bank. It is not possible not to make money like this. Shyanki Island spent too much? According to the accounts of the financial staff there, more than 500 million euros have been spent in just a few months. I don't know how much will be needed in the future, but it will not be less. Another thing is that satellites have reached the point of being put on the agenda. The next step will be to expand the American market. If you want to avoid American surveillance, it is essential to have your own corporate satellite. Su Pingan was drinking tea and thinking at home. He found that there would be a lot of things to do next year, and there would be a lot of places to spend money. What are you thinking about? Song Zinayu's voice came over. Nothing, I'm thinking about next year's arrangements, Su Pingan said calmly. Song Zinayu put down the fruit plate he was holding and sat next to Su Pingan, hugging Su Pingan's arm habitually. You have so much money now, why don't you enjoy your life? Song Zinayu whispered. Men are doing things, women should not interrupt, Su Pingan replied directly, and Song Zinayu remained silent. Pingan, I don't want to stay at home during the new year. How about we go on vacation? Song Zinayu looked up at Su Pingan and said. Su Pingan thought about it and thought that this suggestion was good. It was very cold at home in winter, and going on vacation to a warm place was a good choice. Where do you want to go? Su Pingan said. Hearing Su Pingan's answer, Song Zinayu's eyes lit up. Anywhere is fine, you decide, Song Zinayu said directly. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Let's go to an island abroad. There's sunshine and beaches there. It's a great place. I'll go back and tell my parents, and we'll go together then. Su Pingan pinched Song Zinayan's cheek and said. I'll listen to you, Song Zinayan said with a smile. Being able to go out and play with Su Pingan's parents is a big step forward. Take it slow. When Su Pingan's parents are used to me, all problems are not problems. Mabo is really awesome. This time, the purpose of coming here is completely achieved. After accompanying Su Pingan for 6 days, Song Zinayan left with satisfaction. She was well-nourished and her whole body was radiant from the inside out. She had to prepare well when she went back. If she got pregnant during the vacation, it would depend on what Su Pingan would do. Su Pingan rested for one more day in Hangzhou and also took a plane to leave Hangzhou and return home. This time, she would not go out for a long time. She stayed at home with her parents for a few days before she started to go to the company normally. After receiving the notice that Su Pingan had started to work normally, Fang Yuanhe went to the headquarters to meet Su Pingan. Su Pingan met Fang Yuanhe in the office and chatted with Fang Yuanhe while drinking tea. President, what is the level of security personnel training? Fang Yuanhe asked. This is something Fang Yuanhe must understand. Only with standards can he formulate targeted plans. They must have strong fighting skills. We cannot carry guns in China. We can only rely on some police equipment to protect the institute. You should be aware of the capabilities of commercial spies. Let them have the ability to fight against commercial spies. In addition, I need you to train a group of special personnel. This group of personnel will be the main force to protect Apocalypse Island. Follow the standards of special operations. I will arrange weapons and equipment for you, Su Pingan slowly stated his standards. President, how many special personnel do we need? This question is what Fang Yuanhe is concerned about. 100 people, divided into 3 groups. You submit the plan for the firepower configuration and I will be responsible for the procurement. The personnel must go to Somalia for 3 months of actual combat every year, and rotate with the personnel in Somalia. You need to negotiate this with Gavin, Buck, and Chen Killen. The adjustment and replacement of personnel must be seamless. Apocalypse Island will soon start to build a new communication base station. Gavin's equipment will also be updated, and Buck and Chen Killen's systems will also be updated to form an independent internal network. You must communicate well. Su Pinggan looked at Fang Yuanhe and said, President, this project cannot be completed in a short time. Fang Yuanhe frowned and said, I know that you should start preparing now. After the communication construction on Apocalypse Island is completed, the 3 departments will be upgraded. You must be ready to adjust at any time. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he took a sip of tea and made a gesture of invitation. Fang Yuanhe also picked up the teacup and drank a cup. The two began to discuss the details bit by bit. As time passed, Fang Yuanhe's brows began to frown. President, you mean to train all these people according to the captain level? Fang Yuanhe said to Su Pinggan, with a trace of surprise on his face. Yes, in the future these people will be captains. Although we don't have so many people now, we can't lag behind in training. Once an accident happens, we can expand at any time to avoid being in a hurry. Su Pinggan said this expressionlessly. Understand, will the camp construction start this year? Fang Yuanhe said. Although he didn't understand Su Pinggan's intention, there was nothing wrong with following the execution. Yes. You can arrange to go there soon and meet up with the coaching team. The first thing to do is to discuss the camp construction with Hubert, the person in charge of Apocalypse Island, and then formulate a training plan. This matter is confidential, Su Pinggan said directly. If Chen Killen and Buck ask me how to answer, Fang Yuanhe asked. This is a very realistic question. Just tell me the truth. I will call the 3 of them to explain this matter. They will all come to the headquarters when the annual meeting is held. I will have a face-to-face interview with the 3 of them. Su Pinggan told Fang Yuanhe his plan, and Fang Yuanhe felt relieved. Fang Yuanhe left in shock, not knowing why Su Pinggan made such an arrangement. Not far from the headquarters, Fang Yuanhe drove straight to the security company's station to discuss with Chen Killen and analyze Su Pinggan's intention for making such an arrangement. At noon, Su Pinggan went to the cafeteria with Liu Wenjin and Darina to eat. The food in the headquarters cafeteria was very good, at cost price and rich in nutrition. Lei Peng's wife was the cafeteria supervisor and managed it in a clear and orderly manner. Chapter 303 You don't need to worry about this. Fang Yuanhe discussed with Chen Killen, and as Chen Killen said, he didn't want to think too much. He just did what President Su arranged. Fang Yuanhe stayed at home for one more day, and on the 3rd day, he set off to leave the Celestial Empire and head to Apocalypse Island. Su Pinggan had a phone call with Bruce, and Bruce began to inspect satellite manufacturing companies in Europe. According to Su Pinggan's instructions, he focused on inspecting small companies or small teams, which could form technical complementarity and prepare for acquisitions next year. Designing a satellite for internal use only in the Apocalypse Group is one of the important plans for next year, because Su Pinggan has already planned to launch the American market next year. The American surveillance is everywhere, and if you want to avoid a leakage of core technology, you need to have your own dedicated communication equipment. This is also the fundamental reason why those large American group companies want to launch satellites themselves. No one wants their core technology to be leaked. With their own satellites, at least the data and communication are safe, which can avoid a lot of trouble. Darlina, please record it, Su Pinggan said to Darlina at home. Inform all branches to turn in profits before the end of December. The annual meeting will be held on January 10th. The meeting will be held at the headquarters of Xianqi Technology in Hangzhou. The general managers and deputy general managers of all branches must be present, Su Pinggan said to Darina. I will send out the notice immediately, Darina said and was about to leave. Wait a minute, you negotiate with Wenjin. As usual, you go home to celebrate Christmas in December, and Liu Wenjin will celebrate the Spring Festival. The time will be staggered, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Darina also smiled, gave Su Pinggan a kiss and turned away. Time passed slowly. There were not many days left before the Chinese New Year. It was necessary to summarize all the things of the group. All departments were busy with various statistics. Now is the busiest time of the year. On this day, Su Pinggan, Wu Sikei and Ho Minghe were in the screening room looking at the internal financial data of the group. It was very detailed. The current amount of funds on the books of each branch, how much money was spent this year, and under what name, were all listed one by one. President, so far, the expenses of each department are not small. The increase in staff salary expenses accounts for a very large proportion, while the equipment purchase has decreased a lot. Other miscellaneous expenses have also increased. We need to control this aspect. There is another problem, that is, R&D expenses. Should we control the projects? Many projects are the kind of projects that cannot be effective in a short period of time. We invest so much money every year, which is a bit not worth a loss. This problem is more serious in the technology company in Hangzhou, the Renewable Resources Research Institute in the UK, and the Comprehensive Research Institute at the headquarters. Ho Minghe put forward his opinions from a financial perspective. Old Ho, I will talk to the three of them about this issue. Fine-tune the current research projects, save money, and use the funds where they are needed. Another point, what do you think of the current international economy? Our Shaanxi Group is an international company. And we must focus on the global market, Su Pinggan said while looking at the big screen. President, the current international economic growth rate has slowed down a bit. I analyzed that the fundamental reason is that the gap between the rich and the poor in the world has widened, and the scope of consumers has shrunk. It is not one or two industries that have shrunk, but the scope of consumption has generally shrunk. The rich have already bought what they should buy, and the poor want to buy but can't afford it. Instead of increasing our investment in the international market, it is more cost-effective to dig deep into the Chinese market. After all, our per capita income is generally increasing now, Ho Minghe expressed his opinion. Su Pinggan nodded and thought for a while. Old Wu, what do you think? Su Pinggan looked at Wu Sikei and asked. I think it is more stable to develop the American market on a large scale. According to news reports, it is not very stable there. If there is no change after the new year, we will temporarily give up the American market and dig deep into the European market. Of course, the most important thing is that we must dig deep into the Chinese market. After all, China is our foundation, Wu Sikei expressed his opinion. Su Pinggan nodded, without expressing his opinion, looking at the big screen and thinking about the next plan, whether to expand the American market or increase investment in China. There is a sequence between the two. The investment is too big, and we have to choose one of the two. If we start both at the same time, the funds will be a bit tight. In order to be on the safe side, we must keep a large part of the funds in our hands to deal with unpredictable variables. Let me think about it carefully. How much liquidity do the branches have in their accounts now? Su Pinggan asked. A lot. I have communicated with many people. According to them, it is enough to keep 300 million euros of liquidity after turning in the profits. After all, our Shaanxi Group is different from other companies. We collect advance payments. We will ship the goods after paying, therefore, we are not short of liquidity, and the subordinate branches do not need to keep too much funds in reserves, Ho Minghe explained, and Su Pinggan nodded. Do you know how this year is overall? Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Ho Minghe also smiled. Boss, although the subordinate companies are profitable, we have spent a lot this year. After deducting the investment, we have achieved a slightly higher growth than expected, Ho Minghe said seriously. When talking about financial topics, the expression on Ho Minghe's face became serious. There are many places where we need to spend money next year. Satellites also need to be put on the agenda. Without our own internal satellites, we cannot keep it secret. There is also the wetland project in the northwest. I heard from Chen Fansheng that the exploration is almost complete and construction can start next year. The biggest investment is the construction of a dam. It will not work without hundreds of millions of dollars. Water must be stored before a wetland environment can be created. Su Pinggan shook his head and said. Mr. Su forgot one thing. As far as I know, many countries in Africa have already started planting trees. According to the contract, we need to issue the first batch of funds. I roughly calculated that it will cost more than $1 million, Ho Minghe said on the side, and Su Pinggan and Wu Sikei both laughed. They actually planted trees. I thought they would give up on their own. Who of you bets with me that the survival rate of trees planted in these countries is less than half? Su Pinggan looked at the two and said. Ho Minghe and Wu Sikei looked at each other and shook their heads. Don't expect us to be fooled. Those lazy people will definitely not care about the trees they planted. Let alone half. It would be good if 30% can survive. Wu Sike knows the nature of those countries very well. Su Pinggan also laughed. Forget it, it's just a few million. It doesn't matter. They can't blame us for not supporting them if they don't make money. Ho Minghe and Wu Sike nodded and agreed with this. President, I think you must control the spending of technology companies. Although technology is our foundation, the spending of the two technology companies in France and China is really a bit high at present. The domestic ones are better, because there is a part of the income due to intelligent search. The technology companies in France have a lot of income, and the R&D expenses are not inferior to those of domestic technology companies. According to the current growth rate, it will take less than 2 years for the spending to surpass any research institute. It's not a big deal to keep investing without any return. Time will become a problem, Ho Minghe said, calling up the financial data of the French technology company. Old Ho, you don't need to worry about this. Several projects over there have made key breakthroughs, but I suppressed them and didn't let them go to the market. After the new year, one project will be directly marketed. By then, the patent fees alone will generate more than 1 billion euros in profits, Su Pinggan explained with a smile. Ho Minghe and Wu Sike were both stunned, and then laughed. Ho Minghe was relieved. The president had already made a strategic plan, which was good. After so many years in Shianqi Group, Ho Minghe had made up his mind to retire in Shianqi Group. He had already regarded the company as his own child, and he was dedicated to the company's growth from a financial perspective, caring about the company's development more than anyone else. By the way, I almost forgot an important thing. Old Wu, Bruce will also come to this annual meeting. You two should discuss and conduct a comprehensive review of the legal contracts of Shianqi Group and its various branches. If you find any problems, correct them immediately. If you don't have enough manpower, contact a famous law firm for cooperation. Our Shianqi Group must abide by relevant laws and regulations when developing abroad. We are stronger than anything else, Su Pinggan said seriously, looking at Wu Sike. Don't worry, President. When Bruce comes, we will discuss this matter and try to complete it in the first half of the year, Wu Sike said very seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and stood up. Wu Sike and Ho Minghe also stood up. The three of them left the screening room. This screening room was newly renovated by Feng Xia at the beginning of this year. It can be connected to the internet and is decorated very luxuriously. Su Pinggan originally planned to come here to watch movies or something when he was free, but he didn't expect to watch the news this time. After leaving the room, Su Pinggan was still thinking about purchasing a few blockbusters to show in 2 days and having a good time. It would be a waste if the screening room was not used. It must be used. A few days later, Feng Xia really received an order from Su Pinggan to arrange for the purchase of several blockbusters for screening, which made Feng Xia laugh and cry. Su Pinggan's performance was like a child. He shook his head and arranged for people to contact the film company to purchase the film. After purchasing 10 box office strong films in a row, Su Pinggan went directly to the screening room after work. He ate snacks, drank juice and watched movies. He didn't even play games. He was very comfortable. After a few days, Su Pinggan finally returned to normal. After the novelty wore off, he started working normally. He went directly to the Research Institute for inspection. He hadn't been to the institute for a long time, so he needed to discuss the project progress with Chen Fanchen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 This is the person you can truly trust. Time passed slowly. On this day, the US government announced that Pop won the election. This result surprised many people. Many people commented that this was a counterattack from the bottom of the American people. Su Pinggan saw the result in his office, leaned back, and began to ponder this matter. Will Pop's victory bring uncertainty to the development of Apocalypse Group? Will the impact be good or bad? Will the next step be to officially launch the American market or increase investment in China? Before the annual meeting, Su Pinggan must make a decision. At present, except for the mobile phone company and Poseidon Company, the other branches have not entered the American market. This is the result of Su Pinggan's deliberate control. Because of the super paint incident, the Americans launched an investigation on Su Pinggan and even planned to destroy the base of Apocalypse Group in Somalia. As a result, Su Pinggan took the initiative to solve it. Several people died in the United States and dozens of people died in Australia. It is definitely not over. Now that the new president has taken office, will he turn over the old accounts to clean himself up? Su Pinggan is not sure, and he dare not gamble. If he wants to clean himself up severely, it will be a heavy loss. I must discuss this issue with Gavin at the annual meeting and prepare in advance just in case. Just when Su Pinggan was busy, he suddenly received a call from French Congressman Hall. Hall, I'm glad to receive your call. What's the matter? Su Pinggan asked with a smile. Su, I may have to retire early. My body does not allow me to continue to struggle. The tense life in Congress is not suitable for me. I am currently in the hospital. The doctor told me to take good care of myself, Hall said directly. Hall, you should have retired a long time ago. Come to the Apocalypse group and give me some advice. The work is very easy. I will go to Paris to see you immediately. Let's announce this together, Su Pinggan said directly. He already understood the intention of Hall calling him. To put it bluntly, Hall was worried that Su Pinggan would not hire him as a consultant because of his health. At Hall's age, he would be useless if he suddenly became idle. A life of doing nothing is easy to get Alzheimer's disease. Hall smiled when he heard what Su Pinggan said. He was very happy. Su Pinggan was very considerate. He did not give up on himself because of his health. He became a consultant of Shaanxi Group. The work was not busy and very easy. He only needed to use his experience and connections to help Su Pinggan with some ideas. Hall still cared about this job. No need to run back and forth. It's almost the end of the year. It's the busiest time for the company. Don't delay the business. I will tell the boss and the group about the official retirement, Hall said directly. No, Hall, I really need your advice. I need to talk to the doctor. He must take good care of you. I won't feel at ease if I don't go there, Su Pinggan said directly. Hall looked satisfied. The two talked for a while and hung up the phone. Su Pinggan let out a long sigh. With Hall, an old Western politician, as an advisor, his international path would be easier and he could avoid a lot of trouble. After staying at the headquarters for a few days to arrange the company's affairs, Su Pinggan chartered a plane to Paris. When he arrived in Paris, he rested in the manor for a day and asked which hospital Hall was in. The next day, he went directly to the hospital with a bouquet of flowers. Hall knew it when Su Pinggan arrived in Paris. Although he was in the hospital, Hall still had his own news channels, and Hall also focused on this matter. To be a member of Congress, he was not a simple person. Hall was in a very good spirit. He had already told the bigwigs in the party that he had officially retired, and his body would not allow him to be busy anymore. They all knew Hall's physical condition, and they had visited Hall in the hospital and talked to the doctor about Hall's physical condition. They knew that Hall really couldn't hold on any longer. If he continued, his life might be in danger, so they agreed to Hall's resignation. The party agreed, and Hall's resignation was submitted to Congress, and it would be approved in a few days. Hall was not short of money. He joined the Apocalypse group to see how far Su Pinggan, a Chinese, could go. Su Pinggan's luck was the direction of Hall's research. Hall had seen many elites. Many of them were international elites. There had never been one as lucky as Su Pinggan. It was unimaginable that an Asian private enterprise could reach this point today. Hall wanted to see how high Su Pinggan could go in the end. In recent days, it can be seen from the various data inspection reports that Hall's body is recovering rapidly. When a person is in good spirits, his body will also move towards health. Even Hall's family members are surprised. Just a phone call with Su Pinggan can make Hall burn with the belief of a quick recovery. It is incredible. Even the attending doctor feels a little incredible. On this day, Su Pinggan appeared in the hospital and shook hands with Hall's wife Winnie and Hall's child Hoffman. Everyone went out. Su Pinggan and Hall chatted alone in the room. From time to time, Hall's hearty laughter came out. Winnie and Hoffman looked at each other and said, "It's been a long time since I heard my father laugh so happily." Yes, for many years, especially in recent years, I have been exhausted every day when I go home. I am really worried about his health. Now it seems that Hall joining the Apocalypse group may not be a bad thing. As long as he is happy, it's fine. Winnie looked at Hoffman and said. Hoffman nodded seriously. Su Pinggan talked with Hall for about half an hour before saying goodbye and leaving. After all, Hall's body is still very weak. After a few days of recovery, He will hold a press conference to officially announce that Hall has joined the Apocalypse Group as Su Ping'an's consultant. After returning home, Su Ping'an rested for a day, received a call from Mrs. Macron, and met with Macron secretly. The current situation is very unfavorable to Macron. According to the results of the opinion polls, Macron's approval rating is far behind others, and he is in a very bad mood. The two took time to meet on a yacht on the Seine River at night and discussed it together. Don't be discouraged. If you can't do it this time, just consider it as accumulating experience. Fight again in 5 years, Su Ping'an comforted Macron. I'm just a little unwilling. Macron raised his hand and drank the red wine in the glass. If you are unwilling, continue to play with them and see where your limits are. Only by seeing your limits clearly can you accumulate experience. You don't need to worry about the funding issue. I will provide you with another 50 million euros in funds, Su Ping'an said to Macron. I get along very well with Macron. When I first met Macron, Macron was just a secretary general, not a big shot. After working together for several years, both sides are very happy. Su Ping'an cherishes this personal connection very much. Thank you, Su. I will fight to the end. I think my supporters are also willing to see a fighter who refuses to admit defeat, Macron said with a deep breath. Su Ping'an raised his glass and clinked it with Macron's. They both drank it in one gulp, looked at each other, and laughed together. They were both courageous people who appreciated each other. The two of them finished a bottle of red wine and talked on the yacht for more than an hour. Su Ping'an said goodbye. After watching Su Ping'an leave, Macron watched the speedboat Su Ping'an was riding disappear into the night, and a smile appeared on his face. Su Ping'an was very nice. He supported himself even though he knew he would lose. This is a person who can be truly trusted. After resting for 2 days at the manor, Niels arrived and reported to Su Ping'an on the financial status of the European region. The financial software of the European branch is linked to the headquarters, and Niels has the authority to check the financial data of each department at any time. According to what you said, except for the French technology company, the rest of the research institutes are profitable, Su Ping'an said in surprise. This is not a small amount of money. Boss, they are indeed profitable. The entire European Research Institute has authorized more than 4,000 patent technologies this year, and many of them are absolutely leading the market. Although our licensing fees are not the highest, we are a multi-party licensing company and have signed licensing contracts with many companies. I roughly counted that we have cooperated with more than 7,000 companies in the world, many of which are large companies with assets of more than 1 billion euros. After using our patented technology for transformation and upgrading, the production and sales of products are booming. Our Scienki Research Institute has already made its own name. Many companies have said that if there is the latest technology suitable for them, they can contact them directly and the price is easy to negotiate, Niels reported directly. How much profit can they turn in? Su Ping'an became interested. Boss, keep it a little mysterious. The annual meeting is about to start, and the boss will know by then, Niels said with a smile, and Su Ping'an laughed. Okay, I'll keep it mysterious, Su Ping'an said with a smile. At noon, I had a nice drink with Niels and arranged a cart to take Niels back to the hotel. Niels stayed in Paris for 2 days before leaving. Su Ping'an then contacted Hall and asked about Hall's health. Hall said that there was no problem and that there was no problem attending the press conference. Su Ping'an began to make arrangements. A few days later, the major media in Paris received a notice that Su Ping'an would hold a private press conference at the Hilton Hotel. The media that received the notice sent personnel to arrive at the hotel on time, and the small media that did not receive the notice also sent people. When the time came, Su Ping'an and Hall walked from the backstage to the front desk. Today, Hall was dressed in a suit and looked very energetic. He talked and laughed with Su Ping'an. As soon as the two appeared, the reporters focused their attention. The scene was full of flashlights, which made Su Ping'an unable to open his eyes. Chapter 305, Scienki Group has 2 development directions. Su Ping'an and Hall looked at each other, and then Su Ping'an walked to the front desk, pressed his hands down, and the scene became quiet. Now Su Ping'an's aura is very strong, and he is used to speaking on the stage, without any tension. Thank you all media friends for coming. There are 2 things to announce today. The first thing is that Mr. Hall, a member of the French Parliament, will officially announce his retirement today. Su Ping'an looked at the media and announced the first news. As Su Ping'an's voice fell, Hall walked forward a few steps, and Su Pinggan left the podium and came to Hall and hugged Hall. The reporters at the scene took pictures, and many people raised their hands to ask questions. "Don't worry, there will be time for questions later," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and the reporters were quiet. "The second thing is that I will hire Mr. Hall as an exclusive consultant. From today, Mr. Hall will officially join the Apocalypse Group with an annual salary of €500,000, Su Pinggan announced the news with a serious face. As soon as Su Pinggan's voice fell, a beautiful woman came over with a plate. Su Pinggan picked up the big red appointment letter on the plate and handed it to Hall with both hands. Hall took it with both hands with a smile on his face. Su Pinggan and Hall each held the letter of appointment while accepting the photographer's photos. The dense flashlights made Su Pinggan wish he had sunglasses on his eyes at this moment. It was too damn dazzling. Next was the question time. Su Pinggan and Hall answered the reporters' questions with ease. Both of them were veterans, and their Tai Chi skills were perfect, so you couldn't find any faults. After about half an hour, the press conference was over. Su Pinggan and Hall went to the room upstairs to rest. They didn't drink alcohol, which was not good for Hall's health. Su Pinggan personally made tea, and the two chatted while drinking. "Hall, there's more than a month before the annual meeting. I want you to go to the sanatorium for a month. What do you think?" Su Pinggan looked at Hall and said. "No problem, I also think I need to recuperate and recover my energy. As a consultant, I can't attend the annual meeting without a good spirit," Hall said with a smile. "Okay, I'll arrange the recuperation. I'll go to the high-end sanatorium in Hawaii. The cost will be paid by the company. I believe you will be full of energy in a month," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Hall also smiled and nodded. "By the way, take your wife with you. I feel much more relieved when she accompanies you. Let your wife also go for a recuperation. The company will pay for it," Su Pinggan added. "Thank you, boss," Hall thanked sincerely. The cost of a high-end recuperation is not low. One person needs at least €200,000. The effect is also very significant. Two people are 400,000, which is basically the same as his annual salary. After drinking a few cups of tea, the two talked for a while and left. They took a car home separately. 2 days later, Hall and his wife flew directly to Hawaii for recuperation. There were 4 bodyguards around them. This is the treatment of consultants. Although the annual salary is not high, the benefits are super good. According to Su Pinggan's plan, Hall will go for recuperation twice a year to ensure that Hall's body will not have any problems. Then let Zingling secretly take care of it, so that Hall can work for many more years. Su Pinggan stayed in Paris for a few days before returning to the Celestial Empire. This time, he rested well at home for a few days and discussed with his parents about going out for a trip during the new year. When Su Hong was hesitating, his mother Qin Kaiksha agreed. Going on vacation in a tropical environment when it's cold was something I'd only seen on TV before, but now that I have the conditions, I have to enjoy it, so I left it to Su Pinggan to arrange. On this day, Su Pinggan inspected the recycling system in an all-round way. All branches were running well. After more than 30 adjustments, all aspects had been adjusted to the best state, and all kinds of data were recorded more comprehensively. However, Su Pinggan still found a problem, that is, the coordination problem between various enterprises. Although the spontaneous coordination is running smoothly at present, a department is still needed to coordinate and speed up the progress of all aspects. The CEOs of various enterprises are at the same level, and they are mainly responsible for their own responsibilities. This will cause the problem of disharmony and coherence. In addition, the recycling system will expand again starting next year, and there must be a team dedicated to this matter. This morning, Su Pinggan and Liu Wenjin got up and washed up. Wenjin, contact Korn Ferry International. The position is 1 general manager and 2 deputy general managers of the recycling system in Xianchao district. I will notify Korn Ferry International immediately. Liu Wenjin stood up and was about to handle it, but was stopped by Su Pinggan, who pulled Liu Wenjin into his arms. "No hurry, we'll go to the company after breakfast and handle it," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and his big hand moved towards the target. "Pa!" Liu Wenjin hit Su Pinggan's mischievous hand. "No time, be honest, you didn't toss enough last night," Liu Wenjin said with a red face. Su Pinggan smiled and let Liu Wenjin stand up. The two went downstairs to have breakfast together. After breakfast, the two took a car to the company. Su Pinggan entered the office and began to review documents, while Liu Wenjin began to contact Korn Ferry International. After reporting the position Su Pinggan needed, he began to process other documents. Time passed slowly. A week later, Yan Lehui of Korn Ferry International brought 4 people to J-City for an interview. These 4 were all senior talents. When they heard that Shaanxi Group was recruiting people, they agreed without saying a word. Everyone knew that Shaanxi Group was a real international giant company. It is an honor to be able to work in Shaanxi Group. Su Pinggan had a serious talk with the 4 people. Fei Kahao, the former vice president of Donghae Group, and Bao Xing, the former general manager of Rainbow Industrial Group, stayed. Bao Xing served as the general manager of Xianchao district of Shaanxi Recycling Resources Group, and Fei Kahao served as the deputy general manager. The 2 were given a week to arrange their family affairs. After a week, they reported to the headquarters to sign the legal contract. Both of them had no objection. They talked with Su Pinggan for a while and left. Time passed slowly, and it was December in a blink of an eye. The funds of the various branches of Shaanxi Group began to flow back to the headquarters. Su Pinggan issued a notice that the companies under Shaanxi Group should maintain 1 billion euros in working capital. And the research institute should maintain 500 million euros in working capital. After this order was issued, the affiliated companies began to make adjustments. Su Pinggan must have a reason for issuing such a notice. Just follow the order. As the founder of the company, Su Pinggan's prestige is very high, and no one has any doubts. Bao Xing and Fei Kahao have begun to take over the recycling system. After discussing with Su Pinggan, they became Shaanxi Recycling Resources Group and temporarily worked at the headquarters. According to Su Pinggan's opinion, the headquarters of Shaanxi Recycling Resources Group is in the provincial capital of Huai Province. The busy time passed quickly, and Su Pinggan also set off for the Hangzhou Science and Technology headquarters. The annual meeting was held at the Science and Technology headquarters. The general managers and deputy general managers of each branch have begun to report to Hangzhou one after another. On January 8, all the personnel had arrived, and all the senior executives had come. Su Pinggan called Jin Wenwen over and asked Jin Wenwen to arrange for these branch senior executives to visit the Science and Technology headquarters. The companies settled in the Hangzhou Science and Technology headquarters also repeatedly emphasized discipline, and whoever embarrassed themselves would be punished. Su Pinggan was chatting with Hall in the office. Hall was now in high spirits. As Su Pinggan's consultant, he must have access to the core information of the entire Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan did not hide it and gave a detailed introduction to all aspects of the Apocalypse Group, including setting up a small base in Somalia and building a base on Apocalypse Island. He told Hall about it, and even did not hide the secret war with the United States. Hall was shocked to hear it. "I feel like I have fallen into a wolf's den," Hall said to Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan laughed ha. "Hall, this is the situation. The election results in the United States have already appeared. The new president will be sworn in soon. The future attitude towards the Apocalypse Group is very critical. Next year, the Apocalypse Group has 2 development directions. First, we will fully expand the American market, so that the Apocalypse Group can truly cover the world and become a real international giant. Second, we will deepen the market of the Celestial Empire and increase investment in the Celestial Empire. This is the foundation of the Apocalypse Group and we cannot afford to lose it. The first major event next year is to launch a satellite dedicated to the Apocalypse Group. With a dedicated satellite, our internal communications will have confidentiality to talk about, and we don't have to worry about being eavesdropped. How to proceed? I want to hear your opinion." Su Pinggan looked at Hall and asked. "Boss, I need to think about it seriously. After all, I just learned about the situation of the Apocalypse Group. I must analyze it carefully," Hall said truthfully. "This is not a trivial matter. To join the Apocalypse Group, you must show your strength, so that you can reflect your value. Okay, give me an answer after the Celestial Empire New Year is over," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Hall nodded. The 2 began to drink tea and chat. Mainly Hall asked questions and Su Pinggan answered. Su Pinggan's answer was relatively general, and Hall asked directly about the questions he had. And Su Pinggan answered truthfully so that Hall could have a clear judgment. The 2 discussed for about an hour. While they were chatting, Liu Wenjin came in with a document. The list of participants had been drawn up. After Su Pinggan confirmed that it was correct, he would issue a notice and arrange the meeting seats. President of Apocalypse Group, Su Pinggan assistant to the President of Apocalypse Group, Liu Wenjin advisor to the President of Apocalypse Group, Hall Financial Director of Apocalypse Group, Ho Minghe Financial Director of Apocalypse Group Europe, Niels Legal Minister of Apocalypse Group Xian Chao, Wu Sike Legal Minister of Apocalypse Group Europe, Bruce General Manager of Poseidon Biological Preparation Company, Kyle Deputy General Manager of Poseidon Biological Preparation Company, Moore General Manager of Apocalypse Technology Company, Kiao Yichin, Xian Chao District, Deputy General Managers of Apocalypse Technology Company, Xiao Yingji, LV Xiangjin, Xian Chao District, General Manager of Apocalypse Mobile Phone Group. Ding Zhijin Deputy General Managers of Apocalypse Mobile Phone Group, Zhang Zhijin, Ma Xianke General Manager of Apocalypse Game Company, Yi Changlin, Xian Chao District, Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Game Company, Chang Xingxin, Xian Chao District, General Manager of Apocalypse Paint Company, Aubrey Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Paint Company, Fei Linda General Manager of Apocalypse Solar Energy Group, Burson Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Solar Energy Group, Carol General Manager of Apocalypse Renewable Resources Group, Bao Xing, Xian Chao District, Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Renewable Resources Group, Fei Kaheo, Xian Chao District, General Manager of Apocalypse Comprehensive Research Institute. Chen Fansheng General Manager of Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute, Germany. Barry General Manager of Apocalypse Renewable Resources Research Institute, UK. Gilbert General Manager of Apocalypse Mechanical Equipment Research Institute, Italy. Darian General Manager of Apocalypse Biological Research Institute, Austria. Pippin General Manager of Apocalypse Games Company, France. Jaeger General Manager of Apocalypse Technology Company, France. Coaster General Manager of Apocalypse Weapons Company, Italy. Bannon Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Weapons Company, Italy. Baker General Manager of Apocalypse Group Xian Chao Security Company, Chen Killen General Manager of Apocalypse Group Black Fox Security Company. Buck General Manager of Apocalypse Island, Hubert Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Island, Lei Yushin General Manager of Apocalypse Investment Company, Jizu Ie General Manager of Apocalypse Investment Company Japan Branch, Watanabe Yoko General Manager of Apocalypse Video Company, Duans Hehe Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Video Company, Chang Boqiang. Chapter 306, To communicate with me, you must speak Chinese. Early in the morning, the administrative department of the technology headquarters began to get busy. Cleaning staff were arranged in advance to clean up, especially the large conference room, which was the top priority. The number of security personnel was also increased. The general managers of the global branches of Xianqi Group were all here, and they had to show their spirit. The headquarters vehicles began to set off one after another, picking up the senior executives from the hotel to the conference room. The seats in the conference room had been arranged. You just need to find your seat when you enter the conference room, and you can't sit randomly. Su Pinggan had his hair done yesterday. After breakfast this morning, he was in a well-fitting suit and took Liu Wenjin to the technology headquarters. The vehicle was a high-end business car specially ordered from Volkswagen. The business car was spacious and not so depressing. It met Su Pinggan's requirements very well. It was an office and a bar in one. It was specially built for high-end people. It was bulletproof, explosion-proof and smash-proof. The price was not cheap, and one car was worth millions. There were 2 cars in front and behind to escort. These escort vehicles were also good cars. The specially ordered 4 circles and 5 cars formed a convoy and drove towards the technology headquarters. It was very imposing along the way. When entering the park, they didn't go to the parking lot at all, but drove directly to the flagship main building. After Su Pinggan got off the car and went upstairs, the car drove to the side and waited. There was a special person waiting. The conference room was spacious and bright, with green plants placed around. A set of medium-sized air purifiers had started running. The air in the room was fresh. The seats were already full of people, all talking in low voices. With a bang, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Su Pinggan walked in with Liu Wenjin. Everyone stood up, including Hall. Someone next to him had already told Hall the rules of the Xianqi Group's meetings. Su Pinggan strode to the main seat and sat down. "Hello, President," everyone said in unison. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand for everyone to sit down. Everyone began to sit down and quickly adjusted their sitting posture. Everyone, 16 years have passed. According to international historical calculations, it is now 17 years. Last year, Xianqi Group made great strides forward. The company has developed many projects and further improved its profitability. This is all thanks to you all. Your hard work will be reflected in the year-end bonus. I hope everyone will continue to work hard this year and create new glory." Su Pinggan looked at everyone and said, and everyone immediately began to applaud. The new staff members who joined this year may not be able to speak the Chinese language, but the old staff members can already speak the Chinese language fluently. Su Pinggan said that the official language of the Apocalypse Group is the Chinese language. You must meet this standard. If you fail to meet the standard, a certain amount of year-end bonus will be deducted. I am the president and the boss. You can only make it convenient for me, not for me. You must speak the Chinese language when communicating with me. This order is very overbearing, which makes Kyle and others suffer a lot. There is no other way. For the sake of money, they must study the Chinese language. If the employees of each branch want to be promoted, the requirements for the bottom management may not be much, but for the promotion of the top management, the Chinese language is a skill that must be mastered. This year, Mr. Hall joined the Apocalypse Group, and Bolson and others also joined the Apocalypse Group. You should introduce yourself and get to know everyone. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he looked at Hall, and Hall stood up. Hall, Bolson and other new staff members who joined this year all stood up and introduced themselves. Su Pinggan took a sip of tea. "Kyle, the old rules, let you start." Su Pinggan looked at Kyle and said. Kyle smiled and stood up. Poseidon was the founding industry of the Apocalypse Group and had the highest status. Kyle's status was also very high. He was the first to speak at the annual meeting every year, which perfectly reflected Kyle's status. President, colleagues, Poseidon Company launched a new product last year, Bright Number 1, which received a great response in the market. This product is a great boon to people who use their eyes frequently, and it is also a boon to those who wear glasses. People are nearsighted because they lack a healthy substance in their eyes. This substance is very critical and is an important indicator for maintaining human eye health. Countries around the world have been studying this topic. The Austrian Apocalypse Biological Research Institute has made a breakthrough. They extracted some special substances from several plants and synthesized them. After human experiments, people with low myopia completely got rid of their eyes. At the same time, taking one pill a day also has a strong healthcare effect on the eyesight of the elderly, and has a significant improvement in blurred vision. Due to the limitation of raw materials, it is currently only on the market in Europe. It has been on the market in Europe for 2 months and has achieved good results. It costs €500 a bottle and each bottle has 30 pills. This price has not stopped people's enthusiasm for buying. At present, we have begun to lay out the raw material production areas. At present, we have only completed the raw material layout in Spain and Greece. We have invested $360 million in Spain to purchase 7 farms for merger. We will fully grow raw materials and build a raw material warehouse and refining plant. We spent $270 million in Greece to purchase 8 cattle farms to grow raw materials and build a raw material refining plant. At present, our next step will be to invest in establishing raw material bases in Australia, China, and the United States. Considering the cost issue, we need the help of headquarters in this area. We plan to build the world's largest raw material production base in the Western Plateau of China, and build a raw material refining plant to ensure sufficient supply of raw materials. The reason for building so many raw material bases is that we will launch a new product in 2017. We have been conducting human experiments for more than half a year. The data is very good, and no signs of harm to the human body have been found. The raw materials of the two have something in common. A plant that grows in plateau areas must be planted in large quantities to meet demand. After calculation, the best planting place is in Xinjiang province of China. If the headquarters comes forward to coordinate, it will speed up our progress. In 2016, we paid a profit of €11 billion. This number is not as much as last year. We have retained more than €3 billion in funds. This part of the funds will be used to complete our raw material base plan. When all our raw material bases are built, we Poseidon are confident that we will create a new profit record. Kyle looked at Su Pinggan and gave a brief overview. Kyle, you don't need to worry about the coordination. I will take care of it. Thank you for your group's 16 years of hard work. Your hard work will be reflected in the year-end bonus, Su Pinggan said with a smile, waving his hand for Kyle to sit down, and everyone applauded. He is worthy of being the god of the sea. This profit is really enviable. I believe what Kyle said. Once the layout of raw materials is completed, the profit margin will definitely increase again. Hall was full of emotion. No wonder Su Pinggan's Apocalypse Group can rise. The profitability of the God of the Sea is really amazing. It turns out that the outside world does not take the analysis of the profit of the God of the Sea as 10 billion a year seriously. Now it seems that the outside world underestimates the ability of the God of the Sea. Aubrey, tell me about yours, Su Pinggan said with a smile. The God of the Sea and the Apocalypse Paint Company are the two companies that Su Pinggan is most assured of. The profits are terrifying and can be called the cornerstone of the rise of the Apocalypse Group. Aubrey stood up. President, colleagues, Cheyenne Paint Company launched 2 new products last year and achieved good results in the Cheyenne-Cheo district. We turned over 15.7 billion euros in profits to the headquarters throughout the year, and these profits were mainly contributed by Super Paint. We have also entered the European market with new products, but sales are limited due to price reasons. This year, we will build a factory in Europe and expand the civilian market with all our strength. The technological content of our civilian products is not low, and it will become our main profit growth point this year. We don't need support from the headquarters to open new branches and markets. We have reserved 3.5 billion euros for development. According to the plan we have made, we will complete the layout in Europe and America this year and create a new high in profits. Aubrey said it very simply, but Su Pinggan knew that Aubrey was not simple at all. The price of new products is not low, and coupled with tariffs and other reasons, it is not easy for Aubrey to enter the European market. There are reasons for his own restrictions. It is time to loosen up with Aubrey. Aubrey, you and Felina have worked hard. I approve your expansion into the European and American markets this year. If you need support from the headquarters, just submit a report. Civilian products are also a big profit growth point. It depends on your performance this year, Su Pinggan said, and waved his hand for Aubrey to sit down. We will definitely not let the boss down this year. Aubrey looked at Su Pinggan's serious expression. Su Pinggan nodded, and Aubrey sat down. Everyone applauded. Hall's heart was already in turmoil. No wonder Su Pinggan acted like he had no shortage of money all day long. The profits of Poseidon Company and Paint Company were really terrifying. He could understand why those financial companies were constipated when they mentioned Apocalypse Group. It was too uncomfortable to see that they couldn't make money. Jaeger, tell me about your development, Su Pinggan said to Jaeger, and Jaeger stood up. President, colleagues, I took over the French game company this year. We launched 3 games this year, 1 failed, 1 performed mediocrely, and 1 made a profit. We have operated a large-scale PC game of the Chinese game company. Currently, there are more than 200,000 registered players and about 100,000 active players. In my opinion, this result is unsatisfactory. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the cultural differences between the East and the West. Our translation of the game is not accurate enough. We have already started the translation and verification of the game terms, and will update and revise them next month. At the same time, we will increase the promotion of the game and strive to achieve greater profits. Starting in August last year, we purchased a lot of copyrights and started to produce the large-scale PC game Chaos World. This is a large-scale project with an estimated production cycle of more than 1 year. It integrates Western mythology, Egyptian mythology, and Middle Eastern mythology. It is a typical Western culture. Our game company has changed a lot in the past year. Many project teams have been reorganized, and now they have begun to rejuvenate. Throughout the year, after deducting the 160 million yuan in funds supported by the headquarters, we handed over 120 million euros in profits to the headquarters. We don't expect to pay much profit this year, because we will increase our investment in new projects. We don't need support from the headquarters. We can solve it with our own funds. Jaeger gave a brief report to the game company. Jaeger, how much do you have left in your own funds? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, we have more than 300 million euros in our own funds, Jaeger said seriously. Su Pinggan frowned. Jaeger was obviously stunned when he saw Su Pinggan's expression. Chapter 307, Losses of 4 billion. Jaeger, have you seen the notice sent by the headquarters before the new year? Su Pinggan stared at Jaeger and said. Yes, Jaeger said truthfully, knowing that he had made a mistake. Orders issued by the headquarters must be executed. There is no room for negotiation on this point. You violated it this time and you must accept the punishment. Half of your year-end bonus will be deducted. Do you have any objection? Su Pinggan stared at Jaeger expressionlessly. No, Yeager had a painful expression on his face. Deducting half of the year-end bonus was a huge sum of money. Everyone else was shocked. They didn't expect Sue Pingan's punishment to be so severe. Kyle and Bolson also had expressionless faces. The headquarters orders must be executed. If you dare to violate them, you must be punished. Sue Pingan's decisiveness was normal. The headquarters has strategic considerations for requiring each branch to have a certain amount of its own funds. Even if you don't hand over much profit, you must implement it in place. If your own funds are not in place, you don't have to hand over the profits. Of course, you don't have any year-end bonuses. I hope you remember this punishment and take it as a warning. Others should also learn from Yeager's lesson. The headquarters orders must be executed unconditionally. The first time will be punished, the second time will be expelled, and serious cases will be held legally responsible. Sue Pingan looked around and said seriously. After the meeting, you will submit your annual plan and apply for the required funds. The headquarters will approve it according to the actual situation. After Sue Pingan finished speaking, he waved his hand and asked Yeager to sit down. Everyone gave him a polite applause. Hall looked at everything in front of him and nodded secretly. There is no order without rules. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. Only by clearly distinguishing rewards and punishments can you be a qualified leader. Sue Pingan has grown into a qualified president of an international giant. Coaster, tell me about yourself, Sue Pingan said, looking at Coaster. Coaster stood up, feeling relieved that he had made the right bet and had escaped a disaster. Coaster knew very well what Yeager was thinking. After repeated consideration, he did not do so. This bet was right. President, colleagues, I joined the Apocalypse Group this year and am currently in charge of the French Apocalypse Technology Company. This year, our technology company has undergone a major operation and adjusted dozens of project personnel. 273 employees were eliminated throughout the year, and 458 new high-quality employees were hired throughout the year. There are currently 71 projects underway, 536 patents were obtained throughout the year, and the annual revenue was 460 million. We were in the red last year. After deducting revenue, our loss was as high as 4.2 billion euros. This was mainly due to the acquisition of millimeter wave patents and huge team expenses. At present, we have 310 million euros in cash on the books, which has not met the requirements of the headquarters. This year, we will increase our R&D efforts and strive to achieve profitability. I have sent the specific plan to the president's email, and I hope the headquarters will approve it. Coaster looked at Sue Pingan and said. Sue Pingan nodded. Coaster, I haven't seen the plan yet. But it will be difficult for you to make a profit this year. Come to my house the day after tomorrow and I will tell you the details, Sue Pingan said to Coaster. Yes, I will be there on time, Coaster said seriously. Sue Pingan waved his hand and asked Coaster to sit down. Everyone applauded, and they could see that Coaster was also a capable person. Bolson, tell me about yours, Sue Pingan said with a smile, and Bolson also stood up with a smile on his face. President, colleagues, my name is Bolson. I am in charge of Shyanki Light Energy Group. Shyanki Light Energy was established only last year. The company mainly produces carbon crystal solar panels and operates large-scale photovoltaic power stations. Last year, it operated normally for 2 months. We were not satisfied with just producing carbon crystal solar panels, but actively expanded in other areas. Carol, the deputy general manager, was busy in the United States and signed 5 microgrid construction agreements with 5 large power supply groups in the United States. After the microgrid operates normally for 2 months, the Wujia Large Power Supply Group will make large-scale purchases, which will bring us great profits. At the same time, the 24 large photovoltaic power stations we operate in Xianchao have also replaced solar panels. Last year, after deducting the investment expenses since the establishment of our light energy company, we turned in 400 million euros in profits to the headquarters throughout the year. We retained 1.8 billion in self-retained funds because we collected advance payments. At present, many contracts have not been executed. The more funds are reserved for purchasing raw materials. This year, once the microgrid is successfully tested in the United States, we will promote it globally. I believe that our Shyanki Light Energy Group will achieve large-scale profits, Borson said to everyone. Borson, how long will the current raw material reserves last? Sue Pingan looked at Borson and asked. President, the current raw material reserves are enough for us to produce non-stop for a month, and new raw materials enter the warehouse every day, Bolson answered truthfully. Go back and make arrangements. The raw material reserves will double to ensure normal production for 2 months, Su Pinggan said to Bolson. Yes, I will go back and adjust it immediately, Bolson said respectfully. Su Pinggan had just punished Tigger, so everyone was cautious. The president's authority should not be offended. Carol, are there any difficulties in the construction of microgrids? Su Pinggan asked Carol, and Carol stood up immediately. President, the microgrid technology is still in the testing stage. The biggest problem is the inverter conversion rate and high energy density battery capacity. A photovoltaic power station of a certain scale can completely reduce the power supply cost. It's just that part of the cost is taken away by the inverter manufacturer and the battery manufacturer, Carol said unhappily, and the rest of the people smiled slightly. Su Pinggan also smiled. Carol's personality of eating alone is very suitable for Su Pinggan's appetite. Bolson, Carol, you should communicate with Barry and Coaster on these 2 issues. Maybe there will be great gains. Bolson and Carol's eyes lit up, and they immediately stared at Barry and Coaster. The same was true for the others. Could it be that these 2 projects have already achieved results? Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Barry and Coaster looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The boss really knew how to make trouble for himself. I'm afraid they will be bothered by them in the future. Su Pinggan waved his hand and asked the 2 to sit down. Everyone applauded. They all knew in their hearts that this was a company comparable to Poseidon and the paint company, and it was another high-profit enterprise belonging to the Apocalypse Group. Old Joe, tell me about the situation on your side, Su Pinggan said to Qiao Yicheng, and Qiao Yicheng stood up directly. President, colleagues, our technology company was in a loss last year. We spent $5.3 billion on acquisitions, increased our staff by more than 5,000 people, and the total number of employees reached more than 8,000. We are currently conducting 117 research projects. At present, our technology company's intelligent search engine firmly occupies the first place in China's search engine, with more than 90 million paying users. Including our external patent authorization, the annual revenue is a little more than 2.7 billion, and the loss is as high as 4 billion. Last year, we obtained a total of 1,628 patent technologies. This year we will continue to work hard to achieve new breakthroughs and strive to achieve a major breakthrough to turn losses into profits. Qiao Yicheng's introduction was very simple, mainly because some things could not be told to the outside world. This was Su Pinggan's repeated request. Old Qiao, after the meeting, we will conduct a comprehensive review of each project. Those projects with long R&D time and unclear progress will be temporarily sealed, and personnel will be diverted to other projects to speed up the research and development of other projects. I will give you a goal, and you must cut 7 projects in April. Su Pinggan looked at Qiao Yicheng expressionlessly and said. Yes, I will do it immediately, Qiao Yicheng said directly. Some projects really need to be sealed. It's not that there's a problem with the theory, but that the hardware can't keep up. We can only wait until the hardware equipment catches up before we can start research. Su Pinggan waved his hand to let Qiao Yicheng sit down. Everyone applauded. Many people understood Qiao Yicheng's difficulties. It's not so easy to run such a large company. It's not easy for Qiao Yicheng to achieve this level. Old Ding, tell me about your stall, Su Pinggan said to Ding Zhijian, and Ding Zhijian stood up. President, colleagues, the mobile phone company has been doing only one thing last year, that is, to build our ecosystem. At present, the Apocalypse mobile phone has landed in more than 50 countries around the world, and the global sales volume ranks 3rd. Our system store currently has more than 17,000 applications, with various syntax versions, basically covering all aspects of life. Of course, there are still some flaws, which we cannot make up for in a short time. We will continue to work hard to make the ecosystem bigger. Throughout the year, we handed over 4.7 billion euros to the headquarters, and the company retained 2.8 billion euros in operating funds. This year, we will launch the 2nd generation of Apocalypse mobile phones, and the comprehensive performance in all aspects will be greatly improved. Either don't do it, or do it to be the world's number 1. We are confident that we will create higher profits this year. Ding Zhijian made a brief report on the situation of the mobile phone company. What is the most obvious difference between the 2nd generation of Apocalypse mobile phones and the 1st generation? Su Pinggan looked at Ding Zhijian and asked. First, the operating system has been fully upgraded, and the fluency has been improved by 60% compared to the 1st generation. Second, The memory capacity has been increased to 8 GB, and the expansion capacity starts at 250 GB. Third, the screen material we use is the latest generation of AMOLED screen. The color and sensitivity have been greatly improved compared to before, and it is also equipped with a stylus. Fourth, we have added fingerprint locks and iris locks, and upgraded a privacy contract to further protect the privacy of the owner. Fifth, we have reached a cooperation with Microsoft to fully install Microsoft's Office system. Purchasing a mobile phone is equivalent to using genuine Office software for free, which can be updated at any time. Of course, we have also reached an agreement on privacy, and Microsoft abides by our privacy agreement. Sixth, we have also made adjustments to the sound effects of the phone. The 4 high-definition sound effects can be adjusted freely, the call clarity is twice as high as before, and the noise filtering has been greatly improved. Seventh, we have cooperated with relevant departments in China. Mobile phones sold in the Chinese mainland use the beat-out positioning system, and areas outside the Chinese mainland use the US GPS positioning system. Ding Xiaojun made a key introduction and many people nodded. The new generation of Apocalypse mobile phone has been improved a lot and is totally worth replacing. It can be used for both office and entertainment, and the 250 GB expanded memory is definitely enough. Chapter 308. This is the basis for the invincibility of the Apocalypse Group. Beat-out system. Is beat-out system commercially available? Su Pingyan was a little surprised. This was really unexpected. We are using the test version to help relevant departments conduct tests and collect data. According to the agreement, it will start running at the beginning of next month. We have 2 project teams involved in the cooperation. It is expected that it will be verified in 2 months. After our mobile phone is put on sale, we will maintain an upgrade frequency of 1 to 2 months, and gradually improve and perfect beat-out commercial data. According to the agreement, after our mobile phone is launched, the personnel of administrative units in various places must replace their mobile phones and use our new generation of mobile phones. We are also following the practice of the United States. After the commercial use of beat-out is perfected in domestic trials, the 3rd generation of Xianqi mobile phones can be used globally, Ding Xiaojun explained. Everyone, including Su Pingyan, brightened up. Damn, this is government procurement, which means that tens of millions of mobile phone sales have been booked. The status of Xianqi Group in the Celestial Empire is indeed extraordinary. Hall narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Pingyan seriously. He felt that he still underestimated Su Pingyan's influence in the Celestial Empire. Su Pingyan has a market of 1.4 billion people supporting him. This is the fundamental reason why Xianqi Group is invincible. What about the price? What price do you plan to set? Su Pingyan continued to ask, his face as calm as ever. The price of 250 GB remains at 6,000 yuan, and the price of 500 GB remains at 7,000 yuan. Consumers can pay in installments, with 24 installments interest-free. We expect the 2nd generation Apocalypse mobile phone to set a new record, Ding Xiaojun said seriously. I'll look forward to your performance, Su Pingyan said with a smile, waving his hand for Ding Xiaojun to sit down, and everyone applauded. Apocalypse mobile phone company is really powerful. With a further establishment of the ecosystem, the future is promising. In addition, with the support of the Chinese market, Apocalypse mobile phone is fully capable of impacting the world's #1 sales throne. Changlin, tell me about your stall, Su Pingyan said after taking a sip of tea, and Yi Changlin stood up. President, colleagues, the game company is required by the headquarters to maintain 1 billion euros in working capital. Therefore, the profit we turned in for the whole year is only more than 100 million euros. At present, we are mainly running 2 major projects. The first is the Three Kingdoms battle game, and the second is the large-scale terminal game Xianji Civilization. The most profitable one is the Xianji Civilization terminal game. We have now started running the second large-scale version, Buwu Xiangxia. Last year, our costs increased a lot. We further improved the data configuration of various aspects of the game and added 1,400 people. We overturned the 3rd version, Shattered Void, and remade it. There have been qualitative improvements in all aspects. Currently, the game has been allowed in 4 countries, namely China, France, Han Dynasty, and Japan. According to the statistical data we have obtained, the growth rate of Japanese players is the fastest, becoming the 2nd largest market after China. This year, we plan to launch the 3rd version in June or July, and complete the promotion in the United States, Canada, Australia, and Europe this year to further expand profits. At the same time, We will promote the Three Kingdoms battle game and complete the initial global layout. In this way, we are sure that our profits will reach new highs. Yi Changlin spoke of the game company's plan with confidence. How do you control the plugins and studio profits? Su Pingyan looked at Yi Changlin and asked. These two aspects are very critical. Plugins can ruin a game and must be strictly controlled. Studios must be controlled within a reasonable range. Once they are rampant, they will be a disaster. This is a technical job. We never show mercy in cracking down on plugins. So far, we have blocked more than 700,000 accounts in total, which has helped to crack down on plugins. Due to the huge losses, players now basically block plugins on their own initiative. At the same time, we have prosecuted 132 people. These people use plugins to make illegal profits, which has hit the arrogance of plugin makers. As for studios, we focus on monitoring and cracking down on them to prevent them from destroying the economic balance in the game, Yi Changlin explained, and Su Pingyan nodded. Yi Changlin was attentive. Keep up the good work and don't be proud. Game companies still have the big mountain of Blizzard in front of them. I'll give you a goal, surpass Blizzard. Su Pingyan looked at Yi Changlin and said, and Yi Changlin nodded. Su Pingyan then waved his hand and asked Yi Changlin to sit down. Everyone applauded Yi Changlin. They all understood the difficulties of the Chinese gaming industry. It was not easy to enter the international market. Yi Changlin was a talent. Duan Zihei, tell me about your business, Su Pingyan said while looking at Duan Zihei. Duan Zihei stood up. President, colleagues, Apocalypse Video Company is a newly established company. We have only been officially operating for a few months. We are still in a loss-making state. We have not turned in a single penny of profit throughout the year, and the amount of loss is 3.7 billion. Last year, the company acquired 4 video websites and integrated them, cooperated with film and television companies in China, the United States, and Europe, and purchased the copyrights of hundreds of movies and TV series. After several months of integration, it is now on the right track. After the company's functional departments were improved, we started to produce our own TV series and movies. Of course, the purchase of copyrights of excellent foreign movies and TV series is still ongoing, as well as the broadcast and network broadcasting copyrights of some sports programs, enriching our content step by step. This year, we will produce application software to land on Apocalypse mobile phones, Guaguo mobile phones, and Android systems. It will be in full bloom. It costs a lot of money to build this ecosystem. I expect we will still lose money this year. I beg the headquarters to continue to support us. We are confident that we will make a profit within 2 years, Duan Zihei said bitterly. According to the plan, the profit target cannot be achieved this year, so it is better to tell the truth. Zhi, don't feel pressured. The first rule of Shianki Group is to tell the truth. Losses are not terrible. What's terrible is that you don't know why you're losing money. What's more terrible is that you don't dare to tell the truth. We'll solve the problems if they arise. It's no big deal. But if you tell a lie, it's unforgivable. Do it well. The headquarters will continue to support you and strive to turn losses into profits as soon as possible. By the way, you only need to log into Shianki mobile phone. There is no need to log into other systems. Shianki Video Company was established to enrich our ecosystem, not to enrich the ecosystem of other systems. You must remember this. Su Pingyan looked at Duan Zihei and said. Yes, I will make adjustments immediately after the meeting. Duan Zihei looked serious. Su Pingyan nodded and asked Duan Zihei to sit down. Everyone applauded. Even if the video website loses money, it is temporary. This is clear. There are ready-made examples to find. Shianki Video can accept losses for 2 years. Once it makes a profit, it will make up for the losses in 1 year. Everyone is confident about this. Su Pingyan took a sip of tea, looked at Barry and said with a smile, Barry, tell me about you. Barry also stood up with a smile. President, colleagues, the German Shianki Advanced Materials Research Institute has made great progress in the past year. We turned losses into profits and handed over 300 million euros to the headquarters. The reason why we can turn losses into profits is due to the breakthrough of Dr. Naren's carbon crystal solar panels. According to the authorization, we can get a considerable amount of patent fees from Shianki Light Energy every month. Barry said this with a smile, and others also laughed. Bolson smiled and shook his head. We authorized more than 200 patents throughout the year, which brought us 1.1 billion euros in revenue. After deducting the funds for normal operations, we retain €500 million in funds for standby. This year, we will expand, acquire 3 research institutes, and add 6 research projects. We use our own funds to solve it, and we don't need the support of the headquarters. After the boss changed the internal cooperation agreement, our institute became the biggest beneficiary. Thank you, boss, Barry said directly. This time, including Su Pinggan, everyone laughed. The previous rule of Shyanki Group was that internal enterprises used the patents of the institute free of charge. Su Pinggan directly changed the rule. Internal enterprises also need to pay patent fees to use them. Of course, the price is not high, and the internal price is used. But this is not a small amount of money. In just a few months, the institute received a large sum of money. Some institutes no longer need the headquarters to allocate funds and can make profits. Barry, don't be proud, keep up the good work, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Barry nodded with a smile. Now Barry is extremely relaxed. After Dr. Naren's carbon crystal solar panel came out last year, Su Pinggan immediately allocated bonuses, rewarding Dr. Naren with €40 million and Barry with €5 million. The 15 members of Dr. Naren's team were rewarded with €1 million each, and given 2 months of paid vacation, and €100,000 of vacation expenses during the vacation. Everyone was happy, and the rewards given by the Apocalypse Group were very generous. After the vacation, they can submit their own research projects, or join other research teams for research. After Dr. Naren's global speech activities are over, they can continue to work in Dr. Naren's project team for research. Internal transfers are very convenient. Dr. Naren got the title of the father of new energy as he wished. He started to give global speeches this year. It would be no problem for him to become a billionaire in a year. He talked with Su Pinggan. After the tour, he continued to return to the Institute for Research. Su Pinggan welcomed him with both hands. Su Pinggan took a sip of tea and waved his hand to let Barry sit down. Everyone applauded for Barry's humor, and the atmosphere of the meeting became more relaxed. Gilbert, tell me about the situation over there, Su Pinggan said to Gilbert, and Gilbert stood up directly. President, colleagues, the British Renewable Resources Research Institute also made a big breakthrough last year. We had 1,822 patents throughout the year, and authorized more than 1,100 patents, with a cumulative income of £1.8 billion. Many projects have achieved great results. Of course, according to the arrangement of the headquarters, we have not authorized these results to the outside world, and they are reserved for internal use. The annual profit paid to the headquarters is £900 million. This year, we will launch 9 new projects and acquire 2 research institutes to strive to achieve new profits. Gilbert briefly introduced the research institute he was in charge of. When is the plastic resource recycling project expected to break through? Su Pinggan asked Gilbert while looking at him. Boss, now we are just missing one key issue. A breakthrough may come tomorrow, or it may take several months. We are focusing on public relations and are confident that a breakthrough can be made within 3 months. The cost will be much lower than plastic raw materials, and the quality will meet EU food grade standards, Gilbert said with certainty. Chapter 309 When will I be able to spend all the money? After listening to Gilbert's introduction, everyone was surprised. Plastic recycling has been developed to this extent. It is unimaginable. All countries in the world have no way to deal with plastic waste. It is very troublesome. Once Shyanki Group breaks through in plastic waste recycling, it will make a huge profit. Shyanki Group's renewable resource system will be further improved and can be launched globally. Beozing and Feicaheo's eyes lit up, and they looked at each other with excitement. Now they have a deep understanding of the renewable resource system and are very clear about the value of this research. What about electronic waste recycling? Su Pinggan continued to ask. This is still under research. I have communicated with General Manager Chen Fanchen, and we have also exchanged data. The progress in this area is indeed not great. The main problem is that the toxic gas problem of electronic product recycling is difficult to solve. It is impossible to break through this problem in a short time. It is really difficult to decompose toxic gas and venom harmlessly, Gilbert said seriously, and Su Pinggan nodded. After the annual meeting, you should go back and be prepared. Let the several teams conducting marine research be prepared. Our marine research ship has begun to paint. After the painting is completed, it will be completely completed and ready for relocation. Su Pinggan looked at Gilbert and said, Yes, I will arrange it immediately after the meeting, Gilbert said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and waved for Gilbert to sit down, and everyone applauded. Darian, tell me about the situation over there, Su Pinggan asked, and Darian stood up directly. President, colleagues, the Italian Mechanical Equipment Research Institute achieved a historic breakthrough last year. We obtained more than 600 unique patent technologies throughout the year, and authorized more than 1,400 patent technologies throughout the year. The annual profit was 2.8 billion euros, thanks to our patent authorization. Among them, 27 exclusive patent authorizations brought us a lot of profits. We turned over 1.2 billion euros to the headquarters and retained 1 billion euros in working capital. This year, we will add 4 research projects and make more efforts on the fully automated production line. It is expected that this year's profit can hit a new record high, Darian said seriously. Many people were surprised that the Italian Mechanical Equipment Research Institute actually made so much profit. It was unimaginable. I thought that the research institutes in Germany and the United Kingdom were already awesome, but I didn't know that Italy was even more powerful. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand to let Darian sit down. Everyone applauded and understood that it was not so simple to control a research institute. The cumbersomeness was definitely above that of a large enterprise. Pippin, tell me about your stall, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Pippin stood up with a smile on his face. President, colleagues, last year, our Austrian Institute of Biology obtained a total of 896 patents, 720 patents were authorized throughout the year, and the annual profit was 3.2 billion euros. Poseidon made a lot of contributions. Pippin finished speaking, Kyle smiled, and everyone else also had a kind smile on their faces. This year we will add a large category, plant cultivation research, increase the number of personnel by more than 400. And the area of the institute will be expanded. Planting research is a very time-consuming research. It is expected that it will be difficult for us to make a profit this year, but we are confident that we will create a new high in profit this year, thanks to the fact that our other research has reached a critical moment. Once there is a breakthrough, creating a new high in profit will be no problem. We will hand over 1.8 billion euros to the headquarters throughout the year, retain 1 billion euros in reserve funds, and funds for expansion, and the headquarters does not need to allocate funds. Pippin said this very confidently. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand for Pippin to sit down. Everyone applauded. Hall recorded a lot in his notebook, and felt differently. The general managers of each branch of the Apocalypse Group are all independent talents. Everyone managed their own business in an orderly manner, which is not something that ordinary people can do. The development of Apocalypse Group is not only due to Su Pinggan, but also because of the addition of such a group of high-quality personnel. The aircraft carrier of Apocalypse Group can travel all over the world. Bannon, introduce your situation, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Bannon stood up with a smile. President, colleagues, the Italian Apocalypse Weapons Company is very simple. We only have 2 industries. The first is the sale of conventional weapons. The volume is not large. This year we have made a new breakthrough. The profit has increased by more than 30 million compared with last year. The second industry is the production of single-person scientific research submarines and underwater sightseeing submarines. This year has achieved brilliant results. This is due to the support of the Italian Mechanical Equipment Institute. The new generation of single-person submarines is very popular. Apocalypse submarines have been purchased by 9 national marine research institutes and more than 20 underwater sightseeing companies. We did not turn in profits because we made a profit of 700 million euros throughout the year, which did not meet the reserve fund indicators stipulated by the headquarters. Our management will continue to work hard to create a new high in profits this year and turn in funds to the headquarters. Bannon said this calmly. Bannon, you can contact the Italian government to apply for a license to produce small attack submarines. This will be a new profit growth point, Su Pinggan said while looking at Bannon, and Bannon's eyes lit up. The production technology of small attack submarines is not a problem, nor is the production line, and the order is even less of a problem. What is difficult is the approval from Italy. Now that Su Pinggan has spoken, the plan can be fully launched. President, we will communicate with the Italian side about the license, and we still need the support of the headquarters, Bannon said seriously. Su Pinggan has a different identity and is qualified to talk to the top officials of the Italian government. I will do public relations in this regard when I go to Europe. You should apply for it if you should, and don't waste time, Su Pinggan said directly. Yes, I will do it immediately after the meeting, Bannon said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand to let Bannon sit down. Everyone applauded. It was not easy for Bannon to lead the weapons company to make a profit. At present, the giants of the big countries monopolize the international arms trade. Small arms companies are very uncomfortable. It is even more difficult to achieve profitability. Bannon has done a good job. Fan Shen, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said while looking at Chen Fanshen, and Chen Fansheng stood up. President, colleagues, the Comprehensive Research Institute obtained a total of 697 patents last year, authorized 1,527 patents, and achieved annual revenue of 1.4 billion euros. We did not hand over the funds to the headquarters. After deducting our annual expenses, we have more than 300 million funds left, which does not meet the standard of self-retained funds required by the headquarters. We will increase our research and development efforts and strive to turn losses into profits this year, Chen Fansheng said very concisely. Su Pinggan nodded, waved his hand to let Chen Fansheng sit down, and everyone applauded. The less Chen Fansheng said, the less he should be underestimated. Others did not understand, but the general managers of other research institutes were very clear. This was definitely Su Pinggan's arrangement. Su Pinggan asked Chen Fansheng to report like this, and it was over in just 2 sentences. There are many projects in the headquarters Comprehensive Research Institute that cannot be made public, and there are many high-profit patents that have not been authorized. These are all reserved by Su Pinggan for his own use or for trading, and cannot be exposed to the public. Baozing, tell me about the current renewable resource system, Su Pinggan looked at Baozing and asked. President, colleagues, the recycling company was established this year. Of course, the recycling system had already started running before the company was established. After I took over, I conducted a detailed investigation and understanding of each branch. At present, we have expanded to 6 cities including J-City, forming a large-scale waste recycling system. Currently, J-City is operating well with meager profits. The construction of factories in other cities has not been completed yet and is expected to be completed around June this year. We have contacted the equipment suppliers and signed agreements with these companies with the cooperation of the legal department. Various equipment will be transported here in succession starting in April. At the same time, the headquarters of the recycling company will be built in the provincial capital of Yi province. At present, the total investment has reached 8.7 billion. This year, we will do our best to proceed according to the planned schedule. It is expected that benefits will be generated in August. After half a year of overall operation, we will expand again. Using the current model, several cities will form a circle to ensure the uninterrupted operation of each factory to the greatest extent possible. Our profitability is a long-term process. Therefore, we need uninterrupted support from the headquarters in recent years, Baozing briefly reported and Su Pinggan nodded. I don't need to tell you who you want to contact more this year, Su Pinggan said to Baozing. I understand. I will keep in touch with General Manager Gilbert and General Manager Chen Fansheng to further improve our system and maximize the recycling rate, Baozing said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand for Baozing to sit down, and everyone applauded. Renewable resources are an inexhaustible gold mine. Everyone knows this, but no one knows that Shaanxi Group has already reached the point of starting field trials. From the support of so many cities, it can be seen that Shaanxi Group's project is effective. If the effect is not good, the Celestial Empire must have stopped the project long ago. Now it has not stopped but supported it, which is very telling. Once this project is launched in the Celestial Empire, or in the world, the only problem Su Pinggan needs to consider is when to spend all the money. Based on the profit of 20 million per city, how many cities are there in a province, how many cities are there in the entire Celestial Empire, and how many cities are there in the world? At that time Su Pinggan will definitely pretend to be powerful and shout, and really want to experience the life of the poor. Hall also knew a little about the recycling company. After listening to Baozing's detailed report today, he looked at Su Pinggan with a strange look on his face. He was wondering how rich Su Pinggan was and what Su Pinggan could do to bankrupt himself. Chapter 310. The island has enough power to protect you. Yoko, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said to Watanabe Yoko, who immediately stood up and said, Hi, President, colleagues. Japan Apocalypse Investment Company was established at the end of last year. It currently has 9 employees, with an annual profit of $3.6 billion, $2 billion turned over to the headquarters, and we retain $1 billion in principal. This year, we will create better results. Watanabe Yoko completed her introduction in one sentence. Everyone else was stunned, but Su Pinggan smiled and waved his hand to let Watanabe Yoko sit down. Everyone began to applaud in a daze. 9 people made a profit of more than $3 billion, and it was fucking US dollars. It really can't be compared with these financial companies. Zhuai, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Zhuai stood up. President, colleagues, Apocalypse Investment Company currently has 28 employees, with a profit of $4.2 billion last year, $4 billion turned over to the headquarters, and we retain $1.5 billion in principal. I hope we can achieve better results this year. Zhuai's report was also very simple. Su Pinggan waved his hand to let Zhuai sit down, and everyone gave applause with a wry smile on their faces. The money and finance came too quickly. Hubert, tell me about the situation on Apocalypse Island, Su Pinggan said to Hubert, and Hubert stood up. President, colleagues, the construction of Apocalypse Island started last year. The projects currently under construction include a large airport, a medium-sized airport, a deep water port, a large marine laboratory, and a ring road around the island. This year, we have a lot of construction projects. We have signed a contract with an Israeli freshwater factory. A small freshwater factory will start construction, a security company's training camp will start construction, a road running through the east and west ends of the island will start construction, and a road running through the north and south ends of the island will start construction. The freshwater resource project on the island has been handed over to a New Zealand engineering company, which has begun to protect the island's freshwater funds. At the same time, a town suitable for leisure and vacation has also begun construction to facilitate meetings between employees on the island and their families. If internal staff of the Apocalypse Group want to go on vacation, they can also come to Apocalypse Island. It is very safe and clean here. There are all kinds of daily necessities. We charge an internal price. A large photovoltaic power station has begun construction. After completion, it will provide clean electricity for the entire island. Weiwei Company has begun to dispatch personnel to Shyanki Island to start the construction of a communication base. After completion, the Shyanki Island network will be connected to the Celestial Empire network and the international network. For the time being, we are renting satellites. In the future, we will have our own satellites for communication. This will provide confidentiality for Shyanki's internal system and reduce the possibility of eavesdropping. At the same time, according to the instructions of the President, the overall elevation of Shyanki Island will be 5 meters. Sea sand and stone will be mainly used to achieve this goal. It is currently under intense construction. Various building materials and daily necessities are continuously transported to the island from Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, Europe, Peru, Chile and other countries. As of last month, we have spent €2.4 billion on purchasing materials and prepaying deposits, and it will cost a lot in the future. This year, we can complete the construction of an airport, a training camp, a living town, a photovoltaic power station, a communication base station, and a small freshwater plant. The rest of the projects cannot be completed this year, especially the research institute. I had a detailed discussion with the project party, and the other party made it clear that it would take time because the anti-seepage standard we require is too high. 10 layers of anti-seepage construction cannot be completed in a short time. If we encounter bad weather, it will have a certain impact on our projects. At present, we have completed the shelter that can withstand strong typhoons. Once bad weather hits, the workers on the island can take shelter at any time. The food inside is enough for everyone to live for half a month. The President has sovereignty over Apocalypse Island. This is the headquarters of our Apocalypse Group. I will definitely complete the construction of the island according to the highest standards. Please wait and see. Hubert introduced the situation of Apocalypse Island with a serious face. How do you arrange the bad weather warning? Su Pinggan looked at Hubert and asked. We have people watching the satellite data of the United States, China, Europe, and Australia, and we are ready to take precautions at any time. Once a crisis occurs, we can complete the fixation of the current project within 12 hours. It will take 4 hours to complete the entry of all personnel on the island into the shelter, and there will be no loss of personnel. We have already done our best to reduce the loss of materials and projects, Hubert said truthfully, and Su Pinggan nodded. Hubert, thank you for your hard work. Arrange a deputy and take a vacation for a while to accompany your family. We work hard outside for our families, don't you understand? Su Pinggan looked at Hubert and said. Please rest assured, President, I will arrange it, Hubert said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand for Hubert to sit down. Everyone applauded Hubert. The old people all knew that Hubert was in charge of the French company and it was a failure. Now Su Pinggan arranged Hubert to Apocalypse Island. Hubert did it in an orderly manner and put the right people in the right positions. The president really took great pains. In addition, everyone recognized that Su Pinggan did not give up Hubert. Under Su Pinggan's leadership, Apocalypse Group was a very humane company, and everyone recognized the company and Su Pinggan. The security company does not need to speak, just report to my house tomorrow, Su Pinggan said to Chen Killen and Buck, and they both smiled and nodded, and everyone else understood. Everyone, Apocalypse Group achieved great results last year, with considerable profits, but also high expenses. A rough calculation shows that it cost several billion euros. And our Apocalypse Island will cost several billion more before we can see results. If we encounter bad weather, the cost will be even greater. We know that the glaciers in the North and South Poles are merging and the sea level is rising. That's why I decided to raise the entire island by 5 meters. Once this project is completed, we won't have to worry about the impact of rising sea levels in the next 40 or 50 years. There is one thing Hubert didn't mention about the project on the island, and that is typhoon-resistant buildings. A large amount of steel bars and concrete will be used here, and a complete drainage system will be built. There will be no water accumulation on the island, and even the white sandy beaches around the island will be preserved. It's a holiday paradise. When the construction of Apocalypse Island is completed, all employees of the Apocalypse Group can go there for vacation. Of course, the rooms will vary according to your level, and all kinds of supplies and infrastructure are very complete. As for the price, it will definitely be much more affordable than those holiday paradises. I don't plan to open Apocalypse Island to the public. It's only for the internal staff of Apocalypse Group. The internal sanatorium is only for the senior executives present. It's a small benefit for you. You can enjoy it without worry. There is enough power on the island to protect you. As Apocalypse Group has developed to this day, we are already leading the world in many aspects. This is our advantage. We will continue to magnify our advantages. Many branches have become number one in their respective industries. However, these branches have not stood still, but are used to open up the market. For example, Poseidon. Poseidon has achieved remarkable results under Kyle's leadership, but Kyle has not relaxed, but continued to expand in a planned manner. Many companies have the foundation for expansion and are moving forward in great strides. The headquarters is your strong backing. Don't feel embarrassed if there is a need for the headquarters to step in. Our goals are the same. As long as it can solve the problem, we must speak up. Apocalypse Group maintains friendly relations with many countries, thanks to the charitable activities carried out by the headquarters in various countries. For example, China. We are going to invest in the establishment of a large wetland reserve in the northwest. This requires a large amount of capital investment. We invested in building a wetland protection area, which can improve the water supply for the people in the two regions and improve the surrounding climate environment. Unconditionally handing it over to the country can also be regarded as a return to society. With this contribution, the country will support us, our company can develop better, and have a more relaxed development environment. This is a major strategic issue, so it is not shameful to ask the headquarters for help. This year is also a development year. We have many projects to launch. The development of Shyanki Group will not stop. In the future, Shyanki Group will be even larger. I believe that our Shyanki Group will grow into the world's largest company by market value. The restaurant has prepared wine and food. We can eat and drink to our heart's content today. Tomorrow, the year-end bonus will be officially issued. If you have any questions, you can check with the headquarters finance at any time. The meeting is adjourned. Su Pinggan announced the result with a wave of his hand. Everyone stood up, and Su Pinggan stood up and left first. Then everyone left in twos and threes, got in the car and went straight to the hotel. It was already past 12 o'clock, and they were really a little hungry. After the meal, Su Pinggan was carried to the room by Su's Hanggang and his men. They put Su Pinggan on the bed and put a cup of honey water on the bedside table before they left. Su Pinggan was sleeping soundly on the bed. The next morning, Su Pinggan returned home after exercise. Hall, Gavin, York, Feng Yuanhua, Buck, and Chen Killen had already arrived. Su Pinggan invited the four of them to have breakfast together. After breakfast, the five of them went to the study to talk. They boiled water to make tea, and everyone drank a cup. Gavin took out a cigarette and handed it to Su Pinggan. York lit it for Su Pinggan, and everyone else lit one, including Hall. In order to quickly integrate into the core, he also lit one. Fang Yuanho stood up and opened the window. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Su Pinggan spoke. Let me introduce you to a few people. This is Hall, my consultant. This is Gavin. This is York, and this is Fang Yuanho. They belong to the secret forces of the Apocalypse Group. They will not come to the front, but secretly escort the Apocalypse Group. If anyone dares to do something bad to us, they will remove the threat. You already know Buck and Chen Killen, so I won't introduce them anymore. Su Pinggan introduced them in great detail. Hall shook hands with the 3 people, knowing very well that these people must be Su Pinggan's absolute confidants. If they were not confidants, it would be impossible for them to master such violent power. Hall has been in the industry for so many years and knows very well what is going on. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 I must prepare for the changes that are coming. Su Pinggan was willing to reveal the core secrets to Hall because he had installed a biological bomb in Hall's brain. If Hall betrayed him, he would immediately die of a cerebral hemorrhage. It was with this method that Su Pinggan dared to use Hall with confidence. Gavin, tell me about the situation on your side in detail, Su Pinggan said to Gavin. Boss, there are currently 237 people at the base. The Domanha area has remained basically stable. There has been no war for 30 days recently. As countries have increased their efforts to escort ships, many people are starting to have a hard time. At present, our income has also dropped sharply by 40%. The entire Somalia region is very uncomfortable. According to the information I have received, several nearby regions have begun to prepare for war. There is a force supporting these local warlords. It is estimated that the war is not far away. According to the information I have, the military strongmen in these regions have begun to slowly change their equipment. The guns and weapons are also different. There are American, European, Russian, and Chinese products. Other weapons are even more varied. Obviously, the forces that secretly intervene are very large. From the weapons they can provide to these people, it can be seen that their methods are very wild. This is not something that a small force can do. I have arranged people to start investigating. There is no news yet. I must prepare for the changes that are about to happen, Gavin said seriously. What support do you need? Su Pinggan looked at Gavin and asked. We are short of manpower, weapons, ammunition, food, and medicines. We are unable to cope with the upcoming changes. We must strengthen our strength, Gavin said while looking at Su Pinggan. Killen, how many people can you dispatch? Su Pinggan asked while looking at Chen Killen. There are 200 new employees here. They can go to France for training. It is no problem to select 100 people to voluntarily join Gavin. If we allow internal personnel to participate voluntarily, there will be about 400 people who will sign up, Chen Killen reported while looking at Su Pinggan. We don't need many people. As long as we have strong firepower, there will be no problem. 100 people are enough, Gavin said. He did not want to increase manpower on a large scale to stimulate the people around him. Arrange 200 people to go to Buck for training. After a month, the strongest 100 people will be sent to Gavin, and the rest will return to China. I'm adding 2 more armed helicopters for you, so you will have 7 armed helicopters, 10 more infantry vehicles, and 100 more weapons and ammunition of various specifications. You should store enough food for 3 months. I'm dispatching a batch of medicines. With these resources, you should be able to cope with the changes, Su Pinggan said to Gavin. No problem. With these supplies, we are enough to cope with the changes around us. It's better to add a batch of night vision equipment to us so that we have the ability to act at night, Gavin said directly. Okay, I'll arrange it, Su Pinggan said, and Gavin nodded, and the matter was settled. The second thing is that our research ship is about to be completed. In order to keep it confidential, I don't plan to recruit personnel from outside. The sailors on the ship will be guards. Buck, Killen, how is the recruitment going? Su Pinggan looked at the 2 and asked. I have recruited 94 people here. They are all retired from the Navy and have experience in living at sea, Buck said directly. I have recruited 147 people, all of whom are retired Navy personnel with rich experience in life at sea, including chefs, mechanics, deputy captains, etc. Chen Killen said. Boss, is this research vessel big? Hall asked. Not small, a ship of more than 5,000 tons, and it also has some weapons on it, and can be equipped with 2 helicopters. The lower part is specially made, and can be equipped with 4 scientific research submarines. The ship can accommodate more than 100 people for research, and there are more than 40 laboratories of various types, Su Pinggan explained to Hall. Why build such a research vessel? Hall continued to ask. The construction of the research vessel and the marine laboratory on Shyanki Island is because the Institute has made a huge breakthrough in the research of marine bacteria. We have cultivated a bacterium that can survive in the ocean. This bacterium can increase the corrosion rate of seawater in the area by 3 times within a certain period of time. According to the current data in the laboratory, it has a strong ability to corrode and decompose iron, plastic, and other garbage at the bottom of the ocean. In other words, this bacterium can increase the decomposition rate of pollution in the ocean by 3 times, and will die on its own after a period of time. These dead bacteria will become food for marine life, and completely harmlessly deal with marine pollution. At the same time, the research team has made certain breakthroughs in the extraction of toxic elements in the ocean. If we continue to study, extracting rare elements from the ocean is no longer a dream. Su Pinggan looked at Hall and said, this is a big secret. Except for Su Pinggan, the general manager of the institute and the project staff, no one else knows. Oh my God, Hall said with a shocked look on his face, and everyone else also looked shocked. They didn't expect that there would be such technology in the institute. Gentlemen, the research results of the Apocalypse Group Research Institute are divided into 4 levels. The first and second levels can be authorized to the outside world. The third level is a special treatment that is selected. The 4th level results will never be released to the outside world. This is the basis for our Apocalypse Group to maintain its superiority. Anyone who hits our 4th level results must be eliminated. This is our foundation. There is no room for negotiation. Su Pinggan looked at several people and said seriously. Everyone nodded seriously. Now they understand why the speech at the annual meeting of the Institute is so brief. Boss, Apocalypse Island must arrange enough protection personnel? Hall looked at Su Pinggan and said. This has been arranged. Lei Yusheng is responsible for the security of Apocalypse Island. Fang Yanhua's training base is a big supplement. Apocalypse Island will have about 300 special warfare armed personnel. According to my plan, it will be equipped with 5 fighters, 10 armed helicopters, 5 small attack submarines, and several anti-aircraft missiles. The monitoring equipment covers the entire island and operates 24 hours a day. No matter where you come from, you are all under monitoring. It is expected that the configuration can be completed by the end of this year or next year. Su Pinggan looked at Hall and said, and Hall nodded and felt relieved. Killen, you arrange for the deputy captain to meet me in 3 days. Buck, you arrange for the personnel to come to the Celestial Empire. Chen Killen will be in charge. The 2 groups of people will arrange their respective functions and then report to Dalian, ready to take over the scientific research ship at any time, Su Pinggan said to Chen Killen and Buck. Understood, I will arrange it immediately when I return, the 2 said together, and Su Pinggan nodded. Then several people began to discuss the details, and they did not go downstairs until lunch. They drank a few glasses at noon. Su Pinggan told Hall to come early tomorrow morning to discuss something, and Hall nodded in agreement. After lunch, a vehicle was arranged to send several people back to the hotel to rest. Su Pinggan also went upstairs to rest. He was dazed and it was time to have a good sleep. The next day, Hall came early in the morning, and Bannon also came. The 3 began to discuss the issue of increasing the production license of small attack submarines. Hall took the matter over directly. As a consultant, in addition to being the main surprise, he also had to have outstanding results to convince the public. Solving the Italian issue is the first step for Hall to integrate into the Apocalypse Group. He must demonstrate his strength. As the deputy mayor of Paris for many years, he has received senior officials from many European countries. After being elected as a member of Congress, he also has certain connections with these European countries. After the 3 of them discussed for a while, Hall left with Bannon, rested for an afternoon, and returned to Europe tomorrow. Su Pinggan did not relax. Starting from the afternoon, he began to talk to the general managers and deputy general managers who were leaving. Everyone left after talking to Su Pinggan. After being busy for several days in a row, Chen Qilin arranged for the retired deputy captain Xia Sihei to come to Hangzhou to meet with Su Pinggan. After detailed communication, he left and returned to the security base to start preparing for the scientific research ship personnel. After a while, Su Pinggan returned to J City. When time slowly came to the end of the month, Darina came and Liu Wenjin began to take a vacation. The first thing was to arrange a vacation in French Polynesia. Song Zinayu sent her information to J City by express delivery, and Darina handled it all. At the same time, Darina also arranged for someone to send a batch of New Year supplies to Miao Yi, and a New Year gift with Chinese characteristics to Isabella in Denmark. To be honest, Darina was very upset when she handled these things. She tossed Su Pinggan several times at night to vent her anger. Before Su Pinggan went to bed, an idea came to his mind that women really couldn't increase. Time passed slowly. Su Pinggan drove with his parents to visit relatives in advance. The relatives at home knew that Su Pinggan and his family would not be at home for the New Year this year. After a few days of rest, Song Zinayu arrived in J City. 4 days before the Spring Festival, Su Pinggan and his family chartered a plane to leave the Celestial Empire and went to Patis Island in French Polynesia for vacation. This small island is not big, and the fee is not low. Many people come to vacation at this time. Most of them are wealthy people from the cold country of Apocalypse in the north. The prices here are absolutely unaffordable for ordinary people. The price of a half-pound steak ranges from 80 to 200 euros. The cheapest room costs $200 a night, and the number is limited. Most of the rooms cost more than $400, and a glass of purified water costs $10. If you want to have fun for a few days, you can't do it without tens of thousands of dollars. Therefore, Patis Island is not open to ordinary tourists. Song Zinayan was satisfied. This time he came out and behaved very well. He took care of Su Pinggan's mother meticulously, and the gains were definitely not small. Su Pinggan was nagged by his mother a lot. Su Hong saw all this, smiled bitterly and shook his head and didn't participate. Su Hong privately discussed Su Pinggan's marriage problem with Lu Xiaodang. Lu Xiaodang's knowledge must be above Su Hong. He analyzed it carefully with Su Hong and let Su Hong see clearly what kind of company Apocalypse Group created by Su Pinggan is. After listening to Lu Xiaodang's analysis, Su Hong was completely dumbfounded. He used to think that his son was successful in his career and made a lot of money, and the family would never lack money. He never imagined that the Shianki Group was such a behemoth. Lu Xiaodang's evaluation was that it was rich enough to rival a country. Chapter 312 I don't want to disappear. Don't interfere with Su Pinggan's marriage. If it goes wrong, it will be a disaster that will cause Su Pinggan to suffer huge losses. At present, it is the best choice for Su Pinggan to continue to be single. If he doesn't get married, can he have a child first? With a child, he is not afraid of no descendants. What he needs to do now is to let Su Pinggan go wild. When the child is born, everything will be fine. With Lu Xiaodang's analysis, Su Hong knew what to do. To be honest, Su Hong, like his wife Qin Kexia, was very satisfied with Song Zinayu. Song Zinayu's temperament was very good and her intellectual temperament was still very attractive. Of course, he had no opinion on Miao Yi. Regardless of other things, as long as she was Su Pinggan's woman, the old couple now hoped that these women would get pregnant quickly. As long as you have a child, everything will be fine. Qin Kexia also told Song Zinayu about this matter. Song Zinayu could only sigh to this guy. Now that his career has not been achieved, he wants to have a child and raise a child with his husband from now on. Song Zinayu does not want to accept this ending, so he can only adopt a roundabout strategy. On this day, in a separate cabin, an old man was on the phone. Kane, I didn't see it wrong, and I went to the bar to check. It was Su Pinggan, the boss of Apocalypse Group. It's a rare opportunity. You want to continue your research. This is the best investor, Warren. I will order a plane ticket and fly over immediately. I will give Su Pinggan a surprise. Thank you, old friend, Kane said excitedly from the phone. Hurry up, I don't know how many days you will rest here, Warren said directly. The two communicated on the phone for a while and hung up. Warren put down the phone and walked to the window, staring at the sky in a daze. Warren knew very well what his old friend's research was. It was a double-edged sword. The key was how to use it. If it was not used well, it might be a disaster. Time passed slowly. On this day, Su Pinggan and his family were sunbathing on the beach. He lay on a bench with a pair of sunglasses and let the sun shine on him. Su Pinggan was worried that he would get tanned and didn't want to do so. As a result, Xingling said that such sun exposure would absorb a trace of meager cosmic energy, and Su Pinggan had no objection. Xingling, why didn't you tell me earlier that you can absorb energy this way? Su Pinggan asked in his mind. I couldn't absorb it before. The main reason is that our fusion level is not good enough. At least we need to reach 50% fusion to do this. We just reached this level a few days ago, Xingling explained. No, I remember you said you had fused with me back then. How come you have a fusion level now? Su Pinggan was very surprised by this. Our fusion back then was a preliminary fusion. The current fusion degree refers to the fusion degree of my spiritual with yours. Once we reach 80% fusion, even if you die, I can take your spiritual body away. It is difficult to reach this level. It has a lot to do with your physical body. If your physical body is not strong enough, I can't make a deeper fusion. Once forced, you will collapse and die directly. This is also the fundamental reason why our star spirits are looking for high-dimensional creatures to merge with. The deeper our star spirits merge with a host, the more we can release our abilities. For example, we have reached 50% now. And I can slightly absorb some cosmic energy. The Earth is a planet and also a part of the universe. It is closely related to the cosmic energy, but you humans cannot discover these energies. According to my calculations, our fusion has reached the maximum and cannot be increased anymore, the star spirit explained in detail. Is it not okay for me to train myself into a muscular man? Su Pinggan asked. No, muscle strengthening does not mean that your internal organs will also be strengthened. The strengthening I am talking about refers to all-round strengthening. There is no such environment on Earth for you to strengthen in all aspects. The two are fundamentally different, Xingling explained again, and Su Pinggan gave up and stopped asking. If you can absorb a little bit, then that's it. Xingling is your foundation. The stronger it is, the more benefits it will bring to you. It's better to get more sun when you have nothing to do. If someone can take a thermometer to measure Su Pinggan's body temperature at this time, they will find that Su Pinggan's skin temperature is several degrees higher than that of normal people. A trace of energy that is barely detectable is touching Su Pinggan's skin, but Su Pinggan feels nothing. Time slowly passed for an hour. There is a very small aircraft flying towards the commander. Xingling's words appeared in Su Pinggan's mind, and Su Pinggan was stunned. Just as he was about to ask again, Xingling spoke again, directly in front. You can expect to see it in 3 minutes. Su Pinggan became interested. What does a small aircraft, a drone, want to do by flying towards him? According to Xingling's words, it is harmless. Pinggan, look, there's someone flying in the sky, Song Zinayu said, shaking Su Pinggan. He put his hand on Su Pinggan's arm. The temperature was just warm, and there was no other feeling. He opened his eyes and found that there was really someone flying in the sky. People around him were looking at the flying man in the sky. Su Pinggan could see clearly that there was an elliptical aircraft under the feet of this person. Su Pinggan was calm. He had seen this kind of aircraft in a technology company. For ordinary people, it was a very advanced item. For Su Pinggan, it was not a high-end item. According to the performance of this person in front of him, Shianki Technology Company could also do it, but it would take a long time. Engine, fuel, and load are the 3 biggest factors limiting the development of single-person aircraft. In the eyes of everyone, this flying man turned twice in the air and landed slowly. The location was not far from Su Pinggan's location. After coming down, he walked directly towards Su Pinggan, taking off the helmet on his head while walking. When he was about to reach Su Pinggan, he was stopped by the bodyguard. I have no ill intentions, I just want to talk to Mr. Su, Kane said to the bodyguard. The bodyguard turned his head and looked at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan nodded. The bodyguard immediately took out a detector from his body and began to scan Kane. Once contraband was found, it would react immediately. After scanning a circle, Kane took off some equipment from his body and confirmed that there was no danger. Then he let Kane go. Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Kane, Canadian, Doctor of Mechanical Dynamics. Kane introduced himself. Su Pinggan shook hands with Kane and asked Kane to sit down. Song Zinayu and others left without interrupting Su Pinggan and Kane's conversation. Su Hong knew that Su Pinggan was talking about serious matters, so he directly asked his wife and Song Zinayu to leave.
After talking with Liu Xiaodang, Su Hong's horizons were broadened a lot. This person flew over to find his son, so he must have something important to discuss. Others can only get in the way. If he came forward to ask people to leave, no one would have any objections. Mr. Kane, I don't know why you came to see me, and how did you know I was here? Su Pinggan asked calmly. Kane was a little surprised. Did he perform badly? Why didn't Su Pinggan look surprised at all? However, now was not the time to think too much. He should hurry up and talk about business. Mr. Su, my friend is also on vacation here. He recognized you and notified me. I rushed here as soon as I received the news. Please forgive me for this. I hope Mr. Su will not blame my friend for leaking your whereabouts. The reason why I was anxious to meet Mr. Su was to get sponsorship. I have heard Dr. Lek's speech and know that Mr. Su is a person who is very willing to fund inventions. I brought my results and I would like to ask Mr. Su to fund me to continue my research on personal aircraft. I believe Mr. Su saw my performance just now. That is my invention, the single-person aircraft. How do you feel about it, Mr. Su? Kane looked at Su Pinggan and said. Mr. Kane, please forgive me if my words make you feel uncomfortable. Su Pinggan said this very calmly. Kane was stunned for a moment, nodded slowly, and had a bad premonition in his heart. I have seen a lot of single-person aircraft. Institutions in various countries are conducting research. Apocalypse Group Technology Company also has this project. At present, the three major factors that restrict the development of single-person aircraft are load-bearing, new generation engines, and fuel. Basically, there is little progress, and everyone is concentrating on solving these three problems. My Apocalypse Technology Company's single-person aircraft can also do the actions that Mr. Kane just demonstrated. The only difference is the length of the flight time. Therefore, I must not be surprised. If Mr. Kane's aircraft is only like this, I can't help Mr. Kane, Su Pinggan said very bluntly. This level will not get any funding. Kane nodded and understood what Su Pinggan said. These 3 points are the 3 major shortcomings of single-person aircraft. Once these 3 problems are solved, single-person aircraft will usher in a great stride forward, human life will have a great change, and the automobile market will definitely shrink greatly. Mr. Su, if that was all, I wouldn't have come to Mr. Su. I have made a major breakthrough. The power device of the aircraft has undergone a new change. Give me some time, and the 3 major factors that hinder the development of personal aircraft can be completely overcome. If Mr. Su funds me, the goods are guaranteed, and a breakthrough can definitely be achieved within a year. I think Mr. Su should be interested in this, Kane said, looking at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan narrowed his eyes and looked at Kane seriously. Mr. Kane, if you can really change this, why don't you start your own company? I think many venture capitals will invest in you, and even the Canadian government will pay a high price to buy your products. Financing is not a problem. I can't understand why you came to me. Su Pinggan looked at Kane and directly expressed his doubts. Mr. Su, there is nothing wrong with your thinking this way. It is a normal idea. If it were me, I would also think this way. However, Mr. Su can listen to me patiently and will definitely understand my intention to do so, Kane said, looking at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan nodded, waved his hand, and the bodyguard next to him came over. 2 glasses of juice. The bodyguard nodded and left, and soon brought 2 glasses of juice. Please, I think we have enough time, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Kane also smiled, picked up the juice and took a sip. He was really thirsty. After drinking the juice, Kane looked at Su Pinggan and didn't say anything. Su Pinggan smiled, understood Kane's meaning, waved his hand, and the bodyguards around him left. There was no one within 10 meters around the two of them, so they could talk without worry. I don't know if Mr. Su has heard of the drug, Fuloin, Kane said to Su Pinggan. I know that this is a drug for treating T-cell lymphoma. It is expensive for an American company, and ordinary rich people can't afford it, Su Pinggan said calmly. This drug was developed by a good friend of mine who spent many years. He lives in the United States. We have different interests but a good relationship. My interest is in mechanical power, and his interest is in drugs. A few years ago, he sent me an email saying that his research had made a key breakthrough. After seeing the email, I sent him a congratulatory email and called him for a video call. Only a week later, this American company announced that their research institute had made a major breakthrough, and the results were exactly the same as what my friend said. I was very curious,
so I contacted my friend directly to find out what was going on. As a result, I couldn't contact this friend. His phone was turned off, and no one replied to the emails I sent. I became worried and went to the United States in person. When I arrived at my friend's residence, I found that my friend's home had turned into ashes. According to local police, the fire was caused by aging electrical wires, and 2 bodies were found at the scene. I wanted to check the bodies, but the police told me that the bodies had been completely cremated. According to the autopsy report I got, I confirmed that one of the deceased was my friend, because my friend had a car accident. There was a steel plate in his right leg, which was reflected in the autopsy report. I left the United States very sadly, thinking it was an accident. As a result, half a year later, I received an email from an unfamiliar account. I didn't take it seriously and never opened it. 2 months passed, and one day I was bored and opened the email, only to find out that it was set by my dead friend to be sent to me. I was surprised. The first sentence of the email said, "Kane, if you see this email, it means I am dead. You have to remember one thing, I was murdered." God, I was really scared at the time. I continued browsing, and I didn't understand what was going on until I read the entire email. Drug research is very expensive, and my friend is of certain strength. He has an agreement with the funding agency and accepts their funding. Once the research breaks through, my friend will own 60% of the ownership. As a result, the drug research breakthrough was successful, but my friend died. He was 100% sure in the letter that if he died, it was this investment institution that did it, because this institution intends to sell the ownership of this drug in exchange for funds. My friend doesn't plan to sell it, because although the drug has made a breakthrough, it still has certain side effects and is not so perfect. The relationship between the two sides took a sharp turn for the worse and they became incompatible. I looked at the time and the email was set the day before my friend's accident. My friend's letter said it very clearly at the end. I don't have the ability to avenge him, and he doesn't want me to avenge him because it will hurt me. The reason for setting this email is to remind me not to trust those investment institutions. Don't trust government agencies even more. Once the research breaks through, these two will definitely monopolize the results. The fate of the inventor can be imagined. The letter also gave me an example of an American researcher who was made to disappear by a U.S. government agency. I really started to get scared and began to collect information frantically. I wanted to know if reality was so dark. I got a batch of information through the dark web and found that many inventors of the results suddenly joined the research and development team, and often when the project was about to succeed. Of course, there are also government departments that abide by the agreement, but those inventors are subject to 5 years of surveillance and control. I don't want to be monitored. I need freedom. I was really scared. I didn't dare to ask for help from those institutions or government agencies. I was afraid that when the project was successful, I would disappear. I also had certain assets, so I started to sell some of the assets and continue my research. This is my dream, and I will go on no matter how difficult it is. As a result, I had a major breakthrough the year before last. To verify this breakthrough, I had to make a large investment, so I had to seek external funding. However, I was very worried that I would disappear afterwards. By chance, I saw a report about Dr. Leck. At the time, I had only one thought: Dr. Leck was not the real inventor, so I started to investigate myself, and found that my idea was wrong. Dr. Leck was the inventor, and the Apocalypse Group did not hack Dr. Leck's invention. After Dr. Leck became a billionaire, I was already a little tempted, because Dr. Leck was obviously free. It was not until some time ago when Dr. Naren, the inventor of the carbon crystal solar panel, was about to start a lecture tour that I made up my mind to contact Mr. Su. The Apocalypse Group will not cheat researchers. This has been confirmed. The bonus Dr. Naren received is real. I also spent money to confirm this through channels. That's why I came to Mr. Su to cooperate. You are the only person who can make me feel at ease. Kane told everything carefully. Su Pinguin was very surprised after listening to it. At the same time, he was also relieved. He was relieved for his original decision. He originally wanted to make the product legal and reasonable. He didn't expect that there would be such an effect. Dr. Leck and Dr. Naren completely became a banner for Su Pinguin to keep his promise. Mr. Kane, I can only express regret for your friend's affairs. I don't know if you understand the operating rules of the Apocalypse Research Institute. The results belong to the company 100%. And the company gives a one-time generous bonus. Of course, I will continue to modify this rule. It will become 2 bonuses. After the results are transformed into commodities, a huge bonus will be given according to the profit. There will be no other bonuses, Su Pinggan said directly. This matter will be implemented soon, and it is not considered a lie. Chapter 313, Research on Single-Person Flying Vehicles begins to accelerate. I know that the bonus given by Apocalypse Group exceeds the bonus given by all institutions, and is much higher than the bonus given by government agencies. What I care about is that my ideal can be realized. Of course, I can't live a poor life. Hundreds of millions of euros are enough for me to spend for a lifetime. What's more, Dr. Naren's global tour this year also has a salary, and Dr. Lek has a salary of 5,000 euros per month. According to Dr. Lek, Apocalypse Company will pay for 10 years. Kane looked at Su Pinggan and said, "Yes, I will definitely do what I promised. This is what they deserve. 5,000 euros is not much, but it is enough for their basic daily life expenses. They can live a life without any pressure. Not everyone can get 5,000 euros. This is related to your achievements. Researchers who have made contributions will only receive a subsidy of 500 euros per month after retirement," Su Pinggan admitted directly. Anyway, this matter has been publicized, which is a good thing for him. "So, this is the fundamental reason why I came to Mr. Su," Kane said, looking at Su Pinggan. "Mr. Kane, if you trust me, you can send the information to my email. I need professional personnel to verify it. Once it passes, I promise to provide you with first-class experimental equipment and sufficient research funds. You can recruit your own team to conduct research. After the results appear, I will issue bonuses according to the agreement. There are many project leaders in the Apocalypse Group Research Institute. They have also achieved results. They have not disappeared, but live freely. No one has said that my Apocalypse Group has breached the contract. I think this is very telling. I am not short of money. Investing in scientific research can be said to be one of my hobbies. I really like to see an industry being subverted." Su Pinggan smiled and took a sip of juice. Kane nodded, took a deep breath, took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and put it on the table. This was prepared before coming. Su Pinggan's answer made Kane very satisfied. "Kane, where do you live? I think you should have a place to store your equipment," Su Pinggan said and pointed to the aircraft not far away. "I rented a room at Pabaki's place for only a week," Kane told the truth. "Leave your phone number and I will definitely contact you within 3 days," Su Pinggan said directly. Kane nodded, shook hands with Su Pinggan and stood up. Su Pinggan watched Kane return to his aircraft. Soon, Kane started the aircraft again and flew away. Su Pinggan smiled and returned to his room with a USB flash drive. He didn't expect to gain such a reward from a vacation. He came to the sofa, took the computer and plugged in the USB flash drive to start checking. "Zingling, comment and see if it is valuable," Su Pinggan said, leaning against the sofa. "It is valuable, but it cannot be broken through in a short period of time. It is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 years. If the design of his engine is changed, it can become a new generation of hydrogen energy engine. After 3 more upgrades, it can become a higher-level carbon engine with high thermal stability, which consumes a large amount of carbon dioxide, and the exhaust emissions will be weak oxygen. It is estimated that it will take more than 100 years for you humans to complete the 3 upgrades," Zingling said directly, and Su Pinggan's face turned black. "Just a reminder. If you decide to carry out this project, you must plant plants on Earth that absorb carbon dioxide and emit oxygen. A large number of flights will seriously consume oxygen and accelerate the deterioration of the Earth's environment," Zingling said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, understanding what Zingling meant. Once the project is launched, even if only 1/10 of the world's people buy and use it, it will be a very large consumption of oxygen on Earth. With less oxygen, the proportion of other gases in the atmosphere will definitely increase. At that time, the environment will definitely change again, which is not a good thing for mankind. Su Pinggan sat there and thought for a long time. Screw the consumption of oxygen. This is a global matter and cannot be carried by oneself. Airplanes, cars, all engines are consuming oxygen. Those developed countries don't care. Why should I care? It's none of my business. This thing is done, and when the problem arises, it will be solved at the national level. I, a small citizen, can't take care of these. Maybe I can make another fortune at that time. Thinking of this, Su Pinggan's eyes lit up. Su Pinggan didn't know that his idea was a standard Western gangster idea. This practice was the same as the non-stick pan coating. DuPont knew the toxicity of this coating, but continued to produce it. The blood of all people who used nonstick pans was contaminated. When the matter was discovered, he said innocently that he didn't know either. For the benefit of the public, the company decided to stop producing this coating and then launch another new product to make another profit. This idea is similar to Su Pinggan's current idea. 2 days passed slowly. On the third day, Kane received a call from Su Pinggan and went directly to the place where Su Pinggan was vacationing to have a detailed discussion with Su Pinggan. This time he didn't fly but took a boat. After all, the flight fuel is expensive, and pretending to be cool has a price. After talking with Su Pinggan for more than an hour, Kane left. This time he left with a relaxed smile on his face and went to meet his friend Warren. He made it clear that he was going to join the Apocalypse Group and Su Pinggan would provide him with sufficient research funds. Kane, I have a request. I hope you can have a good talk with Su Pinggan. This invention must not be used in the military. Once it is used in the military, it will definitely be a great tragedy for mankind. You and I are very clear about the military value of this product. Warren looked at Kane and said directly. Warren, I understand what you said. There is one thing I have never told you. The United States has been conducting this research for more than 10 years. Your worries are meaningless, Kane sighed and said. How do you know? Warren looked at Kane in shock. They also sent me an invitation. I talked to them. They personally admitted that they have been conducting research for 10 years. The conditions they gave me are not very good, and they will monitor me for 5 years. I can't accept this and directly refused, Kane said seriously. Oh my God, Warren had a dull expression on his face. It turned out that military applications had already begun, but there was no breakthrough now. Not only single-person aircraft, but also unmanned tanks and ultra-long-range unmanned stealth bombers and other weapons are also being carried out in secret. This is also one of the reasons why I refused, Kane told Warren everything he knew. What does the United States want to do? It is already the most powerful military on Earth, Warren said in a lost voice. The United States is very powerful, but it cannot unify the Earth. In order to maintain its dominant position, it will definitely continue to strengthen its military strength. Challengers are not allowed to appear, Kane blurted out. He had seen through this a long time ago. After the two discussed for a while, Kane said goodbye and left. He booked a flight ticket and checked out of the room the next day. He took his equipment on the plane and left. It is very good to have a 10-day or half-month island vacation. After a long time, you will feel lonely. Su Pinggan is the same. After half a month, he returned to China with his family. Songs and Ayu got off the plane in the Magic City and flew to Jinling on a special plane. Su Pinggan specially sent 2 people to escort Songs and Ayu back. After returning home and resting for a few days, he started to work officially. He called Qiao Yichen. Kane had already arrived in the Celestial Empire and signed a legal contract with Shianki Technology Company to officially take over the Shianki single-person aircraft project. After Kane took over, he talked to all the project team members. After some communication, the project team eliminated 9 people out of the 35 people, and then sent the personnel requirements to Qiao Yichen, who was responsible for the recruitment, with very high conditions. Only 2 people were needed, not so many people. The project team was directly promoted to have hands-on skills, and began to make new engines. The eyes of the single-person aircraft began to accelerate. Qiao Yichen directly raised the security level of the project team to a higher level. This was repeatedly explained by Su Pinggan. After hanging up the phone, Su Pinggan felt relieved. Take your time. Now is not the time for the single-person aircraft to come out. The most important thing at present is to promote the raw material planting base of Poseidon. This is the top priority. The planting site needs to be on the plateau, so there are only the vast northwest and the Qinghai Tibet plateau. This must be discussed with the country. There are many people in the northwest who rob crops in groups. In order to dig cordyceps, the grassland used by herders to restore was dug into dead land. If they tried to stop it, they would be beaten. This problem must be solved, otherwise, Su Pinggan was really worried that someone would organize to steal raw materials. If he is not given a certain right of self-defense, Su Pinggan will definitely stop the project. Losses are one aspect, and the failure to supply raw materials as scheduled will affect the normal operation of Poseidon. At that time, the loss will not be a little bit. In the afternoon, Su Pinggan went to the municipal government and met with Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan to discuss for a while.
Su Pinggan went home to wait for news. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan jointly submitted a report to their superiors. 4 days passed slowly. On this day, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan accompanied a middle-aged man named Tang Ze to the headquarters of Shianqi Group. After introducing the two parties, the two left. After Su Pinggan and Tang Ze discussed for more than 2 hours, Tang Ze said goodbye. Su Pinggan personally sent Tang Ze downstairs and watched Tang Ze get in the car and leave before returning to the office. Su Pinggan made some arrangements at home. 2 days later, he left J City directly and drove directly to S Province to inspect the wetland construction project center. Tang Ze was also in Su Pinggan's motorcade. Taking the highway did not delay things at all. In the car, Su Pinggan thought of Kane's single-person aircraft in his mind. If he had it now, he could fly directly to Province S in just an hour or so. He could also overlook the scenery on the way, which would definitely be a different kind of enjoyment. Now he has to drive for several hours, which is really unpleasant. Chapter 314. An undercurrent also began to surge. The Apocalypse Group has invested so much in S Province that the bosses must meet Su Pinggan in person, not to mention that Tang Ze, the special commissioner, is following them. In the evening, when Su Pinggan and Tang Ze were invited to dinner, the bosses could not say that Su Pinggan was investing. A large wetland reserve requires an investment of at least 2 billion yuan. After the investment of the Apocalypse Group is completed and operated for 3 years, it will be transferred to S Province free of charge. After the establishment of this wetland reserve, it can completely change the situation of water shortage in the two cities, which is a big good deed. The dinner was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. The next day, they set off directly to Y City. The bosses also sent people to accompany them, giving Su Pinggan enough face. When they were about to reach Y City, the bosses of Y City also greeted them at the border. After the two sides got off the car and met, they exchanged a few polite words and went straight to Y City. After eating and taking a rest, Su Pinggan, Tang Ze and the bosses of Y City listened to the report of the project team together. The more they listened, the more they felt. Su Pinggan was also quite surprised. He originally thought that 2 billion yuan could be won, but now it seems that it is not possible. At least 1 billion yuan must be overfunded. There must be several windbreaks and sand control forests around the wetland. Another problem is the water source, which is very scarce. The solution given by the experts of the project team is to extract water from the air. The best equipment for this type of equipment is currently made in Israel, which is very expensive. It takes hundreds of millions of funds to build 20 air water towers, plus the construction of reservoirs. 2 billion funds are definitely not enough. At least 4 billion funds are needed. Su Pinggan frowned and thought. The big boss of Y City was a little nervous, worried that Su Pinggan would not go on. After all, this is free aid. There is no reason to ask Su Pinggan to go on. Billions of funds are not a small amount. Mr. Zio, is it difficult to build windbreaks for sand fixation? Su Pinggan looked at the project leader Zio Changjin and asked. This is not difficult. There are many windy and sandy deserts in the northwest, and many sand control companies have been born. We can outsource it to them and quickly build sand fixation and windbreak belts, Zio Changjin said seriously. Then outsource it. Since we have done it, we must do it well. There is no need to worry about the funds. I will arrange for the allocation of funds. I will arrange for people to purchase the large-scale air water extraction equipment. Are there any difficulties in the construction of the reservoir? Su Pinggan continued to ask. The construction of the reservoir is no problem and can be carried out at any time. We have completed the exploration work. The construction company of the National Water Conservancy Department can fully undertake this work, Zio Changjin said directly. Let's get started. The sooner it is completed, the sooner the people will benefit, Su Pinggan said this calmly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Ze looked at Su Pinggan and nodded secretly. Su Pinggan has really grown up. After the completion of this project, the country will definitely owe a favor to the Apocalypse Group. The status of the Apocalypse Group in China will only rise and not fall. That night, Darina contacted the Israeli Sigdinger Equipment Company on behalf of the Apocalypse Group. The 20-day large-scale air water production equipment is a large contract of tens of millions of dollars, and it must not be given up. Darina communicated with the other party for more than half an hour. Sigdinger Equipment Company directly sent personnel to conduct on-site inspections and tailored it for the Apocalypse Group. The price remained unchanged,
Still $1.2 million per unit. After giving Seedinger the company address and contact person, Darren hung up the phone. The next day, Su Pinggan explained Xiao Chengjin in front of everyone. Everyone was even more satisfied when they heard that the company over there sent people to tailor-make it. Su Pinggan took a car to the place where the wetland was built and made a lot of money. Then he returned to Y City. After a day's rest, he returned to the provincial capital the next day. Kyle, the general manager of Poseidon Company, and Han Jiaping, the general manager of the Cheyenne Shale branch, also arrived at the provincial capital. After Su Pinggan discussed with Tang Zhen, Kyle and Han Jiaping flew directly to Q Province, and Su Pinggan returned to J City. Kyle and Han Jiaping can just come forward to discuss with Q Province. Su Pinggan doesn't need to go. If he goes, he won't be able to express his opinion. This is Poseidon's project. Kyle and Han Jiaping can make the decision. Besides, with Tang Zhen accompanying him, things will definitely go smoothly. Time passed slowly. A week later, Kyle and Han Jiaping received news that they had signed an agreement with Q Province. The planting base is located in Galmud City. Poseidon Company acquired 2 large state-owned farms in Galmud City and some surrounding land. The total area is 150,000 mu. At the same time, Poseidon Company will build a raw material refining plant in Galmud City. Workers will be recruited from the local area, and the farm staff will be given priority. The two parties have reached an agreement. The reason why the 2 state-owned farms can be acquired is that the farms have reached the time to sell. They have been losing money every year and still owe a lot of debts to the bank. If they continue to be insolvent, it is certain that they will be insolvent. After the acquisition by Apocalypse Group, it can be regarded as a way out for the farm employees. The investment amount of this project is not small. According to the habit of Apocalypse Group, it must be mechanized operation, planting, watering, pest control, disease prevention, etc. All mechanized operation. Not many people are needed, but a lot of equipment is needed. According to Kyle's budget, the equipment investment is at least 500 million euros, plus the refining plant. This is not a small amount, and it has become the largest investment enterprise in Q Province in one fell swoop. The policy given by Q Province is also very good: tax exemption in the first year, 90% tax concession in the second year, 10% in the third year, and up to 50% concession. Such a strength Poseidon cannot but express. Kyle was also very courageous. He directly promised to donate and build 2 schools, one in the provincial capital and one in Galmud City. This result was a happy ending for everyone. At the same time, the wetland project team of S Province also signed a contract with 4 large sand control companies in the northwest, outsourcing the sand control and windbreak construction of the entire wetland periphery to the 4 companies, and set strict standards. The staff of Seedinger Company also arrived and began to inspect the entire wetland area. The construction of the reservoir also started. The formal contract was signed, and the construction of the large wetland reserve officially started. While Su Pinggan was busy, an undercurrent began to surge. An American arrived in South Korea and began to meet with some senior Korean officials. The name of the Apocalypse Group frequently appeared in the conversation. In the Damanha area of Somalia, the 4 Americans got off the ship and got on a government vehicle and left directly. They got off in a yard in the suburbs, shook hands with the people standing at the door, and were led into the yard. The gate was closed directly. Su Pinggan arranged the company's affairs and went abroad directly. The first stop was France. After all, he had his own manor here, and Isabella also came to Paris. Su Pinggan's first stop must be Paris. Just after 2 days of rest, Hall came. Su Pinggan talked with Hall in the study, brewed a pot of tea, and chatted while drinking. Italy has approved the production of small attack submarines. The official approval has been received by the weapons company. The company has added a high-profit product, Hall said with a smile. This is really good news. Thank you for your hard work, Su Pinggan said with a smile, making a gesture of invitation. The two took up the teacup and took a sip. How is the current election going? Su Pinggan asked. It's not good. According to the latest opinion polls, the right-wing leader Leon Lee is far ahead, and Macron's support rate is not high. He is temporarily in 4th place. I'm afraid he will be out, Hall said directly. Su Pinggan sighed for a long time. This is not a good thing for him. Hall, I believe you have a certain understanding of the Apocalypse Group. What do you think of the next development? Su Pinggan asked. I suggest implementing the second plan and increasing investment in China and Europe. The President of the United States is full of uncertainty. I got news that the United States intends to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. From this point, it can be seen that this president is not an easy person to deal with. He is more troublesome than the previous president. I also got an uncertain news. The United States is very wary of China. It believes that the development of China has shaken the interests of the United States. It is very likely to involve inter-trade war between the two countries. It is said that some congressmen are already pushing this matter. Hall said two pieces of news in a row that shock Su Pinggan. No way, the Paris Climate Agreement is a matter for all mankind. If the United States really dares to withdraw, it will be criticized by the world. Also, global trade is now the mainstream. It is unrealistic to leave a big country and go it alone. It will cause a greater impact on the global trade system. Is he crazy? Su Pinggan said with shock on his face. Accusations have no practical effect. This is reality. You can accuse me, but I can still live comfortably. Do you think he cares, Su? Countries will use all kinds of means to compete with each other. This is normal. As for the United States, it does not allow any country to challenge its status. The Celestial Empire has developed very rapidly in recent years, and its economic output is second only to that of the United States. Moreover, the Celestial Empire's military is also improving. Although it is not large, it is improving steadily. This can be seen from the Celestial Empire's naval equipment. The Celestial Empire did not have overseas escort capabilities before, but now, the Celestial Empire's fleet has begun to escort in the Gulf of Aden. At the same time, it has also provided escort for overseas Chinese in some war-torn countries. This fully demonstrates that the Celestial Empire's military strength is growing, starting from the near seas to the open seas. How can Americans not worry? How many countries are capable of conducting ocean escorts now? Other countries are not too worried. They just have a few old and broken warships, but the Celestial Empire is different. The Celestial Empire has enough economic strength to support the step-by-step development of the Navy. Although there is no large aircraft carrier formation yet, what about the future? Another reason is that because of you, Apocalypse Group has been so popular in recent years. Its industry-changing products have been launched one after another. The technologies authorized by Apocalypse Research Institute are all advanced technologies. These technologies will definitely be a great help to enhance the comprehensive strength of China, especially Apocalypse Group's carbon crystal solar panels. The emergence of this new energy product has a huge impact on the international energy market. Take China as an example. Once it is fully rolled out, the power shortage will definitely be greatly alleviated. With more electricity consumption, imported natural gas will definitely decrease. This will cause the natural gas industries of many countries to suffer losses. The United States is a major exporter of natural gas. How can it not take action? It will definitely hit the development of Apocalypse Group in the future. This must be done. China's economy, military, and technology are developing comprehensively. The United States has absolute reason to worry about its international status. It's not just one person who has this idea, but many people. This is competition among major powers and it is inevitable. Hall looked at Su Pinggan and said seriously. Chapter 315 This weapon must be used by all parties. Su Pinggan was silent. Hall's analysis was something Su Pinggan had not considered. He had to think about it carefully. Hall was not in a hurry. He watched Su Pinggan think slowly and drank the tea slowly. After a while, Hall, what should Apocalypse Group do now? How can we minimize the impact in the future? I am very worried about the changes in Europe. After all, Europe is my main market. Su Pinggan looked at Hall and said. Su, Apocalypse Group is doing very well now. The next step is to increase the number of employees in Europe, and try not to get involved in other aspects, especially politics, but if you continue to get involved, it will have a different meaning. Maybe those people will work together to target Apocalypse Group. France will not intervene, but Germany can support several candidates. Protection fees? It is inevitable everywhere. Now that we spend money to support it, we have an extra layer of protection, which will be very helpful for Apocalypse Group to gain a foothold in Europe. Kyle, the general manager of Poseidon, is really a top talent. The investment in Spain, the investment in Greece, and the expansion of the Poseidon factory in France have brought convenience to the development of Apocalypse Group in Europe, especially within the EU, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Greece, Austria, and the United Kingdom, 7 countries have investments. Without sufficient exchange of interests, they will definitely not agree to crack down on Apocalypse Group. If we can once again increase the number of employees in the EU will be even more cautious. Hall expressed his opinion, and Su Pinggan nodded. Hall, I won't hide it from you. I will start a project in Germany this time. The number of employees will increase by more than 3,000. I believe this project will bring certain benefits to my network in Germany. When the time comes, you can go with them and communicate with them. This will be good for us, Su Pinggan said to Hall. Hall was obviously stunned. Su Pinggan had already prepared an investment project in Germany. What kind of project is it? It actually requires thousands of workers, Hall asked in surprise. The second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree has been completely developed last year. I have been suppressing it and it has not been released. Now it is time to release it. Carbon crystal solar panels plus second-generation wind trees plus new carbon aluminum batteries, these 3 in 1, will completely and thoroughly change the energy structure of mankind. I am afraid that the United States will hate me so much that its teeth itch at that time, Su Pinggan said bitterly. Hall was stunned again, but this time he reacted quickly, smiled bitterly and shook his head. The reason why the United States dominates the Earth is because the United States has mastered energy. Now that the Apocalypse Group has come up with this, it has completely changed the energy structure. How can those old energy companies be willing? Apocalypse Group really put these 3 projects into mass production, which is completely a mess. No one will accept this result. At that time, there will definitely be a lot of open and secret struggles. Also, Bruce has been in contact with satellite design teams in Germany, France, Britain, Switzerland, Portugal, and these countries. Acquire them and move them to technology companies for satellite design. We must have our own satellites, which will be much safer, Su Pinggan said directly to Hall. Hall rubbed his head and looked at Su Pinggan's helpless face. You are so big, and you know that a big tree attracts the wind. But things have come to this point, and you must move forward. Boss, don't announce this matter first. Wait until the German issue is resolved before announcing it. With the support of Germany and France within the EU, the impact of this matter will be minimized, Hall said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded, thinking the same way. The two drank tea for a while and relaxed. Boss, is there anything special about the small attack submarines produced by the Italian weapons company? Hall asked. Yes, first, it's fast. Due to its small size, it's faster than any known submarine, and it can evade torpedoes very well, so one person can operate it. Second, its firepower is no less than that of conventional submarines. It can carry 10 small attack torpedoes, but it has no attack missiles. Third, its diving depth is 200 meters, which is enough to avoid attacks from the surface. It can also launch attacks underwater, which is a major threat to aircraft carrier groups. Fourth, it's cheap. It costs more than 10 million euros to produce one, and it can be sold for 5 or 6,000 euros. There's no need to worry about orders, and it has a long diving time, so it can be supported for 10 days at a time. Currently, submarines in the world are mainly used for strategic deterrence. Ours doesn't need deterrence, but only attack. It's very simple. This kind of weapon is a blank in the international market, with no competitors, and it's completely profitable. To be honest, I'm really afraid that Italy will not approve it. Once it approves it, it will invite some countries to conduct exercises. Orders will not be a problem at all, and we can equip more than 100 ships. Su Pinggan laughed when he said this. Hall quickly understood what Su Pinggan meant and laughed too. This is a wolf-pack tactic. 10 of these small submarines are working together at a depth of 200 meters. Even your large warships can't stand it. Even if you send a few nuclear submarines to escort below, you can't have too many. If 10 are not enough, just go straight to 20 or 50. Anyway, it's cheap, and you won't feel bad if you lose it. The loss of a nuclear submarine is billions of dollars. Billions of dollars to buy hundreds of these small submarines will kill you. It can be said that this is a very shameless weapon, cheap, full of deterrence, and high profit. Those big countries will definitely intervene. Once this kind of small submarine becomes popular, it will definitely be a huge threat to those warships. The United States will never agree to it, Hall said directly. Then it's none of my business. Apocalypse Weapons is in Italy. Let Italy and the United States argue. If they don't allow me to produce, it will reduce a lot of tax revenue. As long as they are willing to accept this consequence, I don't care. At most, I will open another one in China and continue to sell it globally, Su Pinggan said indifferently. He had figured it out. He must have a sharp weapon in his hand. This sharp weapon must be avoided by all parties, otherwise, they will not stop making trouble for you. The two discussed for a long time and went downstairs to eat. Isabella came over and gave Su Pinggan a kiss. Su Pinggan smiled awkwardly at Hall, and Hall laughed loudly. Su Pinggan's fickleness is well known. Hall. Let me introduce you. This is Isabella. Isabella, this is my consultant, Mr. Hall, Su Pinggan said to the two. Hello, Princess Isabella, Hall said with a smile, and shook hands with Isabella. Isabella's face turned red. She shook hands with Hall, said hello, and ran out directly. It's great to be young. I envy the boss's life, Hall said directly. Su Pinggan and Isabella's affair was a hot topic. Hall must know what was going on. Public Enemy of Men, this is a recognized title that Su Pinggan got last year, the luckiest man of this century, technology madman, Public Enemy of Men, Friend of Researcher, Playboy, these are all Su Pinggan's nicknames, and they are titles recognized by quite a number of people, which are very popular. After having a drink with Hall at noon, Su Pinggan arranged a cart to send Hall away. When he returned, he saw Isabella and Darina eating normally. When Su Pinggan and Hall were eating just now, the two did not eat in order not to disturb the two people's conversation. After saying hello, Su Pinggan went upstairs to rest. His head was fuzzy, and it was just right to take a nap. He was not woken up until dinner time by Isabella. The weather was cold and he did not go out for a walk. They went back to their rooms to rest. Su Pinggan and Isabella were watching TV on the sofa. Su, I still haven't figured out what I want to do, Isabella said leaning against Su Pinggan. It's okay, think about it slowly, and think about your own interests, Su Pinggan said in a low voice. Interest, I want to travel, what do you think? Isabella sat up and looked at Su Pinggan. Alone, Su Pinggan looked at Isabella. Of course, I'm traveling alone. I know you're worried, and I'll be very careful, Isabella looked at Su Pinggan with hope. How about this, I'll find you a female companion, just one, how about she accompany you out, Su Pinggan said directly. Isabella frowned and thought for a while. She can't disturb me from communicating with others, can't interfere with my schedule, and can't veto the decisions I make, Isabella said directly. Okay, no problem, she will follow you, and everything else is fine, but you can't intentionally get rid of her, Su Pinggan also stated his conditions. Isabella nodded and agreed. If a person also refused, Su Pinggan probably wouldn't let her go out alone. Where are you going to go? Su Pinggan asked. I haven't thought about it yet, Isabella said, hugging Su Pinggan's arm and relaxing on the sofa. I have a suggestion. Buy a motorcycle and ride all the way from Europe to China. It's quite challenging, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Isabella was stunned for a moment. This is really challenging. Okay, I'll make a plan tomorrow. Isabella was in high spirits. Su Pinggan smiled and pinched Isabella's face. The next day, Su Pinggan got up early and went for a run. Isabella was still sleeping. After Su Pinggan came back from running, he took a shower and changed clothes. Then he called Isabella to get up and have breakfast. Isabella stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning to check information on the computer by herself last night. She would definitely not be able to get up this morning. Isabella found her goal in the past 2 days. She was busy studying motorcycles, single-person outdoor equipment, routes, etc. Su Pinggan went to inspect the game company and the technology company. Chapter 316, Second-Generation Carbon Magnetic Wind Tree. Especially for technology companies, after the first generation of wind trees came out, it took almost 5 years to complete the second generation. This is because Su Pinggan's standard for upgrading is obviously higher than that of other research institutes. Without qualitative breakthroughs, it is not considered upgrading. The second generation of wind trees is about to come out. This is a revolutionary product. The project leader, Ms. Karen, also has an excited expression. Dr. Leck's global speeches and Dr. Naren's global speeches make Ms. Karen very envious. Ms. Karen is an honorary professor of the Sorbonne University in France and has a certain reputation in France. Although the second generation of wind trees is guided by Coaster, it is also inseparable from Professor Karen's own strength. Su Pinggan talked with Professor Karen for a while, and said that the reward of 10 million yuan is not worthy of Professor Karen's success. It must be increased, and the bonuses of the entire team must also be increased. With Su Pinggan's statement, everyone in Karen's team began to cheer. Su Pinggan is the most generous to researchers, which has been repeatedly confirmed. It can be said that in the scientific research community, many people want to cooperate with Su Pinggan. Once the cooperation with Su Pinggan has achieved results, it will definitely gain both fame and fortune. If you say something, you must do it. The next day, the institute issued a notice that according to the requirements of the president of Shyanki Group, the bonuses of Professor Karen and his team will be reissued again. The amount will be the same as the first time, and it will be paid together with his salary at the end of the month. Seeing the notice, Professor Karen and the team were excited. Another bonus. No one was satisfied. The president was awesome. Su Pinggan, Hall, and Koester began to discuss the matter of holding a press conference. After half a day of discussion, it was scheduled to be held in a week. Now they began to notify the media to prepare. After the discussion in the morning, Koester began to issue a notice in the afternoon to notify the media of the time of the press conference. He focused on notifying the technology media. All media responded and would attend the press conference on time. When the news spread, many people were speculating whether Shyanki Technology Company had made another breakthrough. What kind of breakthrough would it be this time? Many people were looking forward to it. Although the price of Shyanki Group's products was high, the effect was really good. How long has it been since the carbon crystal solar panels came out? Some people have already used carbon crystal solar panels. The effect is really good. Many media have conducted follow-up interviews and interviewed those users who installed carbon crystal solar panels. All the positive reviews, the number of electrical appliances in the house has increased a lot, and they are used boldly and without any need to use them regularly as before. The electricity generated by the carbon crystal solar panels every month can not only offset the electricity bill, but also generate a small income, which is 100% positive reviews. Especially the farm users, they are full of praise for the carbon crystal solar panels. These are all real reports, and the user information has also been disclosed. Many people have visited the site and found that it is exactly the same as what the media said. FZ produces a batch and takes a batch away, and there is no inventory at all. Several fully automatic production lines are producing frantically. Xiao Jiangguo and Liu Shuheng of FZ are also very envious of Shyanki Solar Energy. However, the two of them envy Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan even more. From the taxes paid by Shyanki Solar Energy, it can be seen that J-City is really fucking rich. In addition, the headquarters of Shyanki Group is in J-City, and the two are definitely not short of money. The J-City government is really not short of money now. The city has added 15 primary schools, 15 middle schools, and 15 high schools. 5 primary schools, middle schools, and high schools have been added in the counties under its jurisdiction, and the shortage of educational resources has been completely alleviated. Not only that, at present, 4 large wetland parks and 5 small wetland parks are under construction in J-City. The call for building a livable park city has been put forward, and high housing prices have been cracked down, and outsiders are strictly prohibited from buying houses. At the same time, the qualifications of buyers are strictly controlled. As long as you or your spouse or your children have real estate under their names, they are not allowed to buy houses. The housing prices are completely suppressed. The municipal government has money and does not need to rely on selling land to make money. It must control real estate prices. J-City's practice can be said to be unique in the country, which makes all places envious. All this comes from the tax revenue of Shyanki Group. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan are very confident. Su, can you ride with me? Isabella said while holding Su Pinggan's arm, and Su Pinggan frowned. It doesn't take a long time. We can complete this feat in more than a month, Isabella said with hope. Not recently, you know, I need to go to Germany to discuss the factory after the press conference. I have just asked Darina to contact the headhunting company and interview the person in charge of Shyanki Wind Energy Company. I am very busy, Su Pinggan said truthfully. After finishing these, I calculated that we will hold the press conference the day after tomorrow, and we will leave for Germany the day after tomorrow. I will give you a week to settle the matter, and 1 day is enough for the interviewers. Let them handle the rest by themselves. You are not playing disappearing. Besides, Liu Wenjin will come to work in a few days. Darina, Liu Wenjin and Hall will help you keep an eye on them. Nothing will go wrong. We have plenty of time to ride, Isabella said to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan thought about it, and Isabella's calculations were really like this. After thinking about it, he nodded. Okay, I will ride with you. You need to practice riding a motorcycle recently, Su Pinggan said directly. I have learned it a long time ago. I learned it 3 years ago when I was in Denmark. I have definitely ridden for more than 1,000 hours. I usually ride my bike everywhere when I have nothing to do, Isabella said excitedly, and Su Pinggan also smiled. Isabella is really lively. One day passed quickly. On this day, the media began to gather at the Paris Executive Auditorium. Originally, according to Coster's arrangement, the press conference was held in the large conference room that had just been renovated last year. It occupied an entire floor and could accommodate more than 300 people. As a result, the venue was not enough. According to the calculation of 2 people in each media, there were more than 400 people. Moreover, some of them were live broadcasts, and there were more people coming. They had to change places. After contacting the municipal government, they booked the municipal auditorium for a day. When Su Pinggan and Hall arrived, there were already quite a few people in the auditorium. Most of them were installing and debugging equipment, and some had even started live broadcasts. Many people would watch the live broadcast of the news conference of the Apocalypse Group because the products of the Apocalypse Group were too subversive. Professor Karen, you are really charming today, Su Pinggan said to Professor Karen, who shook her head and smiled. Boss, I'm almost 60 years old and can't be charming anymore, Professor Karen said directly. Mr. Su is right. You are the most charming today, said Bakov on the side. Bakov is Karen's husband, a boss who runs a travel company. I agree with what Bakov said very much, Su Pinggan said on the side, and everyone laughed. Su Pinggan shook hands with Bakov and Karen and sat down together. Several people were chatting in the back, laughing constantly. Dr. Karen is already a mother of 3 children. Usually, Bakov is busy with scientific research and takes care of the family. The family is very harmonious. The eldest son Wilson also came with his wife and children today. The remaining 2 children, one in Canada and the other in the United States, could not come. Everyone chatted in a very good atmosphere. Darina came over and said to Su Pinggan in his ear, Boss, time is up. Su Pinggan nodded. Let's go, time is up. Su Pinggan stood up and said. Everyone stood up and started to walk to the front desk in order. Standing in the back, Su Pinggan looked at Coster and nodded. Coster walked directly to the front desk. The reporters began to take pictures. Coster pressed his hands down, and the scene instantly became quiet. Thank you all for coming to today's press conference. You have worked hard. Coster bowed to the reporters as soon as he turned his body. The etiquette was in place, and everyone applauded. You will definitely not be disappointed today. Our French Apocalypse Technology Company has achieved a major scientific research achievement. Coster said this in a powerful voice, and the flashlights on the scene were flashing. Many people stared at the screen, thinking that Apocalypse Technology Company had indeed made a major breakthrough, but they didn't know whether it would conflict with their own industry. Many people were very worried. Looking at the stock market outside, the industries related to photovoltaics were all bleak. As we all know, our German Apocalypse Institute has made a revolutionary breakthrough in the use of solar energy, which has changed people's lives and started to make clean energy accessible to ordinary people. The achievement I am going to announce today will accelerate this process. We have made a breakthrough in the second-generation wind tree. According to the internal standards of our Apocalypse Group, the indicators of the new generation of products must reach 3 times that of the first generation. Our second-generation wind tree has reached 5 times, and the cost has dropped by 70%. This new type of clean energy will be popularized. As long as there is a breeze, the wind tree will generate electricity continuously. The amount of electricity generated is related to the wind power. Breeze power generation can definitely meet your needs for the day. The specific details will be introduced by Professor Karen, the person in charge of the second-generation wind tree project. We would like to invite Professor Karen. Coster leaned to the side and began to applaud. The reporters below also applauded. Bakov shook Professor Karen's hand tightly. Professor Karen nodded and began to walk to the front desk. The reporters began to take pictures crazily. Professor Karen hugged Coster and stood in front of the podium with a little nervousness on her face. She pressed her hands and the sound began to weaken and slowly became quiet. Thank you all for coming to the media. Now I will give you a detailed introduction to the second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree. This is a great breakthrough. Su Pinggan stood in the back and smiled at Dr. Karen, who was slowly getting into the state. This is the foundation of the Apocalypse Group. Chapter 317, There are very favorable investment policies all over the world. A series of pictures appeared on the big screen behind Professor Karen. Dr. Karen introduced the second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree in detail, which gave everyone an intuitive understanding. Many people were very shocked. The wind force level is divided into 18 levels. At present, the minimum wind force of wind power generation needs to reach level 6, and many need to reach level 7 wind to operate. The second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree only needs level 3 breeze to operate and can generate electricity continuously. How strong is the level 3 breeze? The wind that can blow the flag is level 3. It can be said that level 3 wind is very frequent in our daily life. In many places, there is a level 3 wind force of more than level 3 all day long at a certain stage. Especially in places near the sea, level 3 winds are continuous for 24 hours a day. This kind of wind tree has a very wide range of applications. It can be used by families, seaside resort hotels, RV tourism, enterprises near the seaside, buildings, etc., and ships can use it even more. If the ship is equipped with carbon crystal solar panels and the second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree, sea navigation can be completely solved by electricity, and the cost of shipping will be greatly reduced by 50% to 80%. With Professor Karen's introduction, many people were stunned, especially the shipping companies, whose eyes lit up and began to consider the feasibility of this matter. If their company's ships were modified first, it would definitely bring in profits beyond expectations. There are also bad things. First of all, it is a huge blow to the oil industry. Ships now generally use diesel engines. Once they switch to electric engines, the use of diesel will definitely be greatly reduced, and the oil companies will definitely not have an easy time. The changes in the international energy structure will definitely come faster, which is a major blow to traditional energy. After Dr. Karen's introduction, Su Pinggan came on stage and highly praised Professor Karen's invention and thanked Professor Karen for her efforts. Then, Professor Karen's family also appeared and hugged Professor Karen frequently. The scene was very touching. After a while, it calmed down. Professor Karen announced that she had obtained the approval of President Su Pinggan and started a paid global tour to share her experience in the development of carbon magnetic wind trees with everyone. Everyone present began to applaud. This was the honor that Professor Karen deserved. It is entirely conceivable that Professor Karen's name will be completely resounding around the world, becoming an authoritative scientist and respected by everyone. Coaster and Professor Karen began to answer questions from reporters. The press conference lasted for about an hour before it ended. Everyone was excited. Su Pinggan was particularly light at noon. Professor Karen's family went to eat. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. The market reaction was not very obvious that day. The next day, when the media reported it extensively, the market began to fluctuate significantly. The wind power sector, the oil sector, and the natural gas sector all fell to varying degrees. The impact of clean energy on traditional energy began to become prominent. Queen Mary looked at the newspaper in her hand and sighed. Celta did not listen to her opinions and did not promote the transformation of Vestas at all. This time, it was inevitable to face a severe impact. Su Pinggan really did what he said. He said that he would promote this project this year, and now he has started. After reading the report, the Queen was very clear that the impact of the second-generation wind power tree on the wind power industry was absolutely nuclear level. Celta sat in her office with a look of discomfort on her face. The Queen had already reminded herself, but she did not think that the wind power of the Apocalypse Group would have an impact on Vestas. Vestas' position as the leader of the wind power industry was unshakable. The newspaper has introduced in detail the efficiency of the second-generation carbon magnetic wind power tree of Shyankey Group. With this kind of wind power tree, who would bother to build that kind of large-scale wind power? Vestas is having a hard time. What should we do? It will definitely take a lot of money to help Vestas transform. Celta began to have a headache. If he did it in advance, he could reduce the impact. Now, he is facing it head-on. The impact of technological development is too great. Celta is really worried. Su Pinggan stayed in France for a day and went to Berlin, Germany the next day. He had already negotiated with Femin that the second-generation wind power tree enterprise would take root in Germany. A lot of accessories are needed, and more than 3,000 workers are needed. This is a big political achievement. According to the agreement, the factory is to be located in Dresden. However, Femin's attendance is also a Femin's achievement. Not long after Su Pingen arrived at the Berlin hotel, Femin arrived. Su Pingen invited Femin to sit down and drink tea and chat slowly. Su, there is good news. A big man will attend the factory groundbreaking ceremony, Femin said with a sense of mystery. Oh, which big shot is it? Su Pingen said indifferently, while Fei Meng smiled and said nothing. Su Pingen was obviously stunned when he saw Fei Meng's expression. No way, Su Pingen asked with astonishment, and Fei Meng nodded. Su, our group is allied with Alman. The rise of various forces in this year's election is also a huge challenge for us. The second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree is now the hottest topic in the world. The Apocalypse Group has built a factory in Germany. This is a great political achievement. It is a great help to me in Alman. What's more, your factory will recruit thousands of people and purchase spare parts from many manufacturers. This is not a small matter. We have conducted internal analysis. Once the Apocalypse Group builds the second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree in Germany, it will drive the development of the manufacturing industry and indirectly provide tens of thousands of jobs. Fei Meng looked at Su Pingen and said calmly. Fei Meng, what benefits will this bring to my Apocalypse Group? You understand what I mean. Su Pingen also looked at Fei Meng calmly. Fei Meng looked at Su Pingen and smiled. Su, your Shianki Group has developed very well in Europe. There are very favorable investment policies all over the world. We are no exception. We will give you the greatest discount. Fei Meng looked at Su Pingen and said slowly, and Su Pingen smiled. I can also get very big discounts if I invest in France. Even if I build a factory in Italy, I can also get a lot of preferential policies. You are right. There are very favorable investment policies all over the world. Su Pingen said directly, joking, not wanting to pay at all. Just a verbal promise is useless. Fei Meng also smiled and understood Su Pingen's meaning. Just now, it was just a test. If Su Pingen agreed, he could pay less. Unfortunately, Su Pingen didn't fall for it. He was really cunning. The next step is simple. If the deception fails, you need to show the actual benefits. Fei Meng began to bargain with Su Pingen. The two of them were arguing with each other. Although they are all big men, they still have to fight for the benefits. With a clang, the two cups touched each other. Su Pingen and Fei Meng looked at each other and smiled. They didn't take what happened just now to heart. No matter what, reaching an agreement was the main thing. Fei Meng, we must have a drink at noon. We were very hard just now. Su Pingen looked at Fei Meng's smiling face. Of course, I heard from Fine that you have a lot of good wine here, Fei Meng also said with a smile. I feel sad when I mention it. I spent a lot of money to get 2 bottles of good wine from France, but in the end, Fine robbed 1 bottle, which made me suffer for a long time, Su Pingen said with a little self-deprecation, and Fei Meng laughed out loud. Men can quickly get closer by talking about some harmless embarrassing things. Su Pingen has now grasped the essence of this. Next, Fei Meng also told some embarrassing things about Fine, and Su Pingen also laughed heartily. The two had a very pleasant exchange. At noon, Su Pingen opened a bottle of good wine, and the two of them had a good drink in the hotel restaurant. After the meal, Fei Meng left. Su Pingen had already told Fei Meng that he would leave for Dresden tomorrow and keep in touch at any time. Fei Meng nodded and got in the car directly. In Southeast Asia, H country, in a yard in the suburbs of Seoul, several Jebel family heads were discussing things. The topic revolved around the Apocalypse Group, and they were discussing how to make the Apocalypse Group a little uncomfortable. Everyone, can we do it later? Because the relationship between the two governments is not good at present because of the thought issue. If we launch an activity against the Apocalypse Group now, will it cause a backlash from the Apocalypse Group? You know, many companies have patent authorization from the Apocalypse Group, Park Chang-hwa said to several family heads. The Park family is engaged in sea-ship manufacturing, and universe-heavy industry is the Park family's industry. Now the second generation of wind power trees of the Apocalypse Group has come out. Once they fall out, the Apocalypse Group will not grant authorization, which will be a major blow to the Park family's industry. Do we have any choice now? The bandits have urged us no less than 10 times. There must be a result today, otherwise, our market over there will be over and we won't get an order. This is not good for us, Li Yuan said to everyone. Yes, we can't leave the market over there, but if we fall out with the Apocalypse Group, our losses will be very large. This is a dilemma, said He Wenwen, director of the Xinxing Group. The Xinxing Group of the He family is very large. If it wants to run smoothly, it can't leave the market over there. Once it leaves the market over there, it will be broken. But if it falls out with the Apocalypse Group here, the loss will not be less. Everyone, we must be cautious. Let's not talk about other things. What about super fish oil? If we can't solve this problem, it will be difficult to explain to others. Our losses are not a small number, Jin Xianxi said, rubbing his head. The agency rights of super fish oil belong to the Jin family. Once there is a problem, the loss will be absolutely heavy. Many people expressed their opinions one after another. Falling out with the Apocalypse Group will definitely cause a lot of losses. So many companies will lose together, and layoffs will definitely be needed at that time. After a while, they are a little reluctant to take over this matter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Cheap Aviation Materials. Everyone, now is the time when we must make a choice. We want a market over there or fall out with the Apocalypse Group. We have to choose one of the two. We can't afford to offend those bandits, said Li Shunqing, the head of the Li family, helplessly. Everyone looked at each other, and it was difficult to make up their minds. Let's vote. There must be a result today. Raise your hands if you want the Mizhou market, Li Shunqing said as he looked at everyone. Everyone was silent. This was not a simple decision. After hesitating again and again, they began to raise their hands one after another. The Mizhou market was too important, and everyone had no resistance to it. Let it go. Since everyone has made a decision, let's act immediately. Arrange our people in the government to announce that the Apocalypse mobile phone has security problems. I hope that the Apocalypse Group will not react too much, said Li Shunqing helplessly. Everyone sighed deeply. Everyone in the world knew what Su Pinggan's character was like. If he didn't react, he would see a ghost. This time, he suffered heavy losses. Europe, Country D, Su Pinggan has arrived in Delaston at this moment. He listened to Barry's report in the hotel. The next day, Su Pinggan went directly to the institute to inspect and see the progress of each project. Something happened during the inspection. An old man suddenly ran to Su Pinggan to promote his research project, which made Barry very uncomfortable. Giles, I told you that your project is still under review. Don't come to make trouble, Barry. It has been reviewed for half a month. Why do they review my project? If they have the ability, let them create it themselves. They don't understand my project at all. My project is the future of mankind, Giles argued with Barry without giving in. Security, where are you all? Barry couldn't hold his face anymore and started to ask the security to drive people away. Mr. Su, my project has great prospects. You will regret it for the rest of your life if you miss it, Giles began to shout, and Su Pinggan was also confused. Barry, Su Pinggan said. Barry walked to Su Pinggan's side. Su Pinggan whispered something in Barry's ear. Barry nodded. Su Pinggan turned and left. Barry walked to Giles' side and said a few words to Giles. Giles calmed down. Really, if you lie to me, I will duel with you, Giles looked at Barry and said directly. Barry nodded seriously. Giles calmed down. Barry said a few words to the person next to him, and the person took Giles away. Barry quickly caught up with Su Pinggan and began to explain to Su Pinggan that this man named Giles was not a simple person. He used to be Barry's teacher and had always wanted to research a cheap aviation material. At the beginning, he received funding from several institutions. As a result, after spending hundreds of millions of funds for several years, there was no result. All the funds were withdrawn. Giles refused to admit defeat and sold his property to continue his research. He had to fulfill his dream. For the sake of research, he divorced and his children did not come to see him. In the eyes of his wife and children, Giles was crazy. If this material could be easily solved, other countries would have started researching it long ago, instead of making no progress at all. Su Pinggan nodded and signaled to Darina next to him. Darina understood what Su Pinggan meant and said a few words to Barry. Barry nodded and left with Darina. Not long after, the two came back to report to Supingan. Supingan nodded and told Barry a few words after the inspection and returned to the hotel. The next day, Barry accompanied Giles to the hotel with relevant materials to meet Supingan. Supingan began to look through Giles' research materials. Giles was very nervous and did not have the toughness of the day at all. From time to time, Barry glanced at Barry, who gave Giles a reassuring look. Giles continued to wait. The relationship between the two was extraordinary, which can be seen from the fact that Giles was able to appear in front of Supingan smoothly at the research institute. Without the cooperation of internal personnel, how could Giles easily appear in front of Supingan? Supingan knew the matter very well, but he never said it clearly. Commander, this project is acceptable. He is on the right path. It is not his problem to make a breakthrough now. If he continues to study, he will have a lot of gains in a few years, Star Spirit said in Supingan's mind. This material can be realized. Supingan was very surprised. The price of high-speed aircraft materials is very high. Giles' research is to reduce the cost by 50%. This is not a small breakthrough, but a breakthrough that subverts the industry. It's completely possible. I can give you the complete process technology, Star Spirit said directly. No, take your time. It is our principle to come out reasonably and legally. This cannot be violated. It's nothing more than spending a little more money. Your safety is the first, and everything else is a small matter, Supingan also said in his mind. Star Spirit was very happy and silent. A master who can consider himself must be a good master. Giles, how much do you estimate your research will cost a year? Supingan closed the information and looked at Giles and asked. Mr. Su, my research can make 1.8 million a year. No, 1.5 million is enough, Giles said while looking at Supingan. Supingan smiled, but Giles didn't dare to let go. He just wanted to say 1.8 million, but was afraid that he would be rejected, so he directly said 1.5 million. It can be seen that Giles has been tossed around by investors. Go to the institute to find Barry tomorrow. Your research expenses are 2 million per year. I hope you can plan and use them carefully, instead of wasting them, Supingan said while looking at Giles. Giles was stunned. 2 million, I didn't hear wrongly. Barry looked at Giles, who was in a daze, and kicked him with his foot. Giles reacted, looked at Supingan seriously, and said with a serious face, Mr. Su, your investment will not be in vain. I swear in the name of my family that your investment will pay off. I believe Mr. Giles will make a breakthrough. Go back and have a rest. I have something to talk to Barry about, Supingan said with a smile, and Giles nodded. The three stood up. Supingan shook hands with Giles. Barry sent Giles away and then came back. When he was about to sit down, Supingan said, Stand? There was no joking expression on his face. Barry was stunned for a moment and stood there without saying a word. He knew in his heart that his little trick had been discovered by Supingan. He was violating the rules by doing this. If it weren't for Giles's project being too unrealistic, he would not have done this. After a while, Supingan put down the teacup and looked up at Barry. His cold eyes made Barry sweat on his back. Do you know why? Supingan asked. I know, I deceived the boss. I accept any punishment, Barry said with his head down. He deserved to be punished for his mistakes. Sit down, Supingan said, and Barry sat down aside. I'm not sure about the project, and I'm embarrassed to refuse because of personal relationships. You can just push it to me instead of playing such tricks. I don't want to know what your relationship with Giles is, and I don't need to know. That's your business. However, I hope you can separate public and private affairs. You have to remember who you work for. This is just one time, and it won't happen again. If something similar happens again, you should just resign. There is no place for you in Apocalypse Group. Supingan stared at Barry's eyes and scolded him harshly. Barry nodded and accepted and apologized again. After this incident, Supingan's attention was placed on the Windtree project. The location of the Windtree factory had been confirmed long ago, and the area was not small. It mainly added an environmental protection factory to prepare for the next step of the garbage recycling system to enter Glaston. Austria has already developed a drug for recycling debris in domestic sewage. The sediment in the sewage can be treated, and the treated sediment can be buried underground as a special fertilizer. As time goes by, it will slowly increase the beneficial bacteria and nutrients in the soil, and slowly increase the soil fertility. Even if it is discharged into nature, It will slowly decompose into beneficial bacteria that are good for the land and can increase the nutrients in the soil. This is a big breakthrough, and Su Pingyan is also optimistic about this project. At present, experiments have been carried out in several countries. If the test results are satisfactory next year, the Apocalypse Group will fully promote this project, and one more profitable project will be added. Su Pingyan and Alman are old friends. They had a meal together, and then drank red wine and chatted. Su Pingyan proposed to invite Alman to participate in the groundbreaking ceremony of the factory, and Alman also happily accepted the invitation. Then the topic was much easier, and they began to discuss the factory. The land had been prepared long ago. Many companies contacted the municipal government to buy the land, but were rejected on the grounds that the municipal government had no development plan for the time being, which made many companies return empty-handed. Many people did not give up and began to inquire. Later, they found out that it was purchased by the Apocalypse Group and had signed an agreement with the municipal government. Only then did they give up one by one. It was too late, and the land had been sold. The next day, Su Pingyan began to contact Femin of BL and invited the boss to attend the groundbreaking ceremony of the factory. According to the boss's schedule, he got the news one day later that the boss would come to Dresden in 7 days. Su Pingyan got the news and started to act immediately. Bruce went through all the procedures very quickly. At the same time, he signed a contract with a construction company of BL. Various construction equipment and personnel began to gather at the Dresden construction site. Dresden also began to prepare. After all, if the boss wants to come, there must be sufficient security measures. Everything went on in an orderly manner. The construction site also prepared the foundation stone. At the same time, a notice was issued to the media of country. The Apocalypse Group and Dresden municipal government jointly issued an invitation to hold a press conference in Dresden in 4 days. The media began to gather in Dresden, and time passed slowly. On this day, the Dresden police began to go out in full force, and relevant units also arrived in Dresden. Su Pingyan had received the news that the boss had arrived. At night, Su Pingyan was picked up from the hotel by a car and went to a hotel with very strict security to talk with the boss. He returned more than 2 hours later, with a smile on his face. He took a shower and went to rest directly. That night, Su Pingyan slept very deeply. The next day, Su Pingyan got up early, took a shower and had breakfast after exercising, and then changed into a formal suit. Isabella also dressed up. Isabella decided to accompany Su Pingyan to today's press conference. Su Pingyan had no choice but to let Isabella go. The car started to set off for the suburbs. Today's press conference was held in the suburbs. The participating reporters needed to go through many inspections. Many reporters wondered why the inspection was so strict. The old reporters began to get excited. They had recognized the signs on some people. Today, there were big shots present. One by one, they were all in high spirits and began to seize favorable positions to debug the equipment. Alman and others accompanied the boss and arrived one after another. Everyone talked in a temporary room. Chapter 319. Finally, someone can stop Su Pingyan from macing around. Time passed little by little, and the time was up. The reporters were in place, and everyone began to go to the front desk. They had communicated in advance. Su Pingyan spoke first and announced that the Apocalypse Group invested in the second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree factory in Dresden. Su Pingyan looked at everyone, nodded to each other, and strode to the front desk. The reporters below were flashing lights. Su Pingyan saluted the media and began to announce the investment of the Apocalypse Group. The Apocalypse Group will invest in the construction of the second-generation carbon magnetic wind tree factory, which can provide more than 3,000 jobs. At the same time, the carbon magnetic wind tree needs to cooperate with more than 60 equipment manufacturers to indirectly provide thousands of jobs, etc., and said a lot. This speech was reviewed by the big guys. Su Pingyan said it according to the general meaning. After speaking, he turned around and asked the big guys, Femin, Alman and others to come up and lead the applause. Suddenly, Su Pingyan was stunned. Isabella actually came up with the boss and stood at the back. Su Pingyan was completely dumbfounded. The reporters were so smart that they immediately caught the expression on Su Pingyan's face. Looking at Su Pingyan with a look of astonishment, the newspaper sales tomorrow were guaranteed. Next, the boss gave a speech, Femin gave a speech, and Alman gave a speech. The main theme was clear, so everyone was not bored at all. They affirmed the investment of the Apocalypse Group, and Germany welcomed more high-tech companies to settle down. After the speech, they began to answer reporters' questions. The bosses answered fluently and very easily. Su Pinggan stood at the back and did not move forward. Suddenly, a reporter asked the boss how he saw the relationship between Su Pinggan and Isabella. The boss turned his head and looked at Su Pinggan and Isabella. Germany and Denmark are friendly countries. Queen Mary and I are also old friends. I like Isabella, this little angel. If Isabella is bullied by Su Pinggan, you can come to me for help. I will help Isabella vent her anger. The boss had an affirmative expression on his face. Isabella smiled after hearing this, and walked to the front and hugged the boss. Su Pinggan covered his face behind him, and then stared at the sky dully, forgetting that there were reporters all around him. This helpless expression was recorded. The reporters were all excited. Su Pinggan's expression would definitely be screened all over the world. At this time, the service staff brought champagne, and everyone held a glass and began to toast to celebrate. The scene of Su Pinggan, the boss, Femin, and Alman toasting was recorded by the reporters. After all, this is the mainstream. A lot of information can be seen from this photo. Today's press conference is worth it. There are a lot of valuable news. When leaving, the reporters were all excited. Su Pinggan accompanied the boss and others to leave, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. With a helpless look on his face, he took Isabella away from the construction site and returned to the hotel. Isabella chattered all the way, which made Su Pinggan's head big. That night, the news began to ferment on the internet, especially the boss's words about Su Pinggan, which frequently swiped the screen. Many netizens were paying attention below. Finally, someone could deal with Su Pinggan, the playboy. The next day, major German media began to exert their strength. The most important thing was to introduce the carbon magnetic wind tree factory and analyze the impact of this incident on the German economy. Wind trees need a lot of spare parts. Germany can solve the supply of more than 30 kinds of parts. The rest need to be purchased globally by the Apocalypse Group. As for the boss's support for Isabella, it caused a great sensation in Germany. Many women thought that the boss was right and left messages on the internet to express their support for the boss. The support rate began to rise rapidly. This effect surprised many people. The news spread from Germany to Europe and soon began to spread to the world again. Business people were concerned about the impact of carbon magnetic wind trees on the market. The Apocalypse Group was too fast. It just announced that it had built a factory in Germany and started production not long after. Political people are concerned about the boss's support rate. After the press conference, the boss's support rate has risen a lot, and the boss's group support rate has also risen. This is something no one expected. The boss did not expect this effect. It was a complete surprise. The result was much better than expected. The support rate explains everything, especially the support of women for the boss, which has been rising all the way. The boss's group and allied groups such as Femin have all begun to exert their strength. This opportunity cannot be wasted. The boss must win the first round completely, and the election competition will enter a more intense stage. More people are concerned about the gossip between Su Pinggan and Isabella. Isabella has two big backers, Denmark and Germany. In the future, Su Pinggan must think carefully if he wants to bully Isabella. Most people are gloating. Especially after Su Pinggan covered his face and looked at the sky with a look of despair, he topped the click list. It is not one country, but many countries that are the first in the click list. The public is still happy to see the playboy being disciplined. The news reached China, and many people laughed out loud when they saw the photos. You are so pretentious, and you think that no one can stop you from being fickle. You deserve it. Let's see how you can mess around with other women. Although Song Zinai was unhappy when she saw this report, she was also happy. As long as Su Pinggan no longer had other women around him, Song Zinai was satisfied and didn't dare to ask for too much. Miao Yai also felt the same way, and she was more happy than angry. Mabo and others laughed out loud, looking like they were gloating. Everyone who knew Su Pinggan laughed out loud. Finally, someone could stop Su Pinggan from messing around. Let's challenge the moral bottom line of the public. Let's see if you dare to mess around. Looking at the photos of Su Pinggan being humiliated, many people smiled. Everyone understood that the boss might be saying a verbal support for Isabella, and he would definitely not interfere in Su Pinggan and Isabella's affairs, but this verbal support also expressed a certain meaning. For Su Pinggan, it must not be taken lightly. As the news spread, more and more people began to know about the carbon magnetic wind tree. Many people were waiting for the product to be launched, and some companies began to contact the Apocalypse Group to discuss accessories. Su Pinggan only rested for 2 days. And Tina brought 5 senior talents to Germany. Su Pinggan and Hall started the interview together, and talked to each person for about half an hour. After Su Pinggan and Hall discussed, they kept 2 people. Alexander, the vice president of Denmark's Vestas Wind Power Group, saw the advanced carbon magnetic wind tree from the press conference held by the Apocalypse Group in France. When the company's internal meeting did not produce any results, Alexander immediately took action and first found the Deco Headhunting Company. As a senior talent, Alexander has certain privileges. After negotiation, the Deco Headhunting Company promised that once the Apocalypse Group recruited talents in wind power, it would 100% recommend Alexander to go for an interview. As expected, the Deco Headhunting Company contacted Alexander some time ago, which led to this meeting. Alexander did not hide his actions, and this performance actually added points to Alexander. Su Pinggan and Hall both commented on Alexander's keen sense of the market. Alexander did not betray, but only started to act after his plan to save the company was rejected by the board of directors. Although a bit ruthless, it can be forgiven. Osborne, an American, is the vice president of General Renewable Energy. After the launch of the carbon crystal solar panels of the Apocalypse Group last year, General Renewable Energy held several consecutive meetings, but did not come up with a plan. Osborne's proposal to purchase carbon crystal solar panels on a large scale for microgrid layout in the United States was also rejected, which made Osborne feel deeply powerless. The company is no longer the enterprising company it was a few years ago. Now the company can live well with only orders from the U.S. government. The good environment has made everyone lose their enterprising spirit. Now they are busy competing for their own interests and must prepare for their own retreat. Osborne analyzed it carefully in his office. It would be best to join the Apocalypse Group, but the Apocalypse Group does not invest much in the United States and focuses on the European market. After thinking about it, he began to contact the Deco Headhunting Company. Apocalypse Group and Deco Headhunting Company have a strategic partnership. The general managers and management of several companies are talents provided by Deco Headhunting Company. Osborne contacted Deco Headhunting Company and made it clear that he would only consider the recruitment of Apocalypse Group and not consider others for the time being. As a result, he was also recommended this time and was recognized by Su Pinggan and Hall. He joined the Apocalypse Group as he wished. The others were regretful. Tina took them away. Su Pinggan wanted to have sex with Tina, but he never found the opportunity. Tina knew what Su Pinggan was thinking. Isabella might have felt something and followed him closely. Tina smiled and hugged Su Pinggan and took people away directly. Alexander became the general manager of Apocalypse Wind Energy Company, and Osborne became the deputy general manager. The two went back to handle the resignation procedures and arrange family affairs. They came to Dresden, Germany to join the company in half a month. At that time, Bruce would sign a formal agreement with the two. On this day, Liu Wenjin came back to work. After a day's rest, Su Pinggan met with Hall and 2 assistants and announced that he would accompany Isabella on a ride. Hall, Darina and Liu Wenjin all looked helpless. Su Pinggan carried a satellite phone with him, and the guards followed behind him. They kept a distance of 50 kilometers. The motorcycle was already selected. It was a motorcycle suitable for long-distance riding produced by the German BMW company. The delivery location was Madrid, Spain. Su Pinggan and Isabella planned to ride all the way from Europe to China. It was estimated that the motorcycle would be scrapped after this trip. After persuading them to no avail, the 3 of them could only agree to keep in touch at any time. After traveling through so many countries, it was easier to handle the European side. The rest of the places had already started to apply. Darina was responsible for completing the relevant procedures. When the time came, someone would send the visa to Su Pinggan to avoid delays. After the meeting, they began to prepare. After a few days of rest, Su Pinggan and Isabella flew to Madrid. After a day of rest, they both wore leather jackets and set off on motorcycles. The guards were driving a car dozens of kilometers behind the 2 men. Both sides were equipped with locators and communication equipment, which allowed them to keep in touch at any time. Including Su Pinggan's satellite phone, there were 2 sets of communication equipment in total. Chapter 320 Let's just exit. Southeast Asia, Country H. In a hotel, 3 Americans were discussing something. What do you think of the conditions they proposed? Hansen asked the 2 assistants. Hansen and his two assistants came out this time to put pressure on these companies in Country H, so that Country H could come out and hit the Apocalypse Group. Last year, the personnel of Hansen's organization had an accident in the Damanha area. This matter has not been resolved. The country is busy with the election and has no time to take care of this matter. Now that a new president has been elected and the intelligence department has stabilized, they have begun to investigate this matter. After investigating, it was found that the biggest suspicious object was Gavin. It was most likely that Gavin issued a bounty order to hire mercenaries to do it. Although there was no evidence, the suspicion was enough. The Apocalypse Group must be dealt with properly. However, this is something that cannot be put on the table and must be done secretly. This time, the Apocalypse Group must be dealt with. Considering the superfish oil, the United States cannot come forward in this matter, and it can only be handled by other countries. As a result, the companies in Country H began to refuse to participate. This time they agreed to the deal but put forward conditions, which made Hansen very unhappy. They asked, "Do you still want the US market? Why are you putting forward conditions to us? Do you have the capital to put forward conditions?" Hansen and the other two were very disgusted. Hansen, as long as they start to act, our main task has been completed. I'm sure that Apocalypse Group will not accept unwarranted accusations. It's our business to agree to it, but it's our business to do it or not. If they can't bear it after a while, they won't have the heart to ask us for anything. Dick looked at Hansen and said directly, "I agree with Dick's opinion. We are not in breach of contract. We agreed to it, but they didn't hold on until we took action, so it's not our business," Wade said, spreading his hands, and his meaning was very clear. "Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the reaction of Apocalypse Group. This time's test is necessary," Hansen said with a smile. "Honestly, I dare to bet $100 that the Apocalypse Group will definitely fight back. Sue Pingan is not the kind of person who will not fight back after being at a disadvantage. Let's evaluate the destructive power of the Apocalypse Group in detail at that time," Wade said with a smile, and Hansen and Dick nodded seriously. "I'll notify them to come over at night. This matter has been going on for so many days, and it's time to have a result," Hansen said to the two of them. They both nodded seriously, and Hansen started to make phone calls. At night, Sue Pingan and Isabella camped in the wild, in a tent, and the two talked inside. Isabella was busy posting photos of herself officially starting to write on the social platform. Sue Pingan was reading a book on the side. Suddenly, Sue Pingan's expression was stunned, and soon he returned to normal and slowly sat up. "Isabella, I'm going out to smoke a cigarette," Sue Pingan said, and Isabella waved her hand and continued to work on the tablet. Sue Pingan smiled and stood up. He took the satellite phone, cigarettes and lighter and left the tent. He lit a cigarette and started dialing. The call was connected soon. "Is it the boss?" Gavin's voice came out. "It's me." "How do you know it's me?" Sue Pingan was a little curious. "Others don't dare to call me at this time, except the boss," Gavin said helplessly, and Sue Pingan just smiled. "I want to inform you that the Americans have arrived in the Damanha area, and Bayham's people have received them," Sue Pingan said directly. Gavin was obviously stunned after hearing this, and his eyes narrowed. "Bayham is looking for death." His brain began to work rapidly. "Boss, I suggest that I talk to Bayham. There is no practical benefit for Bayham to betray us. If we analyze it, Bayham will make a choice to fight for it. Let him come to the base to talk to you. If the negotiation is successful, don't touch him. If the negotiation is not successful, just kill him. I will call Buck later and transfer all the personnel who are in training to you. When necessary, you can directly expand in the local area. I don't want to keep entangled with them like this," Sue Pingan said calmly. "Boss, this matter is easy to handle. I will arrange someone to handle it. If Bayham doesn't know what's good for him, I will completely get rid of him," Gavin said very affirmatively. "Okay, you arrange it according to the actual situation. I will contact Buck immediately and ask him to send personnel over. At the same time, I will let the Italian weapons factory send you a batch of ammunition," Sue Pingan said directly. "Don't worry, boss, Bayham can't turn the world upside down. I have arrangements for him," Gavin said directly. Sue Pingan was completely relieved after hearing this. He chatted with Gavin for a few words and then hung up the phone. Inhale after taking a deep puff of smoke and then exhaling, Sue Pingan began to dial, and the call was connected soon. He communicated with Buck for more than half an hour before hanging up the phone. "Tomorrow, Buck will arrange 200 people to go to Gavin's side to strengthen Gavin's strength. Then Su Pingin called Bannon again. Bannon made it clear that he would arrange for the ship to depart tomorrow and he would contact Gavin himself. Su Pingin was very satisfied with Bannon's attitude. He chatted for a few words and hung up the phone. Su Pingin stayed alone for a while and then returned to the tent. He looked at the time and forced Isabella to turn off the computer and go to bed. If she didn't rest early, she would not be able to get up tomorrow morning. Although she was reluctant, she still turned off the computer and rested. The next day, the two got up early and made some food to eat. After washing, they packed up the tent and other supplies and tied them up, and then rode directly to the next destination. According to Su Pingin's plan, they would travel for 2 days and rest for 1 day. Unconsciously, several days had passed. On this day, the two of them rested in a small town. Several days of camping made them very tired. They had to take a good rest, eat a hot meal and have a good sleep. In Southeast Asia, H country, the relevant departments held a press conference. There were doubts about the safety of the Apocalypse mobile phone. The sales of the Apocalypse mobile phone in H country would be suspended. After the relevant departments conducted a comprehensive inspection of the Apocalypse mobile phone, a decision would be made. After the announcement of this news, the reporters were even more shocked. Just kidding, the Apocalypse mobile phone has been sold in H country for 2 years. And it was only discovered that there was a safety problem. This is obviously an excuse. H country is targeting the Apocalypse group. This is the rhythm of completely turning against the Apocalypse group. Is H country crazy? Many reporters can't believe this. This is a big deal. They reported it immediately and the news spread quickly to the world. After the news came out, everyone was shocked. Some time ago, they had a very unpleasant quarrel with the Celestial Empire because of the thought issue. Now they are targeting the Apocalypse group. This is the rhythm of completely turning against the Celestial Empire. Apocalypse group must have received the news. Darren reported it to Su Pingin immediately. Su Pingin was stunned. Country H is crazy. This was Su Pingin's first thought, and then he calmed down. Be calm when things get serious. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Contact Han Jiaping to see if the fish oil from Country H has been shipped. If it has, ask for the specific date of shipment, and then send me the message. If it has not been shipped, stop shipping, and wait for notification when it will be shipped, Su Pingin said very calmly. Yes, I will do it immediately, Darren said directly. After Su Pingin hung up the phone, he called Hall directly, and the call was connected soon. It's the boss, Hall's voice came over. It's me, you know the news, Su Pingin said calmly. Yes, this matter has caused a lot of uproar, Hall admitted that he knew about it. What do you think? Su Pingin asked. First, we are sure that this is the intention of the United States. Those who spoke are all supported by the consortium. Second, I think the United States has another intention in doing this, that is, to test the reaction, to test us, to see how the Apocalypse group will react. Now it's time for us to decide what to do. Our reaction will determine the next move of the United States against us. Hall analyzed the matter and pointed directly to the core key point. What do you think is the best way for us to do it? Su Pingin continued to ask calmly. Boss, we must fight back. Since H country doesn't trust our products, we should just withdraw and cut off all cooperation. In the end, it will definitely not be us who can't hold on. We must make our attitude clear. If you don't trust us, then we shouldn't cooperate. Otherwise, the next move of the United States against us will not be small. There is one thing we must grasp. After all, we are a company. We must arouse the sympathy of the global media for us and let everyone understand that the responsibility lies with H country and we are the bullied. We can have some confrontations in secret. We can't do anything against the United States in public. After all, the incident happened in H country, and everything was done by the people of H country, Hall said very seriously, worried that Su Pingin would directly target the super fish oil of the United States. I understand. I will tell Darina and Liu Wenjin what to do. Let them find you. You can hold a press conference on my behalf, Su Pingin said directly. Okay, I'll wait for the boss's news, Hall said directly. Not long after Su Pingin hung up the phone, Darina called. Boss, H country just took away this year's fish oil quota 2 days ago, Darina reported truthfully, and Su Pingin's anger immediately rose. Notify Chen Kilin immediately and ask Chen Kilin to investigate the Poseidon branch. Our regulations stipulate that the export quota is issued in batches. Why did it happen that it was issued to each country all at once? This matter must be investigated to the end, no matter who is involved. Notify lawyer Wu Sike to cooperate with Chen Qilin, investigate and sue directly. Tell Wu Sike, I want to make these people who eat inside pay the price. Su Pinggan gritted his teeth and said. Because of the production volume, the export quota of superfish oil to various countries is divided into 3 shipments. The reason for this arrangement is to prevent unexpected events. Now the H country has taken away the annual quota at one time. There must be internal personnel cooperating. These people are not worthy of forgiveness and must be severely punished. Chapter 321, Revenge. Notify Chen Qilin immediately and have him conduct an internal audit of the Poseidon branch. Our regulations stipulate that the quotas of each country are distributed in batches. Why did it happen that it was distributed to South Korea all at once? This matter must be investigated thoroughly, no matter who is involved. Notify lawyer Wu Sike to cooperate with Chen Qilin and sue directly after the investigation. Tell Wu Sike that I will make these people pay enough, Su Pinggan said, gritting his teeth. Superfish oil is divided into 3 shipments according to the quotas of each country. The reason for this arrangement is to prevent unexpected events. Now that country H has taken away the annual quota at one time, there must be internal personnel cooperating. These people do not deserve forgiveness and must be severely punished. I will do it immediately, Darina said. Also, you should go to Hall immediately and have him hold a press conference to announce that from today onwards, all products of the Apocalypse Group will withdraw from the H country market and stop all cooperation with H country. If we have patent authorization for H country companies, we will also announce that the authorization will be stopped immediately. If H country continues to produce in violation of the patent law, we will sue globally and ask courts of various countries to order the suspension of domestic sales of H country products to safeguard our rights and interests. Second, immediately notify all branches in my name and hold a press conference immediately to withdraw from the H country market and terminate all cooperation with H country, Su Pinggan said directly. I will do it immediately, Darina said, realizing that Su Pinggan was angry. After the phone was hung up, Su Pinggan was still very angry. He was very angry at being tricked by the H country people. The Americans did this beautifully. They didn't make themselves famous and let H country come forward. If they were angry, they could only vent their anger on H country. Since we want to play, let's play well. Su Pinggan looked at the sky with a gloomy face. The outside world is watching how the Apocalypse Group will react. Country H is doing this completely against the Apocalypse Group. Now no one knows how the Apocalypse Group will respond. Some people also want to see how Su Pinggan reacts. With Su Pinggan's rogue nature, he will definitely not let it go. On the same day, Darina and Liu Wenjin issued an order in the name of Su Pinggan and contacted Hall directly. After a discussion, various French media have received Hall's notice to hold a press conference at the municipal auditorium tomorrow to make a major statement on behalf of Su Pinggan. The media are excited. It must be the counterattack of the Apocalypse Group. They immediately began to prepare and send elite troops to the municipal auditorium to attend the press conference early tomorrow morning. At the same time, all branches of the Apocalypse Group have also received the notice and began to prepare according to Su Pinggan's order. They will check the patent authorization of companies cooperating with Korean companies and directly announce the suspension of authorization when they hold press conferences. After a night, Su Pinggan and Isabella replenished their supplies and continued to move forward. Reporters sent by the media gathered at the Paris Municipal Auditorium. When the time came, Hall appeared. Although he is not young anymore, Hall is full of energy at the moment. He appeared on the stage in a formal suit. When the reporters started taking pictures, Hall pressed his hands down and the scene became quiet. Thank you all for coming here, media friends. You have worked hard, Hall said, and bowed to the reporters, showing great politeness. I believe that everyone already knows what happened in H country. I will not say more. We protest against the groundless accusation of H country and do not accept the slander of H country. Today, on behalf of Mr. Su Pinggan, the president of Shyanki Group, I will announce a decision. From this moment on, all products of Shyanki Group will withdraw from the H country market and terminate all cooperation with all H country enterprises. When to resume, wait for the president's notice. Thank you all. Hall turned around and left without explaining at all. This is a sophisticated approach, which gives reporters rich imagination space and allows them to play freely. Soon, each branch will issue a statement. At that time, the reporters will write a report that is not afraid of making trouble. The transmission of newspaper information may be a bit slow. Hall's statement on behalf of Supingen has appeared on the internet. Shyanki Group has severed all cooperation with H Country Enterprises, and the news has begun to spread. Then in the afternoon, all branches of Shyanki Group began to issue statements, severing all cooperation with H Country Enterprises, and announcing the withdrawal of patent authorization for H Country Enterprises. Written statements were sent directly and receipts were received one after another. The news on the internet surprised many people in H Country, especially H Country internet companies. Thousands of companies have entered the software store of Shyanki mobile phones and can easily make a lot of money every month. Now Shyanki Group has completely withdrawn from the H Country market. It has just received a notice from Shyanki Mobile Phone Company that all software will be removed from the Shyanki mobile phone ecosystem. The company's main source of income is gone, and the next step is bankruptcy. These companies are in chaos. The boss took the lead and took to the streets with banners. The whole company joined in. If the company is gone, their jobs will be gone. If not now, when will they make trouble? They shouted slogans and began to march and protest. H Country is also an aging society and cannot do without super fish oil. The next day, after all major media reported it, many people began to panic and planned to buy a certain amount of super fish oil in the pharmacy for backup. At the same time, H Country also held a press conference to announce that H Country has extracted the super fish oil quota for the whole year, and there will be no problem with the supply this year. Just when H Country officially announced the news, Daewoo Pharmaceutical, the largest pharmaceutical company in South Korea, which is also the general agent of super fish oil, has 7 super large frozen warehouses storing super fish oil. The huge explosion can be heard throughout Seoul. 7 huge black smoke columns and thick black smoke rushed straight into the sky. The entire press conference venue was shaking continuously. Everyone was panicked. The scene was in chaos and people were shouting everywhere. After the reporters ran out, they immediately contacted others to ask what happened. When they learned that it was the explosion of the super warehouse of Daewoo Pharmaceutical Company, they immediately became excited. They drove towards the super warehouse of Daewoo Pharmaceutical Company immediately, faster than the fire truck. There was chaos near the super warehouse, and the glass of all windows had been shattered. Many people were injured, but there is no report of casualties yet. The chaotic scene made it difficult for the fire truck to move forward. When the fire truck arrived at the scene, the fire had been burning for 2 hours. They immediately started to put out the fire. After a while, the fire brigade was stunned. Water could not put out the fire. This was not an ordinary fire. Special fire extinguishing agents and bubble fire extinguishing agents were immediately allocated. When the fire extinguishing agents were delivered, almost 3 hours had passed. The momentum of the fire had weakened a bit. The firefighters saw this situation and knew that the fire had almost burned out. However, the fire had to be put out. After more than 2 hours of fighting, the fire was put out. The senior executives of Dakshin Pharmaceutical Company listened to the report with dark faces. A director vomited blood and fainted. Others also rushed to the ambulance in a panic. The super fish oil purchased from Shyanki Group for the whole year was all turned into ashes. When the H Country saw the report, everyone's face was gloomy. Everyone knew that the only one who dared to do this was Supingen, the president of Shyanki Group. A group of H Country high-level officials held a press conference at the scene to announce the incident. H Country is facing a stage of no super fish oil supply. The fire has not caused any deaths for the time being. Only some people were injured by shattered glass and other objects. The injuries were not serious. A comprehensive disclosure of the situation around the scene was made. In front of major media, H Country officials gritted their teeth and swore that they must investigate to the end and bring the arsonist to justice. The National Intelligence Department will cooperate with the police department. A group of high-level officials are already full of anger. Originally thought that there was enough super fish oil stored, they could safely deal with the Apocalypse Group. Who knew that Supingen was so vicious that he directly blew up the Korean inventory? This lawless behavior must be punished. H Country began to conduct a detailed investigation. Supingen saw the result on the tablet computer in the tent and smiled slightly. "Sue, did you really do this?" Isabella asked beside him. "You're kidding. I don't know how to split myself." How can I go to country H to blow up their warehouse? Besides, it hasn't been 24 hours since I got the news. Even if I want to send people, it won't be enough time. It must be their internal trick. They set up a hate target to divert the attention of the people at home and find an excuse for the despicable behavior of their top leaders, Su Pinggan said indifferently. Isabella nodded on the side, thinking that what Su Pinggan said was reasonable. It must be something done by country H. The scene of the explosion spread all over the world. Many people were shocked. In their hearts, Su Pinggan's rogue methods were directly upgraded to a higher level. The word lawless was put on Su Pinggan's head. Hanson, Wade, and Dick, the three Americans, were also shocked. They didn't expect Su Pinggan to dare to do this. This move was really too cruel. In one fell swoop, the reserves of super fish oil in country H were cut off. The people in China couldn't even think of buying a bottle of super fish oil. China was also shocked. Europe was also shocked. The United States was no exception. No one expected Su Pinggan to be so courageous and such a rogue. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan looked at each other in the office and sighed deeply. They didn't know how to comment on Su Pinggan's actions, especially at this critical moment. He has become lawless, Chen Qingshan said with a long sigh, and the office fell silent. In Hangzhou, Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing were also shocked. They stared blankly at the video of the explosion in Seoul, Han Kingdom on the screen. The stocks of 7 super warehouses were all blown up. This method was shocking. Xiao Jianguo and Liu Shuheng were also discussing this matter in the office. The two calmly analyzed whether Su Pinggan had done it. After analyzing it, the possibility that Su Pinggan had sent someone to do it was high. This approach was in line with Su Pinggan's style of doing things. He would take revenge for every grievance. He would never wait until the fifth watch to take revenge. There was no idea that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He would take revenge immediately if there was a grudge. This was Su Pinggan's style. Chapter 322 Don't blame anyone for the path you choose. On this day, the Celestial Empire reported another big news. The Apocalypse Group appealed against 17 people from the Poseidon branch, suing them for damaging the interests of the company for personal gain, accusing them of accepting bribes from people from H country and illegally shipping super fish oil. After the news came out, it caused a big uproar. The 17 people have been detained by the police. Just accepting bribes from others and causing losses to the company is enough to sentence them. This time, the Apocalypse Group has completely killed them. The reputation of these people who are treacherous has been spread to their hometowns by people with ulterior motives, and the reputation of the entire family has been tarnished. It's so ruthless, leaving no way out. This method made the internal employees of the Apocalypse Group tremble with fear, and they were shocked by the company's ruthless means. Wu Sike called Su Pinggan and hoped that Su Pinggan would not be so ruthless, but Su Pinggan directly fought back. Old Wu, they took the salary and benefits I gave them, but what they did was to help the enemy and harm me. There are only 17 people today, but what about tomorrow? If we don't show a ruthless means, will there be 71 people tomorrow? What should we do? Because they don't have to pay a big price for selling out the interests of the company, even if they have to go to jail for a few years, with tens of millions in hand. A few years in jail is nothing, it doesn't matter. We must take strong measures to warn others, let them know that this price is something you can't afford. Only in this way can they not cross the line. Su Pinggan scolded Wu Sike very unhappy. Wu Sike sat down and thought about it afterwards. It was understandable that Su Pinggan did this. These people caused too much damage to the Weather Collective and must be severely punished. If you do it, you have to pay the price. Don't blame anyone for the path you choose. On the internet, under the guidance of people with ulterior motives, many people directly put the shit pot of the explosion on Su Pinggan's head. As a result, the Chinese internet was unanimously supportive. This result was unexpected by many people who were secretly doing things. Even the bigwigs felt incredible when they saw this result. Hundreds of millions of people left messages to support Su Pinggan's actions. 1 or 2 experts jumped out to accuse Su Pinggan, but they were scolded as traitors by netizens. They directly searched their addresses and put up banners to denounce traitors. Their reputation was completely ruined. This is not the end of the game. The Shianki Group's actions have not ended. It directly announced that it would stop the patent authorization of 38 companies in H country. If these companies dare to continue to produce infringing products, the Shianki Group will sue these H companies worldwide. After this news report came out, it caused a huge uproar. These companies included the top 10 companies in H country, including Xinxing Group. As the Xianqi Group issued a statement, the stock market of H country plummeted. This is not all. The people in the Celestial Empire started a campaign to boycott all H country products. This news was passed back to China, which made things worse. Especially Xinxing Group suffered huge losses. The stock market crash caused a chain reaction and caused the domestic economy of H country to begin to be turbulent. Many companies have issued statements to temporarily stop all production and will not start production until they have completed patent licensing negotiations with the Apocalypse Group. There is no other way. Once the Apocalypse Group initiates lawsuits in countries around the world, it will definitely lose. The huge compensation and fines can bankrupt the company. The lesser of the two options is to stop production. The only thing is that the employees will suffer for a period of time without work and salary, and a wave of unemployment is beginning to gather energy. That's not all. The top leaders of H country don't care about this at all. Instead, they are busy fighting among themselves. A group of people are busy pushing down the current president, holding large-scale demonstrations and launching impeachment in Congress, putting all the current things on the president, and only the president can take the blame. Internationally, under the guidance of some people, the H country explosion case was pressed on Xu Pinggan's head. Over this period of time, it has become more and more serious. Hall, Darlana, and Liu Wenjin all called Xu Pinggan to ask about this matter. Even Chen Qingshan called Xu Pinggan to inquire about this matter. Everyone thought that Xu Pinggan had done this, and this time he had gone too far. It is estimated that if this continues, condemnation from various countries will appear directly, which is not a good thing for Xu Pinggan and Xianqi Group. During the night break, Isabella, give me your computer, I want to issue a statement, I don't want to take the blame, Xu Pinggan said directly. Xu, you should have done this a long time ago, I believe this is not you who did it, Isabella said with a firm face. Xu Pinggan smiled and pinched Isabella's face. Weibo, Twitter, Facebook, these three major social software have Xu Pinggan's certified account. Xu Pinggan directly began to publish information. The text is as follows: it has been more than 10 days since the explosion of the warehouse of Dakshan Pharmaceutical in country H. People outside generally believe that I did it. Now I solemnly declare that this matter has nothing to do with me and Xianqi Group. As for who the real murderer is, country H knows very well that the camera at the scene of the explosion was not damaged and can completely identify the murderer. This is also the main reason why country H did not officially announce that it was me. Why don't the people of country H dare to disclose the truth? Because the person who caused the explosion was the father of the people of country H. If you dare to trouble your father, you will only end up getting spanked. If you want to know the truth, let the high-level officials of country H release the video, and everything will be clear at a glance. Bitch is just hypocritical. Xu Pinggan published this article directly on the three major media. There are many people who follow Xu Pinggan's account. As soon as the Weibo is refreshed, it is immediately seen by many people. Then many people are excited. The explosion in country H is indeed not that simple. It started to be forwarded immediately. In just a few minutes, there were more than 8,000 forwardings. Isabella saw it clearly from the side. From what Xu Pinggan said, he already knew who did it. Xu, who did this? Isabella asked. Isabella, I don't want to lie to you. It's better for you not to know about this dark thing. You are a pure angel. Don't let these filths taint you. Xu Pinggan looked at Isabella and said seriously. Isabella was stunned and nodded slowly. She lay in Xu Pinggan's arms quietly for a long time, and suddenly got up and looked at Xu Pinggan. Xu, as long as you didn't do this, I will be satisfied. Go to sleep. Maybe the media will dig out the truth, and dig out the truth that the H countrymen dare not expose even if they die, Xu Pinggan said with a smile. Isabella nodded and lay down to rest. After one night, the international media exploded. From the information released by Xu Pinggan, it can be seen that there are other things involved. This matter was not done by Xu Pinggan. Who is the father of the H countrymen? The Chinese understand the meaning of father very well, and they directly guess who did it. When the bigwigs saw Xu Pinggan's speech, many people laughed. This Xu Pinggan is really bad enough. He directly found a father for the H countrymen. This time, the media's wind direction changed. Including the H country media, they began to demand that the government release the video of the explosion. They were not stupid. Since Xu Pinggan dared to say so, it meant that there was another murderer in this matter, and it was someone that the H country people dared not offend. The economy was in chaos, the number of unemployed people was rising, and the high-level officials of H country were hiding the truth of the matter. The whole H country began to be in chaos. Large-scale demonstrations broke out in many places. Looting and smashing occurred one after another and became more and more frequent. At the U.S. military base in South Korea, Hansen, Dick and Wade were discussing this matter. The destructive power of the Apocalypse Group was really too great, and it even involved Americans. Su Pinggan was so damn insidious. Gentlemen, our mission can come to an end. The destructive power of the Apocalypse Group can be documented. My opinion is that it is at the nuclear bomb level. Su Pinggan is too cunning, and the power of capital is too strong. Hansen rubbed his head and said weakly. I agree with your comment. Wade also expressed his opinion. What do you think? We fake a video and point the target at China. Dick expressed his own opinion. Do you think anyone still believes it? The fact that H country has not released the video for such a long time shows that we are involved. If we do this, what if Su Pinggan releases the real video? The H country people said that many people have seen the video. I don't know if it has been leaked. They are really a bunch of pig teammates. You carefully analyze Su Pinggan's speech. It is obvious that Su Pinggan has real evidence in his hands. What we need to do now is to reach an agreement with the Apocalypse Group to completely block this matter. Once it is exposed that the Americans are involved, the president will definitely investigate us. Don't forget, the president is very dissatisfied with our department and wants to find a handle to deal with us. Wade rubbed his head and said. Dick was gloomy and silent, knowing very well that Wade was right. What should we do now? The media around the world are forcing H country to hand over the video, Dick said to Hansen and Wade. Then make a video showing that it was the people of country H who set the fire. This matter cannot be expanded and must be kept within country H at the same time. I will set off tomorrow to meet with Su Pinggan. I must make Su Pinggan hand over the evidence in my hand. The worst plan is to make him shut up. This matter must not be exposed. Once it is exposed, not only will the president deal with us, but the military will also kill us. This scandal must not be leaked, Hansen said with a serious face. As the team leader and special commissioner, Hansen is very clear about the risks involved. It's really fucking weird. The explosion video actually involves U.S. military personnel stationed in South Korea, and it's not just one place. It appeared in the videos near the 4 super warehouses. These people carried a huge bag into the warehouse area and came out empty-handed. Then not long after, a huge explosion occurred in the super warehouse in South Korea. It was obvious that it was related to these people. This matter was too big and must be suppressed unconditionally. Once it was exposed, Hansen was worried that he would not be able to return to the United States. The military will definitely punish the 3 of them and will never take the blame for the scandal. The best people to take the blame are the 3 of them. After an internal investigation, the military can say that these people were forced to do this by the intelligence department. This method has been used more than once or twice, which can be seen from the fact that the 2 departments do not interact with each other. Hansen is very clear about the seriousness of this matter and must suppress the truth of this matter. He is under great mental pressure and secretly asked his direct superior for instructions. He was ordered to destroy all evidence and no scandal can occur at this stage. By the way, notify the people in Damana and ask them to come back. Su Pinggan should have known that we sent people there. According to intelligence, the 200 people trained in France have already gone to the Somalia base. Moreover, the Italian weapons company also transported a batch of ammunition to the base in Somalia. The quantity is not small. According to intelligence, it took 14 trucks. At the same time, according to Mohammed's news, Gavin has met with Bayham. Now is not the time to make trouble. Let's talk about everything after I meet Su Pinggan, Hansen added quickly, and Wade and Dick both nodded. Chapter 323. You must remember this. By the way, Su Pinggan is riding with the princess. How can we find him? Dick said. Hansen was stunned for a moment, looking at Dick like an idiot. Dick, after this is over, you will go back for retraining and assessment. I find that you are really out of date now. How can we not find Su Pinggan when he is riding? Don't forget that the whole of Europe and even the whole Earth are covered by our GPS. We can locate them at any time and find him easily. Do you understand? Hansen said with an unhappy face. Dick blushed and realized his mistake. He actually forgot the magic weapon of GPS. It was not unfair to be scolded. Time passed slowly. The Korean side did not say anything. The international wind direction changed completely. Everyone believed that Su Pinggan could not do this. If Su Pinggan really did it, the H country would definitely denounce it at the first time, instead of the current cover-up method. In Qiao Lianking's office, Zhang Jianbin frowned and said, "This matter was not done by Su Pinggan. Why do I not believe it a little bit, old Zhang? There is something weird about this matter." From the current performance of the H country people, it can be seen that the H country people do not have any evidence to accuse the Apocalypse Group, and the H country people do not dare to overly provoke Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan must have mastered something in this matter, otherwise, this kid would not dare to speak like this, Qiao Lianking analyzed while holding a teacup. Your analysis makes sense. This kid is becoming more and more powerful, Zhang Jianbin rubbed his head and said. This kid is too capable. Look at it. Before the H country incident, the carbon magnetic wind power tree directly built a factory in Germany, and the Prime Minister, members of parliament, local mayors, and local city council personnel all showed up. Who is as capable as him? We didn't see the British Prime Minister show up when we were building a nuclear power plant with the UK. His ways are getting wilder and wilder. He is born to make a living in the international arena, Qiao Lianking said with emotion. Zhang Jianbin nodded. Yes, now that carbon crystal solar panels and carbon magnetic wind trees have appeared, the next step will be high-energy density batteries. This kid is very good at planning, and the energy revolution has really arrived. I read the news reports that many places have reduced electricity prices, and they are not just cities in one country. Once a city builds a photovoltaic power station with carbon crystal solar panels, it will soon adjust the electricity price. If this situation continues, many countries will be forced to reduce electricity prices in the future, and our country will not be immune. Once carbon crystal solar panels are rolled out in rural my country, who will use grid electricity in rural areas? The electricity generated by solar energy is enough. If it's not enough, add wind trees. This kid is deliberately trying to overthrow the grid, Zhang Jianbin said with a distressed look on his face. Yes, this is a big shock to the world. Governments of all countries are very uncomfortable. There are also benefits, that is, public expenditure has decreased, and the disadvantage is that people do not pay for electricity. Who will support the power supply department? M country is also uncomfortable. It is said that Chianki Light Energy has been conducting microgrid experiments with the American Power Supply Group. Once it runs well, M country will purchase in large quantities and then announce a reduction in electricity prices. This is clean energy, energy from nature. If you dare to charge residents for building one, the people will not agree. M country is also very uncomfortable. Not only M country, but also other countries are uncomfortable. Is technological development good or bad? Qiao Lianking also said with emotion. Can't Su Pinggan see that this will make enemies everywhere? Why does he dare to do this? Zhang Jianbin suddenly thought of this question, and Qiao Lianking frowned. Yes, Su Pinggan must know that he has made countless enemies this time, but why did he do this? This kid must have a backhand, and he must have prepared a trump card to trade with various countries, Qiao Lianking said directly with his eyes shining. No way. What price would it take to make the country's power not to move him? Zhang Jianbin looked thoughtful. You've thought too much? In fact, he doesn't need to prepare a lot. He just needs to trade with a few major powers. If these powers don't speak, other countries will definitely not jump out. For example, if this kid contributes a technology to the country, do you think the country will support him? So far, because of the Apocalypse Group, many equipment and basic manufacturing in the country have achieved leapfrog upgrades. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about our current radar. According to the tests of professional departments, the radars upgraded by the Apocalypse Group have surpassed foreign radars in some aspects and have reached new heights in technology. Su Pinggan's trick is to make money from Westerners on the positive side, and to provide real technology to the country on the negative side, which will improve the country's comprehensive technical strength without showing off. Without these real contributions, why would the big guys secretly support the Apocalypse Group? His patriotism is still worthy of recognition, Qiao Lianking said directly to Zhang Jianbin. Su Pinggan, too cunning, Zhang Jianbin said with a long sigh, and understood what Qiao Lianking meant. While the two were discussing, the video was finally released by Country H. According to the video, the bomb was planted by a person from Country H, and he was an internal staff of Dakshin Pharmaceutical Company. Moreover, the 3 people were already injured and died without rescue. There was no evidence for anything. The media around the world did not accept this video. Damn it, do you people from country H still have any shame? We have helped you to build momentum to such an extent, but you dare not disclose the truth. Many media use the headline "Do you still have any shame?" to describe the government of country H. They were all amazed and reached a new height of shamelessness of country H. The media started to make a fuss again. People from country H did not believe this video either. As a result, there was a statement the next day that the warehouse where the video was stored was set on fire by the suspect's accomplices, and there was no evidence of guilt at all. According to the laws of country H, the 3 people who died could not be convicted, because there was no evidence, and there was no murderer in this matter. The police announced that they would continue the investigation and there was no follow-up. Everyone understood that this matter would eventually come to nothing. Parades, demonstrations, demands for the truth to be revealed. Another round of chaos began, making the top leaders of country H extremely anxious. Ukraine, Kiev, Su Pingin carried Isabella to the local hospital. She caught a cold. The weather was cold and Isabella caught a cold while riding a bike. If you want to ride a bike, you must have a good body and choose a good time. Both of them overlooked this. The bodyguards had received the news and rushed over. Su Pingin sat in the ward and watched Isabella receive an IV. He had not slept since last night. He hoped that Isabella would get better soon. This ride was over. When the 3rd bottle of liquid was infused, Isabella woke up. Su Pingin comforted her and Isabella fell asleep again. Su Pingin was relieved at this moment. The high fever had subsided. He arranged for a professional nurse to guard her and went to eat something and have a sleep. After staying with Isabella in the hospital for 2 days, he took Isabella out of the hospital. Just as he returned to the hotel, the bodyguard Captain Kent came in. "Boss, there is an countryman outside who wants to see you." "He is." Kent made a gesture after he said that, and Su Pingin understood what was going on. Turning his head to look at Isabella, Isabella smiled and motioned Su Pingin to go see him. Su Pingin nodded, stood up and left the room with Kent, and came to a room belonging to the bodyguards to talk. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hansen," Hansen said directly. "Just tell me what's going on. What you did makes it difficult for me to be friendly." Su Pingin did not give Hansen face. Hansen smiled and didn't care. It was normal for Su Pingin to have a temper. "Su, I don't know how much you know about the H country bombing case." Hansen looked into Su Pingin's eyes and asked. "Not much. Did they say that it was the H countrymen who blew it up themselves?" "Could it be that Mr. Hansen knows something?" Su Pingin asked directly, and Hansen shook his head and smiled. "Su, let's be frank. You can hand over the evidence in your hand and we can live in peace," Hansen said directly. "What evidence?" "I don't have any evidence in my hand," Su Pingin said directly. "Do you really think we can't do anything to you?" Hansen began to put pressure on him. "Tell me, are you going to attack my people in Somalia?" Su Pingin said with narrowed eyes staring at Hansen, with a murderous aura on his body. At this moment, Su Pingin's mind was thinking about killing Hansen in front of him. Hansen was immediately stunned. He already felt that Su Pingin wanted to kill him. He took a deep breath and said, "Su, you know very well what I represent. You should consider the consequences." Su Pingin also took a deep breath and said, "Hansen, don't think that your organization can protect you. The most powerful force on this planet is money. It really makes me unhappy. Maybe one day there will be a few more holes behind you." Hansen was obviously stunned for a moment. He felt that he had done a stupid thing and underestimated Su Pingin. In the United States, the most powerful thing is money. For money, there are many people who dare to shoot in their backs. Su Pingin has the financial resources. You think your organization is powerful. You are right. Your organization is powerful, but this organization is not yours. You are just an insignificant ant to your organization. Believe it or not, I only need one phone call. You can't go back to country M. The people in your organization will directly purge you." Su Pingin stared at Hansen with a gloomy face. The atmosphere was very depressing, and Hansen's sweat was left on his back. He remembered what the old man who treated him when he just joined the company said. In country M, the most powerful thing is the US dollar. Don't offend the rich. You must remember this. Now, Hansen recalled this sentence. "I know what you mean by coming here. I don't have the evidence you want. How you write the report is your business. In short, I don't want to cause any more trouble. I can tell you one thing clearly. I can see the report you submitted. If there is any trouble later, Whether it is your fault or not, protect your back, or the people around you will send you to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean for a trip. Su Pinggan stared at Hansen's eyes and said this. After speaking, he stood up and turned around and left, ignoring Hansen at all. Su Pinggan was unhappy. What the hell are you? You actually threatened me. Do you really think I'm made of mud? I have the Chinese Empire behind me, not H country. I'm not afraid of you. It's no big deal to make you disappear if I piss you off. If you don't get mad, you don't know that the Horse King has 3 eyes. He doesn't take Hansen seriously at all. The development of the Apocalypse Group today is no longer something that a small person like you can easily touch. I received a notice in the morning, and 5 chapters were blocked in a row. Another chapter was blocked in the afternoon. Yesterday, all 3 chapters were blocked because I wrote about dealing with Koreans. Chapter 324. We are always at the forefront of the times. Su Pinggan returned to the room with a faint smile on his face, without any anger. He accompanied Isabella to watch TV very gently. After a few days of rest, he would send Isabella home for recuperation. Cold can be cured, but the later maintenance is very important. Only long-term maintenance can really eliminate the root cause. Otherwise, when you are a little older, it will still come out to trouble you, which is very painful. In a house in the suburbs of Kiev, the house was full of alcohol. Hansen had drunk 2 bottles of wine alone. His self-esteem was severely trampled by Su Pinggan. He had not experienced such humiliation for many years. Hansen could not swallow this breath. Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Hansen picked up the phone from the table with a fierce face, looked at it, and the expression on his face changed a lot. Ahem coughed twice, and then he started to answer the phone. Boss, it's me, Hansen said directly. Why did you go to Su Pinggan privately? The voice of the team leader Lewis came over. Hansen was Lewis's capable man and was directly managed by Lewis. Boss, according to Su Pinggan's message on social media, it's obvious that he has something. I must make him hand it over, Hansen said directly. Idiot, do you have a pig brain? No matter what Su Pinggan has, he won't expose it. Once it is exposed, it means that he and the United States will completely break up. That kind of price is not something his Apocalypse Group can afford. If you go to him now, isn't it obvious that we are doing something behind his back, you idiot? Lewis shouted the last sentence. Hansen was obviously stunned, but he quickly reacted and realized that he had really done a stupid thing. The Apocalypse Group is not small in scale and has great influence internationally, but it is just a company. It certainly doesn't want to be involved in such things. Even if it has something in its hands, it will not be exposed. If it is really exposed, the United States will have a suitable excuse to clean up the Apocalypse Group, because the Apocalypse Group has violated the unspoken rules and intervened in things that it should not intervene in, and it must pay the price. Coming to find Su Pinggan was equivalent to telling Su Pinggan that H country's attack on Apocalypse Group was caused by M country behind the scenes. Su Pinggan could retaliate according to the unspoken rules. He gave Su Pinggan ironclad evidence. Hansen, who had figured it out, wanted to bang his head against the wall. He was so stupid. How could he do such a brainless thing? He had taken the initiative, but it was completely passive. No wonder Lewis got angry. Why are you not talking? Have you met Su Pinggan? Lewis asked. Yes, I just met him this morning. He was too arrogant, Hansen told the truth. As he spoke, he became angry and began to curse Su Pinggan with dirty words, adding fuel to the fire and provoking the relationship. Shut up, you stupid donkey, Lewis rubbed his head and said. Hansen usually looked quite smart, how could he become so stupid now? Shouldn't he change to someone smarter? Hansen was obviously stunned. Hansen, wake up. If what you just said reaches other people's ears, you will never be able to return to country M. Su Pinggan is right. There are plenty of people in the organization who want you to disappear. It is a mistake for you to talk to him. It is tantamount to admitting that our country M is doing things behind the scenes to target large companies in other countries. Doing so will make companies all over the world uneasy, and even more uneasy about our organization. Don't forget, we can target Chinese companies, and China can also target our country's companies. The supporters behind politicians are entrepreneurs and consortiums. If entrepreneurs feel uneasy, politicians will also feel uneasy. The only solution at that time is to make you, the unstable factor, disappear. As your immediate superior, I will also be in trouble. Maybe I need to accompany you, a bastard, to travel to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, You know how much of our internal documents have been circulated. As long as the money is in place, there is nothing that cannot be sold. With a few $1,000,000, there will be plenty of people to wipe you out. If you are looking for death, don't drag me down with you. Lewis was really angry. If international giants were really that easy to deal with, there would be no international giants in the world. There is nothing wrong with playing tricks in secret. This is normal, but you can't threaten entrepreneurs in front of them. The United States is a gangster, but some rules must be followed. Once violated, people in the country will not agree. Rich people feel unsafe and will definitely spend money to solve their insecurity. There are too many institutions serving the rich these days. Su Pinggan is right. If the money is in place, it is not a big deal for the intelligence agency to eliminate Hansen. This kind of thing has happened countless times. What should I do? Hansen has realized the seriousness of the matter. What Lewis said could happen at any time. Come back immediately, and pretend that this matter has never happened. No matter who asks you, you just say that you have never seen Su Pinggan, Lewis said directly. I understand, I will come back immediately, Hansen said directly. What channel did you use to enter Ukraine? Lewis asked. I used identity number 3, an Australian passport, Hansen said truthfully. You will leave from Moldova immediately, and then go from Moldova to Turkey, and come back through our military base in Turkey. If someone asks you, just say that I sent you to Moldova to investigate a terrorist organization. I will tell Wade and Dick to keep it secret. I will meet you in Turkey, and you can return home together, Lewis said expressionlessly. I understand, Hansen said directly. The route arranged by Lewis was the safest, and he must erase the part where he met Su Pinggan. After hanging up the phone, Hansen took a few deep breaths, turned around to pack up, and left with his bag. He did not take a plane, but drove straight to Moldova. Lewis also hung up the phone, shook his head with a regretful expression, looked up at the computer screen, and struggled with his expression. The dark web offered a reward of $2 million. If he did not do it, others would do it. Hansen had been with him for many years and knew too much. It was time to completely clean up the tail. He raised his hand and typed the word yes on the computer and pressed the confirmation button. Soon, the reply of OK appeared. Lewis closed the web page directly and unplugged the USB drive. Country, as the only superpower, has a very developed military and economy. In a capitalist society, money is everything. But these cannot cover up the corruption in country, which is absolutely above all other countries. Take drugs as an example. The price of drugs in country is the lowest in the entire Western society. Why is the price low? Because the supply is very sufficient and there are many channels to flow drugs into country. According to statistics from country people themselves, the military has used warships to transport drugs more than once or twice. Country's National Guard has also been exposed to undertake drug transportation links, not to mention the corruption of country police, which is absolutely the highest in the world. Country, a paradise for the rich and a hell for the poor, is a true portrayal of real society. The dark web is not a single network, but a general term for multiple secret websites. Many international organizations have their own dark webs, with unique programs, and national monitoring agencies cannot find them at all. Everything is virtual, and the IP addresses are all fake, and there is no way to check them. The Venus Housekeeping Group, which cooperates with Su Pinggan, also has its own dark web, but it does not take over the assassination business. Its main business is escort and lobbying, and there is also a dark web specializing in assassination. As one of the heads of a special agency, how could Lewis not know this? He also has his own channels. One of Lewis's best friends is responsible for contacting the dark web. Once something goes wrong, Lewis cannot be traced. The two communicated through a special USB chat software. They were just communicating. The price of $2 million, Lewis could not refuse, and answered yes, representing that best friend to accept the order. Lewis was responsible for the action. After the matter was completed, Lewis received 80% of the $2 million, and the best friend received 20%. The money went directly into Lewis' account in a bank in Samoa. This account was very secretive and was opened under an Arabic name. Another Lewis was also worried about Su Pinggan's rogue methods. He was 100% sure in his heart that the bombing of 7 super-large warehouses in country was Su Pinggan's handiwork. The money was spent, and the matter was easily resolved. Why did the picture of the country military personnel appear in the explosion video?
The M country people took the order. For a large order of $50 million, it is completely acceptable to blow up the warehouse and retire directly. Only the M army has enough bombs to do this. After receiving Hansen's report, Lewis figured out the reason with his toes, and directly ordered Hansen to find a way to destroy all evidence. This matter must not involve the M country people, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain it at that time. Hansen had a murderous look on his face after meeting Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan was also full of murderous intent. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. After placing the order, Lewis considered it again and accepted the order. First, he can make a lot of money. Second, Hansen, as a confidant for many years, knows too much and must be killed. Once exposed, Lewis will definitely not end up well. Therefore, Hansen's death is in the interests of both Su Pinggan and Lewis. Su Pinggan vented his anger, and Lewis cleaned up the mess. They each got what they needed. After Hansen arrived in Moldova, he moved quickly and met and talked with many people. He looked like he was working hard and intended to show that he came directly from H country and would return to his country directly after finishing his work. He did not mention that he had been to Kiev, Ukraine. That night, he had a drink with the Moldovans. The next day, Hansen drove to Turkey by himself. He had already contacted Wade and Dick, who were waiting for him at the Turkish base, and returned to M country together. The journey was very smooth. The three of them met and planned to take a plane and leave openly the next day. As a result, something happened the next day, and they needed to take a helicopter to take pictures and deal with it because this matter could not be seen in public. The three of them boarded the plane directly as required. 2 days later, the Turkish M military base issued a notice that a small helicopter crashed in the Black Sea due to bad weather. After rescue, 3 people on board were killed, and the matter came to a successful conclusion. The enemy is not scary, but dying in the hands of your own people is scary. Of course, not all problems can be solved this way. For people like Lewis, making money is right. If the risk is big, you have to consider the gains and losses. The greater the risk, the more money you need. It is not a big deal for Su Pinggan to spend money to solve a person he dislikes abroad. If it involves domestic political forces, people like Lewis will not take such orders. The risk is too great. Compared with those big men, Lewis's level can only be regarded as a small man. Since he is a small man, everything is to protect himself as the first priority. Su Pinggan's affairs with H country are not over. On this day, Shianki Group and Jing Fangfang jointly held a press conference. Shianki Group authorized Jing Fangfang to develop a new generation of OLED panel technology, and the two companies signed a technology licensing agreement. The new generation of display screens will be available in a few months, and the display screens of H country's Xing Group will be completely outdated. In addition, Jing Fangfang also specifically announced that the price of the new generation of panels is much lower than that of Xing Company. The quality exceeds that of Xing Company, and the price is lower than that of Xing Company. After the announcement of this news, it caused a great shock in the international panel market. The stock of Xing Company immediately plummeted. At the same time, Ding Zijian announced that this year, Shianki mobile phones will launch new models, which will fully adopt a new generation of screens produced by Jing Fangfang, which is currently the best display screen in the world. Everyone can start saving money. The second generation of Shianki mobile phones will definitely not let you down. There will be a comprehensive improvement. We are always at the forefront of the times, Ding Zijian concluded with a sentence. Xing Company is making matters worse. Among the patents of OLED panels held by the company, 3 key patents belong to the Advanced Materials Research Institute of D country of Shianki Group. The temporary suspension of authorization has caused Xing Company to suffer heavy losses. Now Shianchao Jing Fangfang is launching the next generation of panels, completely eliminating Xing Group's products in this area. A huge profit project that can be created for 5 to 8 consecutive years is completely over. The new production line built at a cost of more than $1 billion is completely useless, and newly recruited employees are facing unemployment. 2 updates today, the reason is known to everyone. The situation is stronger than people and can only be modified with my head down. I am so angry that my head hurts. I will explode again to give back to all book friends. Lao Pang definitely does what he says. I hope all book friends will support me. Chapter 325 Building a New Network. International panel prices have been rising due to the suspension of production at Xing Company. Now that Jing Fangfang has released this news,
Panel prices have begun to plummet. Everyone knows that the technical problems have been solved and production is not a big deal. With Jingfang's production capacity, in a few months, panels with better quality and lower prices will fully occupy the market. Xinxing Group's share in the panel market will definitely shrink rapidly. Slowly, Xinxing Group will completely lose its business in this area. Xinxing Group is a pillar enterprise of H country. A sneeze will affect H country's economy. Now that large-scale layoffs have been announced, H country is really not far from collapse. Xinxing Group cannot be allowed to lay off a large number of people. It is necessary to reconcile with Shanxi Group. These high-level officials of H country and Xinxing Group have made a unanimous decision, but Su Pinggan cannot be contacted. It is obvious that Su Pinggan is unwilling to talk. Su Pinggan's anger has not subsided. It is impossible to talk. Besides, you have allowed the M country to deploy missiles at the doorstep. If you cooperate with you, you will be stupid to cooperate with you. Su Pinggan and Isabella have returned to Denmark. The whole world knows about their affairs, and there is nothing to hide. Su Pinggan lives in Phil's house and plans to accompany Isabella for a few days before leaving. Early in the morning of this day, Su Pinggan went out for a run and called Wei Dongshuo. The call was quickly connected. Speak, you kid, never come to the temple for no reason. Wei Dongshuo knew Su Pinggan's character very well. Senior official, it's business. Several companies in H country have been contacting me recently to discuss patent authorization. I haven't dealt with them. I hope the senior official can convey my meaning. Without the country, Shanxi Group will not resume cooperation with any H country company. Su Pinggan said this solemnly. Wei Dongshuo nodded and smiled, understanding Su Pinggan's meaning. Pinggan, don't worry about anything. We all know what kind of person you are and have never doubted your meaning. Of course, now that you say so, I will convey the original words. The national interest needs everyone to maintain it, Wei Dongshuo also said with a serious face. Su Pinggan and Wei Dongshuo chatted for a while before hanging up the phone and continued running to complete today's exercise. Wei Dongshuo wrote down what Su Pinggan said without changing a word, and sent the report to his superiors. It will take a day for the report to appear on the boss's desk. In the South Pacific, Apocalypse Island, Hubert is urging various project managers to reinforce all projects. According to the weather forecast, a gust of wind will appear soon. After reinforcing the equipment, everyone will go to the safe house to rest and start working after the hurricane. This time, it is not only the South Pacific that has hurricanes, but also the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. Hurricanes will appear. They are currently in the formation stage. The consequences of environmental degradation are gradually worsening. Many countries look at the weather forecast with helplessness. When will this natural disaster end? Scientists have said that the trend of sea level rise has accelerated. How will they live at that time? Many people have lost confidence in the future. The research vessel of Apocalypse Group has been completely completed. It is currently undergoing sea trials near the coast and has been taken over by the people of Apocalypse Group. This research vessel uses hybrid power, diesel power plus electric drive. Space has been reserved on the ship for subsequent modifications. When the carbon magnetic wind tree begins to be produced, 20 wind trees will be installed on the research vessel. Carbon crystal solar energy will definitely be used. At that time, the power of the research vessel will be mainly electric drive, with diesel power as an auxiliary. With electricity and power, the equipment equipped with a research vessel and no shortage of fresh water, various experiments can be carried out at sea for a long time. The endurance is close to perfect. In the future, 100% of the global sea vessels will use electric drive. Scientists and experts have already made a judgment on this. The resources on the ground of the Earth have been almost mined. In the future, many resources for the development of science and technology will need to be extracted from the sea. Apocalypse Group is currently a pioneer and has taken the lead in research. In the future, it can also take the lead in the commercial development of marine resources. 2 days later, Su Pinggan left Denmark for France. Bruce had completed the acquisition of the satellite team. Bruce submitted 9 acquisition application reports. As a result, only Germany, France, Portugal, and the United Kingdom approved the acquisition of 4 small companies. The rest of the acquisitions were rejected. Foreign acquisitions were not allowed. The reason why these 4 satellite teams were approved for acquisition was because the Satellite Research and Development Center of the Apocalypse Group was located in France. If they were to move to China for research, none of them would be approved. This is the reality. Bruce and Hall talked with Su Pinggan in the study to discuss the establishment of a satellite company. Boss, I suggest that we don't announce it. Just run it directly. We are not a listed company. There is no need to announce everything. Hall looked at Su Pinggan and said. I agree with Mr. Hall's opinion. We can do it quietly, Bruce also said. Okay, let's do it quietly. There is no harm in being low-key, Su Pinggan said directly, and Hall and Bruce nodded. Su, is the construction of satellites just for encrypting data? Hall looked at Su Pinggan and said. Su Pinggan frowned. Yes, many international companies currently use satellite encryption systems for core technology data to prevent hacker attacks and data theft. Apocalypse Group has invested so much in research and development. Once these research data are stolen, it will be a huge loss. Capable companies have upgraded, and we have reached the point where we must upgrade our defense system, otherwise, the risk of these data being stolen will increase greatly, Su Pinggan said after taking a deep breath. Hall and Bruce both nodded, understanding Su Pinggan's concerns. Su, what is the opinion of the expert our company has been cooperating with? Bruce asked. It is also urging us to upgrade as soon as possible. Other customers have completed the equipment upgrade, and we have fallen behind. Now our network system has many more loopholes than other companies, Su Pinggan said calmly. After the three discussed for a while, Hall and Bruce said goodbye. And Su Pinggan came back to drink tea and think slowly, whether online games can be merged with satellites, so that the speed will be greatly improved, and the pressure on the server will be reduced a lot. Anyway, Su Pinggan didn't understand. Tomorrow he would go to the technology company to ask if there was such a possibility. Su Pinggan went to take a shower and then went to rest. The next morning, he ran to the technology company early. Coaster, do you think there is a way to combine online games with satellites? Su Pinggan asked Coaster directly in the office of the technology company. Boss, this is very difficult. Several large game companies proposed this idea a few years ago, but the plan was shelved due to cost issues. As a game company, we upgraded the hardware, and correspondingly, players also upgraded their own hardware. This is not a small number. According to Ubisoft's estimate last year, it currently costs more than $20,000 to configure a computer to synchronize with satellite equipment. There are too few people who can afford to spend so much money to play games. In addition, there are many problems involved, such as game delay, satellite memory capacity, ground signal receiving device, etc., a series of problems, which are very difficult. The most difficult is the cost issue. Using this combination to play games requires very high requirements for satellite-related equipment. Once there is a problem, it cannot be repaired. Moreover, satellites also have a limited lifespan. What kind of charges do we need to recover the cost? Coaster looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Su Pinggan suddenly realized, frowning and thinking, the star spirit in his mind directly gave a plan, but this plan cannot be implemented at present. The hardware of the personal computer cannot meet the requirements, so this idea is meaningless, and Su Pinggan can only give up this idea. Coaster, how long do you think it will take to carry out this project at the current speed of hardware development? Su Pinggan asked a little unwillingly. Boss, I think there is no hope at least in 10 years. This is not only related to personal computer problems, but also to the hardware problems of ground receiving signals. The current receiving speed cannot be greatly improved. I am afraid it is difficult to realize this idea. Related development ideas are now available. The transmission speed of graphene can increase the current speed several times, but this material is too expensive and difficult to popularize. If you want to complete this idea, you need a more advanced material than graphene, and the transmission speed can reach 5 times that of graphene. This is only theoretically valid. If you take the cost issue into consideration, this time will be extended again. It will not work without about 20 years, Coaster explained to Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan understood and gave up directly. However, there is a plan that can greatly improve the response of online games, but the cost is not low. Coaster changed the topic and proposed the new plan to Su Pinggan. Tell me about it, Su Pinggan said directly. To establish a new network, the network systems of communication operators in various countries are still based on the 3G-based network architecture. Even if it is upgraded to 4G, it is upgraded on the basis of 3G, and it has not been completely and thoroughly updated. At present, countries around the world have proposed 5G. But according to the agreements reached by various countries, it is also upgraded on the original basis, which cannot fully reflect the efficiency of 5G, because the optical cables in various countries do not support 5G, and it requires a lot of money to replace them. If the bus can obtain a broadband license and relay a 5G channel, the network speed will be qualitatively improved, but the cost is not a small number. Coaster looked at Su Pinkin and said seriously, "Forget it, let's talk about this later. Broadband licenses are not so easy to get," Su Pinkin said helplessly. After chatting with Coaster for a while, Su Pinkin left. The next day, he called Bruce and Hall over to discuss things and arrange other matters. The three of them didn't pay attention to the time, and it was noon before they knew it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.